Anderson Crow, Detective George Barr McCutcheon. A night to be remembered. Two events of great importance took place in Tinkletown on the night of May 6, 1918. The first, occurring at 10:30 o'clock, was of sufficient consequence to rouse the entire population out of bed, thereby creating a situation, almost unique, which allowed everyone in town to participate in all the thrills of the second. When the history of Tinkletown is written, and it is said to be well underway at the hands of the estimable authoress, Miss Sue Becker, some 50 years a resident of the town and the great-granddaughter of one of its founders, when this history is written, the night of May 6, 1918, will assert itself with something of the same insistence that causes the world to refresh its memory occasionally by looking into the encyclopedia to determine the exact date of the fall of the Bastille. The fire bell atop the town hall heralded the first event, and two small boys gave notice of the second. Smock's grain elevator, on the outskirts of the town, was in flames, and with a high wind blowing from the west, the Congregational and Baptist churches, the high school, Pratt's photograph gallery and the two motion picture houses were threatened with destruction. As Anderson Crow, now deputy marshal of the town, declared the instant he arrived at the scene of the conflagration, nothing but the most heroic and indefatigable efforts on the part of the volunteer fire department could save the town. Only he put it in this way: "We'll have another Chicago fire here, sure as you're born, unless it rains or the wind changes mighty all fired sudden, so we got to fight hard, boys." Mr. Crow, also deputy superintendent of the fire department, was late in getting to the engine house back of the town hall, so late that the hand engine and hose reel, manned by volunteers who had waited as long as advisable, were belaboring the fire with water some time before he reached the engine house. This irritated Mr. Crow considerably. He was out of breath when he got to the elevator, or someone would have heard from him. Another cause of annoyance was the fact that his rubber coat and helmet went with the hose reel and were by this time adorning the person of an energetic firefighter who had no official right to them. After a diligent search, Mr. Crow located his regalia and commanded the wearer, one Patrick Murphy, to hand them over at once. What Patrick Murphy, a recent arrival at Tinkletown, said in response to this demand was lost in the roar of the flames, so Anderson put his hand to his ear and shouted, "What say?" Patrick repeated his remark with great vigor, and Mr. Crow, apparently catching no more than the final word in the sentence, moved hastily away, but not before agreeing with Mr. Murphy that it was as hot as the place he mentioned. Ed Higgins, the feed store man, was in charge of the firefighters, who were industriously throwing a single stream of water from the fire cistern into the vast and towering conflagration. It was like tossing a pint of water into the Atlantic Ocean. "Got her under control?" roared Anderson, bristling up to Ed. "Sure," shouted Ed. "She's working beautiful. Just look at that stream." I mean the fire," bellowed Anderson. "Oh, I thought you meant the engine. I don't think we'll get the fire under control till the darned warehouse is burned down. Gee whiz, Chief, where you been? We waited as long as we could for you, and then—" "Don't blame me," was Anderson's answer. "I'd ha' been the first man at the engine house if I hadn't waited nigh on to half an hour trying to get the chief of the fire department out of bed and dressed." I argued. "What's the matter with you? Ain't you chief of the fire department? Are you crazy or what? Ain't you got any brains, Ed Higgins? My wife's been chief ever since she was elected marshal last month, and you know it. That's what we get for letting the women vote and have a hand in the affairs of the nation. She just wouldn't get up, so I had to come off without her. Where's my trumpet? We got to get this fire under control, or the whole town will go. Gosh, if it'd only rain. Looked a little like rain this evening, and this wind may be bringing up a storm more. Here's your trumpet, Mr. Crow," screeched a small boy, bursting through the crowd. Half of the inhabitants of Tinkletown stood outside of the rim of heat and watched the fire, while the other half, in all stages of dishabille, remained in their front yards training the garden hose on the roofs and sides of their houses and yelling to every speeding passerby to telephone to the Commissioner of Waterworks to turn on more pressure. Among his other offices, Mr. Crow was Commissioner of Waterworks, having held over in that office because the Board of Selectmen forgot to appoint anyone else in his place after the last election. and while a great many citizens carried the complaint of the garden hose handlers to the commissioner, it is doubtful if he heard them above the combined sound of his own voice and the roar of the flames. Possessed of his trumpet, the redoubtable Mr. Crow took his stand beside the old hand-pumping fire engine and gave orders right and left in a valiant but thoroughly cracked voice. "Now, we'll get her out," panted Alf Riesling, the town drunkard, speaking to Father Maloney, the Catholic priest, who was taking a turn with him at the pumping apparatus. "Ed's all right, but it takes Anderson to handle a fire as she ought to be handled." Father Maloney, perspiring copiously and breathing with great difficulty, grunted without conviction. "Little more elbow grease there, men," shouted Anderson, directing his command to the futile pumpers. "We got to get water up to that second-story winder. More steam, boys, more steam. Or, what's the use?" growled Bill Jackson, letting go of the pump to wipe his dripping forehead. "We couldn't put her out with Niagara Falls in flood time. Bring your hose over here, men, lively, now," called out the leader. "Every second counts. Lively. Get out o' the way, pert thrucker. Cons on you fool boys. Can't you keep back where you belong? Right over here, men. That's the ticket. Now, shoot her into that winder. Hey. One of you boys bust in that winder glass with a rock. All of you. See if you seen hit her." A fusillade of stones left the hands of a score of small boys and clattered against the walls of the doomed warehouse, some of them coming as near as 10 feet to the objective, 2 of them being so wide of the mark that simultaneous ejaculations of surprise and pain issued from the lips of Miss Spritt and Professor Smith, both of the high school. The heat was intense, blistering. Reluctantly the crowd, awed and fascinated by the greatest blaze it had ever seen, not even excepting the burning of Ilafala-Loop's straw ricks in 1897, edged farther and further away, pursued by the relentless heat waves. The firefighters withdrew in good order, obeying the instinct of self-preservation somewhat in advance of the command of their superior, who, indeed, had anticipated such a maneuver by taking a position from which he could lead the retreat. By the time the fire was at its height, lighting the way clear to heaven, according to Miss Sue Becker, who had to borrow Marshall Crow's pencil and a piece of paper from Mort Fryback so that she could jot down the beautiful thought before it perished in the turmoil of frightfulness. "More elbow grease, men," roared Anderson. "She'll get ahead of us if we let up for a second. Pump. Pump." And pump they did, notwithstanding the fact that the stream of water from the nozzle in the hands of Ed Higgins and Petey Sicott was now falling short of the building by some 20 or 30 feet. "Serves old man Smock right," declared Anderson in wrath, addressing the town clerk and 2 selectmen who by virtue of office retained advantageous positions in the front rank of spectators. "If he'd done as I told him and paid for having water mains extended as far out as his warehouse, we could have saved it for him. It looks to me now as if she's bound to go. Where's Harry?" Harry Squires, the reporter for the Banner, notebook in hand, came up at that instant. "Looks pretty serious, doesn't it, Chief?" he remarked. "The fire company deserves all the credit, Harry," said Anderson magnanimously. "I want you to put it in the paper, just that way, as coming from me. If it hadn't been for the loyal, heroic efforts of the finest fire department Tinkletown has ever had, pull that hose back here, you darned fools. Do you want to get it scorched and ruined so's it won't be fit for anything again? Fetch that engine over here across the road too. Do you hear me?" Turning again to the reporter, he resumed, "Yes sir, if it hadn't been for them boys, there wouldn't have been a blessed thing saved, Harry." Harry Squires squinted narrowly. "I can't say that anything has been saved, Chief. Just mention something, please." Anderson looked at him in amazement. "Why, ain't you got any eyes? Hain't they saved the engine and every foot of hose the town owns? They could have saved that much by staying at home in bed," said Mr. Squires dryly. "I've just seen Mr. Smock. He says there were 50,000 bushels of wheat in the bins, waiting for cars to take it down to New York. Every bushel of it was going abroad for the Allies. Does that put any sort of an idea into your nut, Anderson? What? Into your bin, I should say. Or, in other words, hair pasture. He means head, Mr. Crow," explained Miss Sue Becker. "Well, Why don't he say head? That's what I'd like to know. Do you deduce anything from the fact that the grain was to go to the Allies, Anderson? Inquired Harry. The harassed Marshal scratched his head, but said, absolutely. Well, what do you deduce, Mr. Hawkshaw? I deduce, you darn jay, that old man Smock won't be able to deliver it. Move back, will you? You're right in my way, and I suppose you know that the Germans are still fighting the Allies, don't you? Fighting here as well as over in France? Now does that help you any? Mr. Crow's jaw fell, but only for a second. He tightened it up almost immediately and with commendable dignity. My sakes alive, Harry Squires, you don't suppose I'm telling my real suspicions to any newspaper reporter, do you? How do I know you ain't a spy? Still, doggone you, if it will set your mind at rest, I'll say this much. I have positive proof that Smock's warehouse was set on fire by agents of the German government. That's one of the reasons I was a little late in getting to the fire. Now, don't try to pump me any more, cause I can't tell you anything that would jeopardize the interests of justice. Hey! Where in thunder are you fellas going with that hose and engine? The firemen were on a dead run. We're going a couple of 100 yards down the road, so's we won't be killed when that front wall caves in, shouted Ed Higgins, without pausing. Better come along, Anderson. She's beginning to bulge something awful. Anderson Crow rose to the occasion. Lively now. He barked through the trumpet. Get that hose and engine back to a safe place. Can't you see the wall's about ready to fall? Everybody fall back. Women and children first. Women first, remember. Down the road fled the crowd, looking over its collective shoulders, so to speak, followed by the venerable fire apparatus and the still more venerable Commander-in-Chief. Harry Squires, in his 2-column account of the fire in the Banner, dilated upon the fact that the women failed to retain the advantage so gallantly extended by the men. For the matter of about 10 or 15 yards they were first, after which, being handicapped by petticoats, they fell ingloriously behind. Some of the older ones maliciously, he feared, impeded the progress of their protectors by neglecting to get out of the way in time, with the result that at least 2 men were severely bruised by falling over them, the case of Uncle Dad Sims being a particularly sad one. He collided head-on with the portly Mrs. Loop, and failing to budge her, suffered the temporary loss of a full set of teeth and nearly 20 minutes of consciousness. Mr. Squires went on to say that the only thing that saved Mr. Sims from being run over and killed by the fire engine was the fact that the latter was about a block and a half ahead of him when the accident occurred. Sparks soared high and far on the smoke-laden wind, scurrying townward across the barren quarry lands. The vast canopy was red with the glow of flying embers and firelit clouds. Below, in the dusty road, swarmed the long procession of citizens. Grim, stark hemlocks gleamed in the weird, uncanny light that turned the green of their foliage and the black of their trunks into the color at the rows on the side facing the fire, but left them dark and forbidding on the other. The telegraph poles beyond the burning warehouse lining the railroad spur that ventured down from the main line some miles away and terminated at Smock's, loomed up like lofty gibbets in the ghastly light. 3/4 of a mile from the scene of the conflagration lay the homes of the people who lived on the rim of Tinkletown, and there also were the 2 churches and the motion picture houses. We got to save them picture houses, panted Anderson, and then in hasty apology, and the churches, too. You got to save my studio first, bawled Elmer K. Pratt, the photographer, trying to keep pace with him in the congested line. Halt! Commanded the chief, not because tactics called for such an action but because he was beginning to feel that he couldn't keep up with the engine. The cavalcade eased down to a walk and finally came to a halt. Every eye was riveted on the burning structure which now stood out alone in all its grandeur beyond the quarries and gravel pits. Everyone waited in breathless suspense for the collapse of the towering walls. A shrill, boyish voice broke out above the subdued, awestruck chatter of the crowd. "Where's Mr. Crow? Mr. Crow? Where are you, S.H.?" hissed Alf Riesling, glowering upon the excited boy, who had just come up at full speed from the direction of the town. "Don't you make so much noise. The walls are going to cave in, and, where's Mr. Crow?" panted the boy, a lad of 12. His eyes appeared starting from his head. A second boy joined him, and he was trembling so violently that he could not speak at all. All he could do was to point at the lank figure of the old town marshal, some distance back in the crowd. 3 seconds later the two youngsters had the ear of Anderson Crow, and between them they poured it full of news of the most extraordinary character. The crowd, forgetting the imminent crash of the warehouse wall, pressed eagerly forward. "Wait a second, roared Anderson. "One at a time now. Don't both of you talk at onset. You, Bud, you tell it. You keep still, Roswell Hatch. Take your time, Bud. Lemme tell it, Mr. Crow," begged Roswell. "I knowed it first. It ain't fair for Bud to, but I got here first," protested Bud, and there might have been something more sanguinary than mere words if Marshal Crow had not interfered. "Now know that, now." "What's the matter, Bud?" "Something terrible has happened, Mr. Crow, something awfully terrible," wheezed the boy. "If you darned little scalawags have run all the way from town to tell me that Smock's warehouse is on fire, you'd—" "Oh, gee, that ain't nothing," gulped Bud. "Wait till you hear what I know. I can't wait all night. I got to save Mr. Pratt's studio, and, well, you know them two tramps you put in the lockup yesterday afternoon?" cried Bud. "Desperate characters, both of 'em. I figured they was up to some devilment and, well, they ain't in anymore. They're out. Roz and me seen the whole business. We use Gemini crickets. What's this? A jailbreak? Out of the way, everybody. 2 desperate villains are loose in town, and—" "Hold on, Mr. Crow," cried the other lad, seizing his opportunity. "There's more'n 2. 3 or 4 more fellas from the outside come up and busted in the door and let him out. Then they all run down the street to where the new bank is. Me and Bud seen some of 'em climb into one of the winders of the bank, and we struck out to find you, Mr. Crow. We thought maybe you'd like to know what." The rest of Roswell's narrative was lost in the hullabaloo of command and action. The fickle populace turned its back on the burning warehouse and swept down the lane in quest of new excitement. The tottering wall came down with a crash, but its fall was unwitnessed except by those infirm old ladies and gentlemen who had lagged so far behind in the first rush for safety that they were still in ignorance of the latest calamity. "It was a pity," wrote Miss Sue Becker in her diary, "that the gods crowded so much into a single night when there were 364 more perfectly good nights available." The story of the two boys proved not only to be true, but also woefully lacking in exaggeration. The jail delivery and the looting of the First National Bank of Tinkletown turned out to be but 2 in a long and fairly complete list of disasters. Investigation revealed an astonishing thoroughness and impartiality on the part of the bandits. The safe in Brubaker's drugstore was missing, with something like $19 in cash. Lamson's store had been entered, and the cash register rifled. Fryback's hardware store, Higgins' feed store and Rush Applegate's tailor shop were visited, and, as Harry Squires said in the banner, contents noted. 2 brand new shoes and a couple of inner tubes were missing from Gillespie's Universal Garage, and Ed Higgins' dog was slain in cold blood by the remorseless ravagers. Nobody went to sleep that night. Everybody joined in the search for the robbers. Citizens hurried home after the first alarm and did their part by looking under every bed in their houses, after which the more venturesome visited garrets, cellars and woodsheds. Anderson Crow, after organizing a large posse and commandeering several automobiles, suddenly remembered that he had left his silver watch and a wallet containing $11 under his pillow. He drove home as rapidly as possible in John Blosser's 1903 Pope Toledo and was considerably aggravated to find his wife sound asleep. He awoke her with some rudeness. "Wake up, Eva. Cons on it, don't you know the town's full of highwaymen? It'd be just like you to sleep here like a log and let him come in and nip my watch and purse right out o' your own bed. I wouldn't have been a bit surprised to find them gone and nuclear formed and gagged." "Aye, burglars, did you say?" cried his wife, sitting up in bed and staring at him in alarm. "Dozens of 'em," he declared, pocketing his watch and wallet. "Get up and help me search the house. Where's my revolver? Oh, lordy, Anderson. Your revolver? You're not going to shoot it off, are you?" "I certainly am if the darn thing's loaded." "Where's it at?" She sank back with a sigh of relief. "Thank heavens, I just remembered that Milt Couples borrowed it last winter too." "Borrowed my revolver?" roared Anderson. Why? To loan to a friend of his who was going down to New York on business. And he never brought it back? He never did. Anderson's opinion of Milt Couples was smothered in a violent chorus of automobile horns. Mrs. Crow promptly covered her head with the bedclothes and let out a muffled shriek. "It's only the posse," he shouted, pulling the covers from her face. "Don't be scared, Ivy. Where's your courage? Remember who you are." I'm only a poor, weak woman, I know that," he agreed, "but that ain't all. You are Marshal o' Tinkletown, and if you're going to cover up your head every time a horn toots, oh, go on away and leave me alone, Anderson," she cried. "I don't want to be Marshal. I never did. I resign now, do you hear me? I resign this instant. I was a fool to let the women elect me, and the women were worse fools for voting for me. That's what comes of letting women vote. We had a good, well-trained Marshal because that's what you are, Anderson." And the door flew open. Alf Riesling burst into the room, followed by both of Anderson Crow's daughters. "Come on, Anderson," shouted Alf, gasping with excitement. "Good even, Mrs. Crow. Howdy do? Hurry up, Ander. We tried to keep him out, Ma," broke in Caroline Crow, glaring at Alf. "We told him you were in bed, but he, well, gosh almighty," cried Alf in exasperation, "we can't wait all night. We got track o' them fellas, but if we got to sit around out here till morning just because your ma's in bed, well, that's all I got to say." He turned to Anderson for support, and catching the look in his eye, bawled, "No, I ain't been drinking, Anderson Crow. I'm as sober as a. Get out of my bedroom this minute, Alf Riesling," cried Mrs. Crow. "I'll tell your wife how you're behaving if you—" "Go ahead and tell her," snorted Alf, goaded beyond endurance. "She ain't had a good laugh since the time Anderson had his pocket picked up at Boggs City, Fair Week. Go ahead and, come on, Alf, lively now," broke in Mr. Crow hastily. "We got to be on the jump. Gosh, listen to them dogs. Never heard so much barking in all my life." Out of the house rushed the two men. Anderson immediately began issuing orders. "Ed Higgins, you take a squad o' men and go back to the fire. We got our hands full tonight. Now, all you fellas as has got pistols and shotguns, go home and get 'em at onset. Come back here as quick as you can, and what say, Harry?" He turned to the reporter. "I said the first thing to do is to shoot about 30 or 40 of these infernal dogs. We can't afford to waste cartridges, Harry Squires," said Anderson severely. "We got to tackle a desperate gang 'fore we're through." "Where is your daughter Carolyn, Mr. Crow?" inquired the reporter irrelevantly. "She's in the house trying to quiet her ma. A drunk man bust into her room a little while ago and, well, tell her to get on the job at once. She's chief telephone operator down at the exchange, and she ought to be the now sending out warnings to every town within 20 miles of Carrie." shouted Anderson, racing up the path. "How many times have I got to tell you to tend to that telephone and go down to the office this minute and call up Boggs City and—" "I'm not the night operator," snapped Carolyn, appearing in the window. "What's the matter with Jane Swiggers and Lucy Cummings? They're supposed to be on duty all night. Don't sass back. Do as I tell you. Telephone every town in the county to be on the lookout for an automobile with 2 tires and a couple of inner tubes." "2 new tires, Carolyn," amended Harry Squires, "and carrying a tin safe with George W. Brubaker's name on it in red letters. Say that a complete description of the robbers will follow." "Is your ma still in bed?" "Yes, she is." "Well, you tell her I'll be home soon as I capture them desperados." He was moving toward the front gate. Caroline's paraphrase pursued him and left a sting. "What is home without a father?" Followed now a lengthy and at times acrimonious argument as to the further operations of the Marshal's posse. "We're losing valuable time," protested Harry Squires at the end of a half-hour's fertile discussion. "Fertile is here employed instead of utile, for never was there a more extensive crop of ideas raised by human agency. We can't do anything till we find out which way the darned rascals went, can we?" said Mr. Crow bitingly. "We got to find somebody that's seen 'em start off in that automobile." "Stuff and nonsense!" cried Harry. "We've got to split up into parties and follow every road out of Tinkletown. How in thunder do you expect me to lead 5 or 6 different posses? Demanded Anderson. Yes, and what in thunder would we do if we caught up with them unexpected, like if we didn't have Anderson with us? Said Alf Riesling, loyal to the core. In the first place, we wouldn't have any legal right to capture M, and in the second place we couldn't do it anyhow. By this time there were a dozen shotguns on the scene, to say nothing of a most impressive collection of antiquated revolvers, flabert rifles, Civil War muskets and baseball bats. "I move we move," was the laconic but excellent speech of Mr. Henry Plum. He already had his forefinger on the trigger of his single barrel. "Second the motion," cried out Ed Higgins loudly. "I thought I told you to go and tend to that fire, Ed Higgins," said Anderson, in some surprise. An extremely noisy dogfight put an end to the discussion for the time being, and it was too late to renew it after Situate Jones' mongrel Pete had finished with Otto Schultz's Dax and Bismarck. So vociferous was the chorus put up by the other dogs that no one noticed the approach of an automobile, coming down the Boggs City Pike. The car passed at full speed. 3 dogs failed to get out of the way in time, and as a result, the list of casualties was increased to 4, including Ed Higgins' previously mentioned Black and Tan. The speeding car, a big one loaded with men, was 100 yards away and going like the wind before the startled group regained its senses. "That they go!" yelled Harry Squires. "Exceeding the speed limit, doggone 'em!" roared Anderson. "They ought to be locked up for 10 days and fined." "Come on, men!" shouted Harry. "After 'em. That's the gang. They've been headed off at Boggs City or something like that." "Did anybody catch the number of that car?" shouted Anderson. "I seen race 'em by their license number if." The rest of the speech was lost in the rush to enter the waiting automobiles, and the shouting that ensued. Then followed a period of frantic cranking, after which came the hasty backing and turning of cars, the tooting of horns and the panic of gears. Loaded to the gunwales, the half-dozen machines finally got underway, and off they went into the night, chortling with an excitement all their own. A lone figure remained standing in front of Anderson Crow's gate, a tall, lank figure without coat or hat, one suspender supporting a pair of blue trousers, the other hanging limp and useless. He wore a red undershirt and carried in his left hand the trumpet of a firefighting chieftain. "Well, I'll be doggoned," issued from his lips as the last of the cars rattled away. Then he started off bravely on foot in the wake of the noisy cavalcade. "Now, all of 'em are breaking the speed laws, and it's going to cost 'em something, cons on 'em, when I yank 'em up for Justice Rob tomorrow, sure as my name's Anderson Crow." Presently he heard a car approaching from behind. It was very dark in the outskirts of the town, and the lonely highway that reached down into the valley was a thing of the imagination rather than of the vision. Profiting by the catastrophes that attended the passing of the big touring car, Anderson hastily leapt to the side of the road. A couple of small headlights veered around a curve in the road and came down the slight grade, followed naturally and somewhat haltingly by an automobile whose timorous brakes were half set. There was a single occupant. Anderson leveled his trumpet at the driver and shouted, "Halt, OH!" came in a shrill, agitated voice from the car, but the machine gave no sign of halting. "Hey! Halt, I say, I don't know how," moaned the voice. "How do you stop it, good gracious sakes alive? Is it you, Eva?" "Oh, Anderson. Thank goodness. I thought you was a highwayman. Oh, dear. Ain't there any way to stop this thing?" "Shut off the power, and it'll stop when you start up the grade." Anderson was trotting along behind, tugging at one of the mudguards. "How do you shut it off?" "The same way you turned it on." "Goodness, what a fool way to do things." The little car came to a stop on the rise of the grade, and Anderson sidestepped just in time to avoid being bumped into as it started back again. "Released. It's Deacon Rank's car," explained Mrs. Crow in response to a series of bewildered, rapid-fire questions from her husband. "He offered to sell it to me for $50, and I've been learning how to run it for 2 whole days out in Peters Mill Lane. How does it happen I never knowed anything about this, Eva?" demanded he, regaining in some measure his tone of authority. "I wanted to surprise you." "Well, by gosh, you have. Deacon Rank's been giving me lessons every afternoon. I know how to start it and steer it, Going slow like, but of course I've got a lot to learn. Well, you just turn that car around and skedaddle for home, Eva Crow, was his command. What business have you got running around the country like this in the dead o' night, all alone? Ain't I the Marshal of Tinkletown? She broke in crossly. What right have all you men to be going off without me in this? The only official thing you've done, madame, since you got to be Marshal, was to resign while you was in bed not more'n an hour ago. I accepted your resignation, so now you go home as quick as the blamed old rattletrap will take you. Besides, I saw the ornery fools go off and leave you behind, Anderson, and that made me mad. I ran over to Deacon Ranks and got the car. Now, you hop right in, and I'll take you wherever you want to go. Get in, I say. I hereby officially withdraw my resignation. I'm still Marshal of this town, and if you don't do as I tell you, I'll discharge you as deputy. So Anderson got up beside her and pulled desperately at his chin whiskers, no doubt to assist the words that were struggling to escape from his compressed lips. After considerable backfiring, the decrepit machine began to climb the grade. Presently Mr. Crow found his voice. "Didn't I tell you to turn around, Eva? Don't talk to me when I'm driving," said she, gripping the wheel tightly with the fingers of death. "You turn the car around immediately, woman. I'm your husband, and I order you to do as I tell ye." "I'll turn it around when I get good and ready," said she in a strained voice. "Can't you see there ain't room enough to turn around in this road? Well, it don't get any wider. Besides, I don't know how to turn it around," she confessed. "Why, you just back her, same as anybody else does, and then reverse her, and, you old goose, how can I back her when she keeps on going forward?" Anderson was silent for a moment. "Well, if I may be so bold as to ask, madame, where are you going?" he asked, with deep sarcasm in his voice. "You leave it to me, Anderson Crow. I know what I am doing." They went on for about a quarter of a mile before she spoke again. "There's only one way to turn around, and I'm taking it. How far is it to Fisher's Lane?" "You can't turn her around in Fisher's Lane, Eva. It's all a good-sized dog can do to turn around in that road." "I asked you how far is it?" "'Bout a mile and a half. I ain't going to turn around in Fisher's Lane, Anderson. I'm going to follow it straight to the Britain Toll Road, and then I'm going to turn into that and head for Tinkletown. That's how I'm going to turn this plagued car around." "Well, of all the why, geminently, Eva, it's nigh on to 9 mile. You surely can't be such a fool as to." "I'm going to turn this car around if it takes 20 miles, she said firmly. There was another long, intense silence. "I wonder if the boys have got that far out yet?" mumbled Anderson. "Course, there ain't no use worryin' about them robbers. They got away. If I'd been along with that posse, we'd a had 'em sure by this time, but oh, well, there ain't no use cryin' over spilt milk." In due time they came to Fisher's Lane. Mrs. Crow made a very sharp but triumphant turn, and the second leg of the course was before them. Half an hour later the valiant machine sneaked out of the narrow byway into the Briton Pike and pointed its nose homeward. "Let her out a little, Eva," said Anderson, taking a long breath. "It's 4 miles to town, and, oh, goodness!" squeaked the driver, giving the wheel a perilous twist. "Look! There comes a car behind us. Help! They'll run into us. They'll pull off to the side of the road. No, this side. Gosh! Hurry up, Eva! They're coming like greased lightning. Look out! Not too far over. There's a ditch alongside." The remainder of the sentence was lost in the wild shriek of a siren, shriek after shriek succeeding each other as a big car, with far-reaching acetylene lamps, roared down upon them. Like a mighty whirlwind it swept by them, careening perilously on the sloping edge of the road. Suddenly the grinding of brakes assailed the ears of the Thanksgiving crows, and to their astonishment the big machine came to a standstill 100 yards or more down the road. Mrs. Crow promptly put on the accelerator, and but for a vehement warning from her husband would have gone full tilt into the rear end of the mighty stranger. She managed to stop the little car when its faithful nose was not more than 2 yards from the little red light ahead. "Hey, Ford!" called out a man who had arisen in the tongue of the big car and was looking back at them. "Hey, yourself!" responded Anderson. "Is this the road to Albany?" "No, it ain't. We've lost our way." Where does this road take us? Into the city of Tinkletown. 3 or 4 voices in the car were guilty of saying things in the presence of a lady. Well, where in hell are we? Demanded the spokesman. You ain't in hell yet, but you will be pretty soon if you keep up that reckless driving, lemme tell you that. Where do we get the Albany Road? Called out another voice from the car. The quickest way is to go into Tinkletown and take the first turn to the left after. But we don't want to go to Tinkletown, you damned old hayseed. Shut up, Joe, cried one of the men. He's excited, mister. His wife's sick, and we're trying to get him home before she croaks. Oh, I'm so sorry, cried Mrs. Crow before Anderson could speak. She also kicked him violently on the ankle bone. The quickest way to get to the Albany Road, she went on, is by cutting through back of Cole's sawmill and crossing the river at Goose's Ferry. That's about 7 miles from here. Take the first lane to your left, half a mile further on. Much obliged, Mom. You're entirely welcome, said she, this time poking her elbow into Anderson's ribs. He grunted. Is the road pretty good all the way? It's a good dirt road. We're in a great hurry, Mom. Is it safe to hit it up a little on the dirt road? His wife specially wanted to see him before she died. Perfectly safe, as long as you keep in it, Nighty, called the spokesman, and the big car leapt forward as if suddenly unchained. Well, of all the, began Anderson wrathfully. Get out and crank this car, Anderson, she broke in excitedly. You know as well as I do that that dirt road ends at Hefner's farm. It don't go near the river. What ails you, Eva Crow? That poor fella's wife. Crank, I tell you. He got out and cranked the car, grumbling all the while. As he got back in the seat beside her, he exploded. And what's more, there's that soldiers' camp at Green Ridge. They won't be allowed to go through it without a pass. There must be 1,000 men there. They're marching to some ears in America, the fella told me this morning when he come in at Jackson's to get some smoke in Turbuxa. Camp at Green Ridge for 2 days, he says, and then hey. Don't drive so blamed reckless, Eva. Can't you get her under control? Put on your brakes, woman. She'll. Hush up, Anderson. You let me alone. The little old car was sailing along at a speed that caused every joint to rattle with joy unconfined. To Anderson's amazement, and to a certain extent consternation, Mrs. Crow swung into the dirt road over which the big car was now whizzing a mile or so ahead. Here. Where you going? Barked Anderson, arising from the seat. There's going to be hell to pay before you know it, Anderson Crow, said she, her voice high and squeaky. What was that you said? Gasped her husband, flopping back in the seat. He couldn't believe his ears. I learned that from my predecessor in office, she replied somewhat guiltily. I've heard you say it 1,000,000 times. But I ain't no woman. Sat still. Do you want to fall out and break your neck? And Anderson sat still, dazed and helpless in the direful presence of a woman who, to his utter horror, had gone violently insane. He began silently but urgently to pray that the gasoline would give out, when he would find himself in a position to reason with her, gently or forcibly as the situation demanded. He broke into a profuse and chilly perspiration. His wife crazy. His wife of 40 years. His old comrade. He was aroused from these horrifying, sickening reflections by a hoarse but imperative word coming from nowhere out of the darkness of the road ahead. Halt. Mrs. Crow put on the brakes. Who goes there, friends? Faltered Mrs. Crow. The Marshal of Tinkletown, added Anderson, vastly relieved by her singularly intelligent answer. Advance and give the countersign. All right. What is it? Inquired Mrs. Crow. A couple of non-commissioned officers joined the sentry at this moment. They were but half-dressed. What the devil's the meaning of all this? Exclaimed one of them, planting himself beside the car and flashing a light in Mrs. Crow's face. Don't you hayseeds know any better than to bust into a military camp? His companion interrupted him. Keep your shirt on, Bill. Didn't I hear the man say he was the Marshal of Tinkletown? No, sir, you didn't. I said we are the Marshal of Tinkletown. All right, all right. Do you happen to be chasing a gang of joyriders? We are. Cried Mrs. Crow. They zipped through this camp like a rifle shot about 10 minutes ago. They've raised a lovely row. Officer of the day bawling everybody out, and here, hold on. We've just got to catch them men, pleaded Mrs. Crow. One of 'em's got a sick wife, added Anderson, and we've got to tell him he's on the wrong road. Well, you just sit right where you are, spoke the top sergeant. They'll be back this way in a few minutes. This road ends about a mile above here, and they'll have to come back. The sentries say they went through here so fast they couldn't see anything but wind. Are you going to stop them? Cried Mrs. Crow eagerly. We sure are, said the other non-com. See that bunch of men forming over there? Well, they've got real guns and real bullets, and they're mad, Mrs. Marshall. You can't blame them. Off at one side of the road a little distance away a company of soldiers was lining up. The sharp command of an officer rang out. Thank goodness! Cried Mrs. Crow. Look here, Eva, said Anderson nervously. I guess you'd better pull off to one side of the road, just in case them soldiers don't stop 'em. We're right smack in their way, and gosh only knows where we'd land if they smashed into us. It'd take a week to find us, we'd be so scattered about. Don't be uneasy, said the top sergeant. They'll stop. All right, let me whisper something to you, Mr. Officer, said Mrs. Crow. It's very important. He obligingly held up an ear, and she leaned down and spoke rapidly, earnestly into it. You don't say so. He cried out. Excuse me. And off he dashed, calling out to his companion to follow. A minute later the most extraordinary activity affected the group of soldiers over the way. Commands were now issued in lowered tones, and men marched rapidly away, dividing into squads. What did you say to that fella? Demanded Anderson. I told him who those men are, Anderson Crow. You couldn't. They're perfect strangers. If they wasn't, how'd they happen to miss the road? They are the very men I'm looking for, said she. They're the robbers, and the men who set fire to Smock's warehouse, I'll bet you and everything else. Jump in Jehoshaphat. An officer rushed up, turned that flivver around in the middle of the road and jump out quick. That will stop them. Let 'em smash it up if necessary. It isn't worth more than $10. While a half-dozen men were dragging the car into position as a barricade, Mrs. Crow exclaimed to her husband. That old skinflint. He said it was cheap at $50. Thank goodness, but Anderson was hustling her out of the car. In the distance the headlights of the bandits' car burst into view as it swung around a bend in the road, soldiers everywhere. They seemed to have sprung out of the ground. On came the big car, thundering into the trap. Bugle calls sounded, a couple of guns blazed into the air as the car flew past the outposts, lights flared suddenly in the path of bewildered occupants, and loud imperative commands rang out on the air. Into the gauntlet of guns the big car rushed. The man at the wheel bent low and took the reckless chance of getting through. Then, 100 feet ahead, his lights fell upon the dauntless abandoned flivver. He jerked frantically at the brakes. Halt! Shouted Anderson Crow from the top of the roadside bank. Surrender in the name of the law. He spoke just in time. Crash. They halted. Deacon Rank's little car died a glorious, spectacular death. Harry Squires, in his account, placed it all alone in the list of unidentified dead. 3 minutes after the collision, brawny soldiers were bending over the stretched-out figures of 5 unconscious men. Mr. and Mrs. Crow stood on the edge of the group, awestruck and silent. They're coming around. All right, said someone at Anderson's elbow. He was slowing down when they struck. But there's no hope for the poor old flivver. Anderson found his voice a quavering, uncertain voice and exclaimed. Stand aside, men. I am the Marshal of Tinkletown, and them scoundrels are my prisoners. His progress was barred by a couple of soldiers. An officer approached. Easy, Mr. Marshal, easy, now. This is our affair, you know. I guess you'd better come with me to the colonel. Don't be alarmed. They shan't escape. They're mighty desperate characters, began Anderson. Step this way, please, said the other shortly. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when Mr. and Mrs. Crow were deposited at their front door by the colonel's automobile. The robbers, under heavy guard, remained in the camp, pending action on the part of the civic authorities. They were very much alive and kicking when Anderson left them, after a pompous harangue on the futility of crime in that neck of the woods. Yes, sir, "Colonel," he said, turning to the camp commander, "a crook ain't got any more chance than a snowball, and you know when he tries to pull the wool over my eyes. I've been catching thieves and bandits and the Lord knows what all for 40 years or more, and so forth. I want to thank you, sir, and your brave soldier boys and the United States government also for the assistance you have given me tonight. I doubt very much whether I could have took 'em single-handed, handicapped as I was by having a woman along. And when you get over to France with these brave troops of yours, I seen tell you one thing, the Kaiser'll know it, you bet. Never mind about the old car. It's seen its best days. And it ain't mine, anyhow. I'll be out here bright and early tomorrow morning with my posse, and we'll take them fellas off me your hands. If you'll excuse me now, I guess I'll be moving along towards home. I've still got a fire to put out, and a lot of other things to do besides. I've got to let the bank know I have recovered their money and left it in good hands, and I've got to send a posse out to see if they can locate George Brubaker's safe along the road anywheres. And what's more, I've got to repair the jail, and officially notify Deacon Rank he's had an accident to his car." Mrs. Crow had little to say until she was snugly in bed. Her husband was getting into his official garments. "I think you're foolish to go out again, Anderson," she said. "It's not daylight yet. There won't be anybody around, this time of day, to listen to how you captured those robbers, and, don't you believe it," said he. "I bet you 50 cents you are the only person in Tinkletown that's in bed at this minute. They're all afraid to go to bed, Eva, and you can't blame them. Nobody knows I've got them desperados bound hand and foot and guarded by a whole regiment of U.S. troops, specially deputized for the occasion. You are invited to be present." Anderson Crow sat on the porch of the post office, ruminating over the epidemic that had assailed Tinkletown with singular virulence, and, in a sense, enthusiasm. Not that there was anything sinister or loathsome about the plague. Far from it, he reflected, because it had broken out so soon after his bitter comments on the prolonged absence of the slightest symptom, or indication that a case was even remotely probable. And here he was, holding in his hand 4 fresh and unmistakable signs that the contagion was spreading. In short, he had just received and opened 4 envelopes addressed to Mr. and Mrs. A. Crow, and each contained an invitation to a wedding. Alf Riesling, commonly known as the town drunkard, sat on the top step, whittling. "No law against getting married, is there, Constable?" he inquired. "I don't know much about this new eugenic law," mused Mr. Crow, gingerly pulling at his whiskers. "So far as I know, it ain't been violated up here. What's the harm, anyway? You was saying yourself only the other day that it's a crime the way the young fellas in this town never get married. Just sat around the parlor stoves all winter holding hands, and on the front steps all summer. Like as not the gosh-darned cowards heard what I said and got up spunk enough to tackle matrimony," interrupted the venerable town marshal. "June seems to be a good month for weddings everywhere else in the world except right here in Tinkletown. The last one we had was in December, and that was 2 years ago. Annie Bliss and Joe Hodges. Now we're going to have 'em so thick and fast there won't be an unmarried man in the place, first thing you know. Up to date, me and Mrs. Crow have had 17 printed invitations, and I don't know how many by word o' mouth. Fellas that never even done any courtin', so far as I know, are getting married to girls that ain't had a beau since the Methodist revival in 1910. They all got religion then, male and female, and there's nothing like religion to make people think they ought to have somebody to share their repentance with. George Hoover's been going with Bessie Slayback ever since McKinley beat Bryan in '96. Swore he'd never get married till we had another Democratic president. We've had one for more than 4 years and now he says he never dreamed there'd be another one, so he didn't think it was worthwhile to save up enough to get married on. You don't happen to have a bid for his wedding, have you, Anderson? That would be too much to expect, I guess. How old do you make out Bessie is, Alf?" asked Mr. Crow, shuffling the envelopes until he found the one he wanted. He removed the card, printed neatly by the Tinkletown Banner Press, and squinted at it through his spectacles. 49, said Alf, promptly. 26th of last January. Well, poor old George'll have to do his setting in Sophie's store after the 3rd o' June, said the other, chuckling. She has threw him over, As my daughter would say, what's that? Yep. Bessie's going to be married next Sunday to Charlie Smith, for the Lord's sake. Gasped Alf. How soon that be? Charlie's got a wife and 3 grown children, Tyne told Charlie. It's young Charlie, said Anderson, looking hard at the invitation. Charles Elias Smith, Jr., it says. Alf was speechless. He merely stared while the town marshal made mental calculations. She's 26 years older than he is, Alf. There must be some mistake, muttered Alf. Not if you're sure she's 49, said Anderson. Subtract 23 from 49 and you have 26, with nothing to carry. Besides, old Charlie's middle name is Bill. Well, I'll be doggoned, said Alf, in a weak voice. And here's another one, said Anderson, passing a card to his companion. Alfred, the son and daughter of Mrs. Ellen Euphemia Ricketts, request the pleasure of your company at the marriage of their mother to Mr. Pietro Emanuel Cocotte, on June 1, 1917, at 12 o'clock noon at the family residence, number 17 Lincoln Street, Tinkletown, New York. Well, I'll be Alf interrupted himself to repeat one of the names. Who is this Pietro Emanuel Cocotte? I never heard of. Patty Sickerty, said Anderson. The sprinkling cart driver? The same, said the marshal, his lips tightening. He had once tried to arrest the young man for disturbing the peace, and had been obliged to call upon the crowd for help. Why, good gosh, he don't earn more'n $10 a week and he sends half of that back to Sweden, said Alf. Europe, corrected Anderson, patiently. He had put up with a good deal of ignorance on the part of Alf during a long and watchful acquaintanceship. Anyhow, said the town drunkard, arising in some haste, I guess I'll be getting home. Maybe I ain't too late. He was moving off with considerable celerity. Too late for what? Called out Anderson. That measly, good-for-nothing Gates boy dropped in to see my girl Queenie last night. First time he's ever done it, but, by criminy, the way they're speeding things up around here lately there's no telling what's seen happen in 24 hours. Hold on a minute, Alf. I'll walk along with you. Now, see here, Alf, Mr. Crow laid a kindly, encouraging hand on the other's shoulder as they ambled down the main street of the village. No matter what happens, you mustn't let it get the best of you. Keep straight, old fella. Don't touch a drop. Oh, Mr. Riesling stopped short in the middle of the sidewalk. Doggone it, Anderson, let go of my arm. Do you want everybody to think you're taking me to jail, or home to my poor wife, or something like that? It'll be all over town in 15 minutes if you... Tain't my fault if you've got a reputation, Alf, retorted the town marshal sorrowfully. Well, it ain't my fault either, declared Alf. Look at me. I ain't had a drink in 23 years, and what good does it do me? Every time a stranger comes to town people point at me and say, there goes the town drunkard. Oh, I've heard 'em. I ain't deaf. And besides, ain't they always preaching at me and about me at the Methodist and Congregational churches? Ain't they always telling the young boys that they got to be careful or they'll be like Alf Riesling? And what's it all come from? Comes from the 3 times I got drunk back in the fall of '93 when my cousin was here from Albany for a visit. I had to entertain him, didn't I? And there wasn't any other way to do it in this jerkwater town, was there? And ever since then the windbags in this town have been praying for me and pitying my poor wife. That's what a fella gets for living in a... Now, admonished Anderson soothingly. Don't get excited, Alf. You deserve a lot of credit. Ain't many men, I tell you, could break off sudden like that, and, oh, you go to grass, exclaimed Alf hotly. Anderson inspected him closely. Lemme smell your breath, Alf Riesling, he commanded. What's the use? Growled Alf. Wouldn't last for 23 years, would it? Well, you talk mighty queer, said the marshal, unconvinced. He couldn't imagine such a thing as a strictly sober man telling him to go to grass. He was the most important man in Tinkletown. Further discussion was prevented by the approach of Mr. Crow's daughter, Susie, accompanied by a tall, pink-faced young man in a resplendent checked suit and a dazzling red necktie. They came from Brubaker's popular drugstore and ice cream parlor, 2 doors below. Hello, Pop, said Susie gaily, as the couple sauntered past their half-halting seniors. "Hey you, Mr. Crow?" was the young man's greeting, uttered with the convulsive earnestness of sudden embarrassment. "Fine day, ain't it?" Mr. Crow said that it was, and then both he and Alf stopped short in their tracks and gazed intently at the backs of the young people. Even as they stared, a fiery redness enveloped the ears of Susie's companion. A few steps farther on he turned his head and looked back. Something that may be described as sheepish defiance marked that swift, involuntary glance. Mr. Riesling broke the silence. There was a worried, sympathetic note in his voice. "Got on his Sunday clothes, Anderson, and this is only Wednesday. Beats the Dutch, don't it? I wonder," began Mr. Crow, and then closed his lips so tightly and so abruptly that his sparse chin whiskers stuck out almost horizontally. He started off briskly in the wake of the young people. Alf, forgetting his own apprehensions in the face of this visible manifestation, shuffled along a few paces behind. Miss Crow and her companion turned the corner below and were lost to view. "By gosh," said Alf, suddenly increasing his speed until he came abreast of the other, "you better hurry, Anderson. Justice Rob's in his office. I seen his feet in the winder a little while ago. They surely can't be thinking of Mr. Crow." Did not complete the sentence. "Why not?" demanded Alf. "Everybody else is. And it would be just like that Schultz boy to do it without an invitation. Ever since this war's been going on, them Schultzes have been blowing about, always been prepared for anything. German efficiency's what they're always throwing up to people. I bet he's been over to the county seat and got a license too." Anderson interrupted him with a snort. He put his hand on his right hip pocket, where something bulged ominously, and quickened his pace. "I been watching these Schultzes for nearly a year," said he, "and the whole caboodle of MR spies." They turned the corner. Susie and her companion were on the point of disappearing in a doorway 50 yards down Sickle Street. Anderson slowed up. He removed his broad felt hat with the gold cord around it, and mopped his forehead. "That's the tintype gallery," he said, a little out of breath. "Worse and more of it," said Alf. "That's the surest sign I know of. It never fails. Molly and me had ourn taken the day before we was married, and why, it's almost the same as a certificate, Anderson." "Now, you move on, Alf," commanded the marshal. "How many times I got to tell you not to loiter around the streets? Move on, I say, or, now, Anderson, I'll have to run you in, Alf. The ordnance is very particular, and that notice stuck up on the telephone pole over the means you mourn anybody else. No loitering. If you need any evidence again that Schultz boy, just call on me," said Alf generously. "I seen him commit an atrocity last week." "What was it?" "He give that little Griggs girl a lift in his butcher wagon," said Alf darkly. Anderson scowled. "The sooner we run these cussed Germans out o' town the better off we'll be." Alf ambled off, casting many glances over his shoulder, and the marshal crossed the street and entered Hawkins's undertaking and embalming establishment, from a window of which he had a fair view of the studio. Presently Susie and young Schultz emerged, giggling and snickering over the pink objects they held in their hands. They sauntered slowly, shoulder to shoulder, in the direction of Main Street. Mr. Hawkins was in the middle of one of his funniest stories when Anderson got up and walked out hurriedly. The undertaker had a reputation as a wit. He was the life of the community. He radiated optimism, even when most depressingly employed. And here he was telling Anderson Crow a brand new story he had heard at a funeral over in Kirkville, when up jumps his listener and lights out without so much as a word. Mr. Hawkins went to the door and looked out, expecting to see a fight or a runaway horse or a German aeroplane. All he saw was the marshal not 2 doors away, peering intently into a show window, while from across the street 2 young people regarded him with visible amusement. For a long time thereafter the undertaker sat in his office and stared moodily at the row of caskets lining the opposite wall. Could it be possible that he was losing his grip? Miss Crow and Mr. Otto Schultz resumed their stroll after a few moments, and the marshal, following their movements in the reflecting show window, waited until they were safely around the corner. Then he retraced his steps quickly, past the undertaker's place, and turned into the alley beyond. 3 minutes later, he entered Main Street a block above Sickle Street, and was leaning carelessly against the Indian tobacco sign in front of Jackson's cigar store, when his daughter and her companion bore down upon his left flank. Mr. Alf Riesling was a few paces behind them. As they came within earshot, young Schultz was saying in a suspiciously earnest manner, "You better come in and have an order sody, Susie." Just then their gaze fell upon Mr. Crow. "Goodness!" exclaimed Susie, startled, by Hermione. Fell from Otto's wide-open mouth. He blinked a couple of times. Is that you?" he inquired, incredulously. "You mean me?" asked Anderson, with considerable asperity. "Sure," said Otto, halting. "Can't you see it's me?" demanded Mr. Crow. "But you ain't here," said the perplexed young man, getting pinker all the time. "You're around in Sickle Street, Alf," called out Anderson. "Look here a minute. Is this me?" He spoke with biting sarcasm. Mr. Riesling regarded him with some anxiety. "You better go home, Anderson," he said. "This sun is a darn sight hotter than you think." "Didn't we see you a minute ago around in Sickle Street, Pop?" inquired Susie, looking in that hairdresser's window. "Maybe you did and maybe you didn't," replied Mr. Crow, shrewdly. Then, with thinly veiled significance, "I'm pretty busy looking into a good many things nowadays." He favored Otto with a penetrating glance. "Ever since the U.S.A. declared war on Germany, Mr. Otto Schultz, how about that sody, Miss Susie?" said Otto, in a pained sort of voice. "You'd better be saving your money, Otto," she advised, with such firmness that her father looked at her sharply. "Oh, spiffles," said Otto, getting still redder. Mr. Crow was all ears. Alf Riesling burned his fingers on a match he held too long in the hot, still air some 6 or 8 inches from the bowl of his pipe. "Well, getting married is no joke," said Susie, shaking her pretty head solemnly. Otto took a deep breath. "You bet you it ain't," he said, with feeling. That seemed to give him courage. He took off his straw hat, and, as he ran his finger around the moist sweatband, he blurted out, "I don't mind if you tell your father, Susie." "Go and tell him yourself," said Susie. "As I was saying a few minutes ago," said Otto ingenuously, "the only objection I had to your telling your father was that I didn't want everybody in town to know it before I could get home and tell my mother yet." "Don't go away, Alf," said Mr. Crow, darkly. "I'll need you as a witness. I hereby subpoena you as a witness to what's going to happen in less than no time. Now, Mr. Otto Schultz, spit it out." Otto disgorged these cyclonic words. "I'm going to get married, Mr. Crow, that's all." Mr. Crow was equally explicit and quite as brief. "Only over my dead body," he shouted, and then turned upon Susie. "You go home, Susan Crow. Skedaddle. Get a move on, I say. I'll nip this blamed German plot right in the beginning. Do you hear me, Susan?" Susan stared at him. "Hear you?" she cried. "They can hear you up in the graveyard. What on earth's got into you, Pop?" "What? You'll see what's got into me, pretty darned quick," said Anderson, and pointed his long, trembling forefinger at the amazed Mr. Schultz, who had dropped his hat and was stooping over to retrieve it without taking his eyes from the menacing face of the speaker. It had rolled in the direction of Mr. Alf Riesling. That gentleman obligingly stopped it with his foot. After removing his foot, he undertook to return the hat without stooping at all, the result being that it sped past Otto and landed in the middle of the street some 20 feet away. "So you think you can get married without my consent, do you?" demanded Anderson, witheringly. "You think you can sneak around behind my back and—" "I ain't sneaking around behind anybody's back," broke in Otto, straightening up. "I don't know what you are talking about, Mr. Crow, and neither do you," he added gratuitously. "What for do I have to get your consent to get married for? I get myself's consent and my girl's consent and my father's consent, say." His voice rose. "Don't you think I am of age yet? If you talk loud like that, I'll run you in for disturbing the peace, young fella," warned Anderson, observing that a few of Tinkletown's citizens were slowly but surely surrendering squatters' rights to chairs and soap boxes on the shady side of the block. "Just you keep a civil tongue in. You ain't answered my question yet," insisted Otto, with increased vigor. "Here's your hat, Otto," said Alf Riesling in a conciliatory voice. He was brushing the article with the sleeve of his coat. A horse must have stepped on it or something. I never see, ain't I of age, Mr. Crow? Bellowed Otto. Didn't I vote for you at the last? That ain't the question, interrupted Anderson sharply. The question is the girl of age? He favored his 16-year-old daughter with a fiery glance. Otto Schultz's broad, flat face became strangely pinched. There was something positively apoplectic in the hue that spread over it. "Oh, Pop!" shrieked Susie, a peal of laughter bursting from her lips. Instantly, however, her two hands were pressed to her mouth, stifling the outburst. Otto gave her a hurt, surprised and unmistakably horrified look. Then a silly grin struggled into existence. "Maybe she don't tell the truth about her age yet, Mr. Crow," he said huskily. "Women always lie about their ages. Maybe she lie about hers." Anderson flared. "Don't you dare say my daughter lies about her age or anything else," he roared. "Whose daughter?" gasped Otto. "Mine, but she ain't your daughter." "What?" "Well, of all their..." Words failed Mr. Crow. He looked helplessly, appealingly at Alf Riesling, as if for support. Mr. Riesling rose to the occasion. "Do you mean to insinuate, Otto Schultz," that he began as he started to remove his coat. By this time Susie felt it was safe to trust herself to speech. She removed her hands from her mouth and cried out. "He isn't talking about me, Pop," she gasped. "It's Gertie Bumbleberg, sure," said Otto hastily. Mr. Crow still being speechless, Alf suspended his belligerent preparations, and cocking one eye calculatingly, settled the matter of Miss Bumbleberg's age with exasperating accuracy. "Gertie's a little past 42, he announced. "Born in March, 1875, just back where Sid Martin's feed store used to be." The marshal had recovered his composure. "That's sufficient," he said, accepting Alf's testimony with a profound air of dignity. "There ain't no law against anybody marrying a woman old enough to be his mother. Everybody in town give Gertie up long ago," added Alf, amiably. "Only goes to show that while there's life there's hope. I'd a swore she was on the shelf for good." "How'd you happen to pick her, Otto?" "She's all right," growled Otto uncomfortably. Then he added, with considerable acerbity, "I'm going to tell her you said she was 42, Alf Riesling." "Well, ain't she?" demanded Alf, bristling. "No, she ain't," replied Otto. "She's 29. Come, put in Anderson sternly. "None o' this now. Move on, Alf. No scrapping on the public thoroughfares o' Tinkletown. You're getting more and more rambunctious every day, Alf." "He ought to be ashamed of himself, speaking by a lady when he knows he's in such a condition," said Otto, turning from the unfortunate Alf to Miss Crow. "Ain't that so, Susie?" "Don't answer, Susie," said Mr. Crow, quickly. "This is no time to side in with Germany. I'm as good an American as you are already," cried Otto, goaded beyond endurance. Mr. Crow smiled tolerantly. "Get out. Let's hear you say vinegar." "Why nigger?" said Otto triumphantly. "I can say it as good as you can yet." Anderson nudged Mr. Riesling, and chuckled. "That's the way to spot 'em," he said significantly. "There's a better way than that," said Alf. "How's that?" Alf whispered in the marshal's ear. Anderson shook his head. "But where are you going to get the new verse, Alf?" "Come on, Otto," said Susie, impatiently. "I have an engagement." They moved off rapidly, passing the ice cream parlor without hesitating. "Do you hear that?" said Alf, after a moment. "She said she was engaged." That night Anderson Crow, town marshal, superintendent of streets, chief of the fire department, post commander of the G.A.R., truant officer, dog catcher, member of the American Horse Thief Detective Association, member of the Universal Detective Bureau, chairman of Tinkletown Battlefield Society, etc., lay awake until nearly 9 o'clock, seeking a solution to the astonishing problem that confronted Tinkletown and its environs. Late reports, received by telephone just before retiring, ran the number of prospective marriages up to 28. His daughters, Susie and Caroline, the latter the eldest of a family of 6 and secretly approaching the age of 32, confided to him that they had had 11 and 3 proposals respectively. A singular feature of the craze was the unanimity of impulse affecting men between the ages of 20 and 30, and the utter absence of concentration on the part of the applicants. It was of record that some of them proposed to as many as 5 or 6 young women before being finally accepted. Rashness appeared to be the watchword. The matrimonial stampede swept caution and consequences into a general heap, and delivered a community of the backwardness that threatened to become a menace to posterity. As Anderson Crow lay in his bed, he tried to enumerate on his fingers the young men who remained unpledged. Starting with his thumb, he got as far as the 3rd finger of his left hand, and then, being sleepy in the effort at trying one, he lost track of those already counted and had to begin all over again, with the maddening result that he could go no further than the 2nd finger. One of the eligibles had slipped his mind completely. The whole situation was harrowing. For instance, he ruminated aloud, oblivious of the fact that his wife was sound asleep. "What is a fella like Newt Blossom going to keep a wife on, I'd like to know? He can hardly keep himself in tune to books as it is, and as for the other necessities of life, he wouldn't have any of them if his mother wasn't such a darn fool about him. The idea of him trying to get our Susie to marry him and Carrie too, for that matter, I get in a cold sweat every time I think of it." He shook his wife vigorously. "Say, Ma," he said, yawning, "I just thought of something I want you to remember in the morning." "Wake up, all right," she mumbled, sleepily. "What is it?" But Mr. Crow was now fast asleep himself. Early the next morning he entered the kitchen, where he found Caroline helping her mother with the breakfast. Mrs. Crow paused in the act of paring slices from a side of bacon. She eyed her husband inimically. "See here, Anderson, you just got to put a stop to all this foolishness. Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm thinking?" said he. "Well, it's time you did something more than think. That Smithers boy was here about 10 minutes ago, red as a beet, asking for Susie. Carrie told him she wasn't up yet, and what do you think the little whippersnapper said?" Anderson blinked, and shook his head. He said, "Well, I guess you'll do, Caroline. Would you mind stepping outside for a couple of minutes? I got something I want to say to you in private." Caroline sat down and laughed unrestrainedly. "Well, by Gemini crickets!" gasped Anderson, aghast. Then he added anxiously, You didn't go and do anything foolish, did you, Carrie?" "Not unless you'd call throwing a pail of cold water on him foolish," said Carrie, wiping her eyes. "Something's got to be done, Anderson," said his wife, compressing her lips. Susie came in at that juncture. She was the apple of Anderson's eye, the prettiest girl in town. Mr. Crow hurried to the kitchen door. "Go back upstairs," he ordered, casting a swift, uneasy glance around the backyard. "What's the matter, Pop?" Mr. Crow did not respond. His keen, roving eye had descried a motionless figure at the mouth of the alley. Caroline explained. "Can you beat it?" cried Susie, inelegantly, but with a very proper scorn. "I told him yesterday he ought to be ashamed of himself, trying to coax Fanny Burns away from Ed Foster." "Ed Foster?" exclaimed Mr. Crow sharply, turning from the doorway. "Why, he's not going to be married till after the war, and that's a long ways off. Ed's around in his uniform and says the National Guard's likely to be called most any day now." "That's one of the arguments Joe Smithers put up to Fanny," said his youngest daughter. "He said maybe the war would last 5 years, and he thought she was a fool to wait that long. What's more, he said, if Ed ever does get to France he's likely to be killed or fatally wounded, and then where would she be?" Anderson suddenly lifted his right leg and slapped it with great force. "By the great Jehoshaphat!" he shouted. "I've got it. I've solved the whole darned mystery. Come to me like a flash." "Of all the low-down, cowardly," Mrs. Crow interrupted him. "Do you mean to say, Anderson Crow, that you never suspected what's got into all these gay Lotharios?" He was instantly on his guard. "What are you talking about, Ma?" he demanded querulously. "You surely can't mean to insinuate that What is this mystery you've just been solving?" she asked relentlessly. He met this with a calm intolerance. "Nothing much. Just simply got to the bottom of a German plot to stuff the young men of America so full of wedding cake they won't be able to get into the trenches, that's all." "My goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Crow, who, as a dutiful wife, never failed to be impressed by her husband's belated discoveries. "Egging our boys into getting married, so's they can't be drafted," went on Anderson, expanding with his newfound idea. "It's a general pro-German plot worldwide, as the saying is. Now, I'll tell you something else. Shut the door, Susie. Like as not some spies listening outside this very minute. They know I'm on to 'em." He lowered his voice. "You'd be surprised if I was to tell you that the whole darn plot originated right here in Tinkletown, wouldn't you? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to tell you. Started right here and spread from one end of the land to the other. Sort of headquarters here. I don't know as there is any more prominent or influential Germans in the whole United States than Adolf Schultz, the butcher on Main Street, and Henny Wimpelmier, the tanyard man, and Ben Olsen, the contractor, and—" "Ben Olsen is a Swede," interrupted Carrie. "He claims to be a Swede," said her father severely. "Don't try to tell me anything, Carrie. I guess I know what I'm talking about." He paused to mentally repair the break in his chain of thought. What was I talking about?" "About the Swedes," said Carrie, snickering. "Breakfast's ready, Pa," said Mrs. Crow. "Call the boys, Susie." "How are you going to stop it, Pop?" inquired Susie, after they were all seated. "Never you mind," said he. "I've got the thing all worked out. I'll stop it, all right. You can't keep people from getting married, Anderson, if they're set on doing it," said his wife. "You bet if I was old enough I wouldn't be getting married," said 14-year-old Hiram, in a somewhat ambiguous burst of patriotism. Immediately after breakfast Mr. Crow set out for the town hall. He was deep in thought. His whiskers were elevated to an almost unprecedented level, so tightly was his jaw set. He had made up his mind to preserve the honor of Tinkletown. Meeting Alf Riesling in front of the post office, he unburdened himself in a flood of indignation that left the town drunkard soberer than he had been in years, despite his vaunted abstemiousness. "But you can't slap all the Germans in jail, Anderson," protested Alf. "In the first place, it ain't legal, and in the second place he paused and scratched his head, evidently to some purpose, for suddenly his face cleared. "In the second place, the jail ain't big enough." "That ain't my fault," said the marshal grimly. "We've got to nip this thing in the bud if we have to. What proof have you got that the Germans are back of all this?" "Got to have proof, you know. Gosh almighty, Alf, ain't you got any sense at all? What are all these fellas getting married for if there ain't something behind it?" "They ain't. They're getting married because every blamed one of 'em is a slacker," said Alf forcibly. "A what? Slacker? They don't want to fight, that's what it means," Anderson pondered. He tugged at his whiskers. "They don't want to fight who?" he demanded abruptly. "We nobody," said Alf. "They don't want to fight the Germans," said Mr. Crow triumphantly. "That ought to settle the matter, Alf. What better proof do you want than that? That shows the Germans are back of the whole infernal plot. They are corrupting our young men. Egging 'em into getting married so's." "Well," said Alf, "there's only one way to put a stop to that. You got to appeal to the women and girls of this here town. You simply got to talk to 'em like a Dutch uncle, Anderson. These boys of ourn have just got to remain single for the duration of the war." "That puts an idea in my head," said Anderson. "S'posin' I put up an official notice from Washington that all marriages contracted before the draft are for the duration of the war only. How's that? Thunderation. No. That's just what the boys would like better'n anything. But it ain't what the girls would like, it is?" Mr. Riesling was silent for a long time, letting the idea crystallize, so to speak. "Supposing they hear about it in Washington," said he doubtfully, but still dazzled by the thought. "President Wilson don't know this town's on the map," said Anderson, a most surprising admission for him. "And even if he does hear about it, he'll back me up, you see, bet your boots on that, even if I am a Republican. Come on, Alf, let's step around to the banner printing office." Shortly before noon a hastily printed poster, still damp and smelling of ink, appeared on the bulletin board in front of the town hall. A few minutes later a similar decoration marred the facade of the Fairbanks Scales in front of Higgins's feed store, and still another loomed up on the telephone pole in front of the post office. With the help of the editor, who was above all things an enterprising citizen and a patriot. The official notice was drafted, doctored and approved in the dingy composing room of the Tinkletown Banner. The lone compositor, with a bucket of paste, sallied forth and, under the critical eye of the town marshal, stuck up the poster in places where no one could help seeing it. The notice read, less than H4 style equals text to line, center, greater than official, War Proclamation No. 7, the undersigned by virtue of the authority, vested in him by his fellowmen hereby, gives, due notice, to the citizens of Tinkletown that their, President of these United States, and, Congress in solemn conclave, have uttered the following decree, to become, effective immediately upon publication, thereof. All marriages entered into by male citizens of the United States of America between the ages of 21 and 31 on and after this date, the 21st of May, 1917, shall be in force for the duration of the war only. This measure is taken at this time for the purpose of making things as easy as possible for our young heroes, who, in the grave hour of battle, must not be worried with thoughts of the future. Men so marrying shall have precedence over all others in their selective draft, for the national army immediately to be called. Such men shall be the first called to their colors. Temporary widows of any and all such soldiers shall not be entitled to pensions in the event of the death of said provisional husbands, and shall revert upon notice thereof to the state of single blessedness from which they were lured by order of Anderson Crowe, Marshal. As the first of these desolating posters was put in place, the Reverend Mr. Maltby, pastor of the Congregational Church, happened to be passing the town hall. He halted and, in astonishment, read the notice. "My dear man," said he to Mr. Crowe, "this cannot be true. Does seem a little high-handed, don't it?" Said Anderson guiltily. "Can it be possible that the President has issued such a revolutionary—" "Listen a minute, Mr. Maltby," said the Marshal, taking him by the arm and furtively glancing over his own shoulder. "It ain't true, not a derned word of it. Now, wait a minute. Don't fly off the mornin', Father Maloney." "Mornin' to you." The sunny-faced Catholic priest had joined them. He adjusted his spectacles and peered at the notice. "Well, well, bless my soul!" he exclaimed, staring blankly at the Congregationalist. "What's all this I see?" "Come inside," said Anderson hastily. "Alf, if you happen to see Mr. Downs, the Methodist preacher, and Justice Robb, bring 'em here right away, will you?" "Shall I go ahead and paste any more of these, Anderson?" inquired the compositor, shifting his quid. "Certainly," said the Marshal. Later on the Marshal left the town hall, followed by several smiling gentlemen of the cloth, Justice Robb, and the editor of the Banner. "Bless your heart, Marshal Crowe," said Father Maloney, "we're with you to a man. It's a glorious lie ye're telling, and you've got the church solid behind ye." "Naturally we shall not be obliged to falsify," said the Reverend Mr. Maltby, still a bit shaken. "We can simply say that the matter is news to us." "Eh, brothers?" "Sure," said Father Maloney. "We can do that much for the good of the country. Indeed, if I'm closely pressed I may go as far as to say that I caught a glimpse of the official dispatch from Washington. This is no time to deny the President, gentlemen, no matter who issues his proclamation." He added the last with a whimsical smile and a wink that rather shocked his Methodist brother. "Especially when the whole matter is vouched for by our respected town marshal, who, to my certain knowledge, possesses the veracity of a George Washington. Have you ever been caught chopping down a cherry tree, Mr. Marshal?" "No, sir," said Anderson promptly. Father Maloney beamed. "There ye are!" he exclaimed heartily. "I told ye so. The epitome of veracity. There isn't another man of his age in America who would have answered no to that question, with no one in a position to contradict him." The editor had his notebook. "Gentlemen, would you object to being interviewed on this important message from Washington? Giving your views on the situation and anything else, you may say for me, Harry, that I warmly endorse the President of the United States in any act which he may deem wise and expedient," said Reverend Mr. Maltby, rising nobly to the occasion. Father Maloney and Reverend Mr. Downs promptly acquiesced. "And also that I am prepared to issue marriage certificates for the duration of the war to all females so desire and said Justice of the Peace Rob. "It ain't cutting me out of any fees," he went on, addressing the marshal. "Fair as I see make out, they all want to get married for nothing. I will be very careful how I word your remarks, gentlemen," said Editor Squires, putting up his notebook. "Now, I'll start out and interview a few of the prospective brides. It ought to make good reading." Long before nightfall the sleepy village of Tinkletown was in a state of agitation unsurpassed by anything within the memory of the oldest inhabitant. Along about supper time one could have heard animated arguments rising above the clear stillness of the air, penetrating even to the heaven which was called upon to witness the unswerving fidelity of two opposing sexes. There was a distinct difference, however, in the duration of this professed fidelity. Masculine voices pleaded for the immediate justification of undying constancy, while those of a feminine quality preferred a prolongation of the exquisite agony of suspense. In short, the brides-elect were obdurate. They insisted on waiting, even to the end of time, for the realization of their fondest, dearest hopes. Several heartbroken gentlemen, preferring anything to procrastination, threatened to shoot themselves. "What's the sense of doing that?" argued one middle-aged widow of a practical turn of mind. "You can save funeral expenses by letting the Germans do it for you." The next day the merchants of Tinkletown, notably the 5 and 10 cent store and Fisher's Queen's West, did a thriving business. From one end of the town to the other came people returning presents that fortunately had not been delivered, and others asking to have their accounts credited with presents already received. Of the 20-odd weddings announced for the week ending June 3, 1917, only one took place. Mr. Otto Schultz was married on Saturday to Miss Bumbelberg. He was the only candidate in town who was worth suing for breach of promise. Miss Bumbelberg, having waited many years for her chance, was not to be frightened by a presidential proclamation. The duration of the war meant nothing to her. She had unlimited faith in the Kaiser. When the war was over he would come over to the United States and revoke all the silly old laws. And she was so positive about it that, after a rather heated interview in the home of Mr. Schultz, Sr., that gentleman admitted it would be cheaper for her to come and live with them after the wedding than to present her with the $1,000 she demanded in case Otto preferred water peace. Mr. Crow, on the 5th of June, strode proudly, efficiently, up and down Main Street, always stopping at the registration booth to slap former fiancés on the back and encourage them with such remarks as this: "That's right, son. If you've got to fight, fight for your country." To Mr. Alf Riesling he confided, "I tell you what, Alf, when this here Kaiser comes up against me he strikes a snag." He couldn't have started his plot in a worse place than here in Tinkletown. Gosh, with all you hear about German efficiency, you'd have thought he'd knowed better, wouldn't you? The perfect end of a day. Anderson Crow gets one on the Kaiser. A long, low-lying bank of almost inky black clouds hung over a blood-red horizon. The sun of a warm, drowsy September day was going to bed beyond the scallop of hills. Suddenly the red in the sky, as if fanned by an angry wind, blazed into a rigid flame. Catching the base of the coal-black cloud it turned its edges into fire, and as the flame burnt itself out, the rich yellow of gold came to glorify the triumphant cloud. The nether edge seemed to dip into a lake, the shores of which were molten gold and upon whose surface craft of ever-changing colors lay moored for the coming night. Anderson Crow, Marshal of Tinkletown, leaned upon his front yard fence and listened to the rhapsodic comments of Miss Sue Becker on the passing panorama. Miss Becker, who had contributed several poems to the columns of the Tinkletown Banner, and more than once had exhibited encouraging letters from the editors of McClaw's, Scribner's, Harper's, and other magazines, was always worth listening to, for, as everyone knows, she was the first, and, so far as revealed, the only literary genius ever created within the precincts of Tinkletown. "You'll have to write a piece about it, Sue," said Anderson, shifting his spare frame slightly. No mortal pen, Mr. Crow, could do justice to the grandeur, the overpowering splendor of that vista, said she. Anderson took another look at the sunset, a more or less stealthy one, it must be confessed, out of the corner of his eye. Sunsets were not much in his line. "It's a great vista," he acknowledged. "I don't know as I can think of a word that will rhyme with it, though. There is such a thing as blank verse, Mr. Crow," said Miss Becker. smiling in a most superior way. Mr. Crow was thinking. Blister wouldn't be bad, he announced. Something about the vista caused a blister. I don't know as you are aware of the fact, Sue, but I wrote considerable poetry when I was a young fella. Mrs. Crow's got Em all tied up in a pink ribbon. It's a mighty funny thing that she won't even show Em to anybody. Oh, but they are sacred, said Miss Becker feelingly, as she looked over the rims of her spectacles at a spot in the sky some 45 degrees above the steeple of the Congregational Church down the street. I don't know as I meant Em to be sacred at the time, said he, but there wasn't anything in Em that was unfitting for a young lady to read. You don't understand. What could be more sacred than the outpourings of love? What more? Course it was a good many years ago, Mr. Crow was quick to explain. Love's young dream, chided Miss Becker coyly. Mr. Crow twisted his sparse grey beard with unusual tenderness. Beats all, don't it, Sue, what a poet'll do when he's trying to raise a moustache? I am sure I don't know, said Miss Becker stiffly. Speaking about sunsets, said he hastily, after a quick glance at her shaded upper lip, how's your pa? I heard he had a sinking spell yesterday. He's better. A moment later, with fine scorn, his sun hasn't set yet, Mr. Crow. Beats all how he hangs on, don't it? 87 last birthday, and spry as a man o' 50 up to he broke off to devote his attention to a couple of strangers further down the tree-lined street, two men who approached slowly on the plank sidewalk, pausing every now and then to peer inquiringly at the front doors of houses along the way. Miss Sue Becker, whose back was toward the strangers, allowed her poetic mind to resume its interest in the sunset. Golden cloudlets float upon a coral. What did you say, Mr. Crow? Ever see Em before, Sue? Hundreds of times. They remind me of the daintiest, fleeciest puffs of, I'm talking about those men coming up the street, said the old town marshal sharply. Miss Becker abandoned the transient sunset for something more durable. 40-odd summers had passed over her head. For one professedly indifferent to the opposite sex, Miss Becker went far toward dislocating her neck when Anderson Crow mentioned the approach of a couple of strange men. I've never seen either of them before, Mr. Crow, she said, a little jump in her voice. That settles it, said Anderson, putting on his spectacles. Settles what? Proves they ain't been in Tinkletown more'n 20 minutes, he replied, much too promptly to suit Miss Becker, who favored him with a look he wouldn't have forgotten in a long time if he had had eyes in the back of his head. They must be looking for someone, he went on, squinting narrowly. Goodbye, Sue. See you tomorrow, I suppose. I'm not going yet, Mr. Crow, she said, moving a little closer to the fence. You don't suppose I'm going to let those men pursue me all the way home, do you? They don't look like kidnappers, he said. Besides, it ain't dark enough yet. Just what do you mean by that, Anderson Crow? She snapped. What do I mean by what? He inquired in some surprise. By what you just said. I mean you're perfectly safe as long as it's daylight, he retorted. What else could I mean? The two strangers were quite near by this time, near enough, in fact, to cause Miss Becker to lower her voice as she said. They're awfully nice-looking gentlemen, ain't they? Evidently Mr. Crow's explanation had satisfied her, for she was smiling with considerable vivacity as she made the remark. Up to that instant she had neglected her back hair. Now she gracefully, lingeringly fingered it to see if it was properly in place. In doing so, she managed to drop her parasol. To her chagrin, Marshal Crow took that occasion to behave in a most incredible manner. It is quite probable that he forgot himself. In any case, he picked up the parasol and returned it to her, snatching it, in fact, almost from beneath the foot of the nearest stranger. Oh, thank you kindly, Mr. Crow, she giggled, and proceeded to let it slip out of her fingers again. Oh, how stupid. How perfectly clumsy. Did I hear you addressed as Mr. Crow? Inquired the foremost of the two strangers, halting abruptly. He was a tall, florid man of 40 or thereabouts, with a deep and not unpleasant voice. His companion was also tall but very gaunt and sallow. He wore huge round spectacles, hooked over his ears. Both were well dressed, one in grey flannel, the other in blue serge. You did, said the town marshal, straightening up. You dropped your umbrella again, Sue, he added. Yes, sir, my name's Crow. Miss Becker waited a few seconds and then picked up the parasol. "The celebrated Anderson Crow?" asked the man with the glasses, opening his eyes a little wider. Mr. Crow suddenly remembered that he was in his shirt sleeves. His faded blue sack coat undress, he called it, hung limp and neglected on the gate post. "More or less," he admitted, wishing to goodness he had on his best pair of galluses instead of the ones he was wearing. "Marshal of Tinkletown, I believe?" said the florid stranger, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Excuse me," said Anderson, conscious of a certain disparaging note in the speaker's voice, which he quite naturally laid to the galluses. Without turning his back toward them he retrieved his coat from the gate-post, remembering in time that those plaguey suspenders had played him false that day and Alf Riesling had volunteered to tie a knot in M, somewhere in the back. "I could find myself $5 furgoin without my uniform," said he, as he slipped an arm into one sleeve. "It's one of my hideboundest rules," and his other arm went in not without a slight twinge, for he had been experiencing a touch of rheumatism in that shoulder. "Yes, sir, I'm the Marshal o' Tinkletown," he added, indicating the bright nickel star that gleamed resplendent among an assortment of glittering and impressive dangling emblems. The man with the spectacles peered intently at the collection on Mr. Crow's breast. "You appear to be almost everything else as well, Mr. Crow," said he, respectfully. "Well, I guess I'll have to be going," put in Miss Becker at this juncture. "Give my love to the girls, Mr. Crow." She moved off up the border walk, her back as stiff as a ramrod. Anyone with half an eye could see that she was resolved not to drop the parasol again. No savage warrior on Battle Bend ever gripped his club with greater determination. "So long," was all that Marshal Crow could spare the time to say. "Yes, sir," he went on, making a fine show of stifling a yawn. "Yes, sir, I've had a few trifling honors in my day. You gentlemen look in for anyone in particular?" "Not now," said the florid one. "We've found him." The spectacled man had his nose quite close to Mr. Crow's badges. He read them off, in the voice and manner of one tremendously impressed. "Grand Army of the Republic. Sons of the American Revolution. Sons of Veterans. Tinkletown Battlefield Association. New York Imperial Detective Association. Bramble County Horse Thief Detective Association. Chief of Fire Department. And what, may I ask, is the little round button at the top?" The Marshal was astonished. "Don't you know what that is? It doesn't appear to have any lettering." "It don't have to have any. That's an American Red Cross button." "So it is, so it is," cried the other hastily. "How stupid of me. And this one on the other lapel is a Liberty Loan button, $100 is what it represents. If anybody should ask you, I recognized it at once, sir. I have one of my own." He raised his hand to his own lapel. "Why, hang it all, I forgot to remove it from my other coat this morning." "Well," said Anderson dryly, "there's to be some advantage in having only one coat." "Mr. Marshal," cut in the larger man brusquely, "we came to see you in regard to a matter of great importance and, I may add, privacy. Having heard of your reputation for cleverness and infallibility, as everybody in the land has heard," put in the other, "we desire your cooperation in an undertaking of considerable magnitude. Quite frankly, I do not see how we can succeed without your valuable assistance. Hold on. If you're trying to get me to subscribe to a set of books, so's my name at the head of the list will drag other suckers into." "Not at all, sir, not at all. We are not book agents, Mr. Marshal." "Well, what are ye, metallurgists?" said the florid one. I see, said Anderson, who didn't see at all. "You started off just like a book agent, a lightning rod salesman. My name is Bacon, George Washington Bacon, and my friend bears an even nobler moniker, if that be possible. He is Abraham Lincoln Bonaparte, a direct descendant of both of those illustrious gentlemen." "You don't say?" "I didn't know Lincoln was any connection of Bonaparte's. It isn't generally known," the descendant informed him, with becoming modesty. "Well, I'm 73 years old and I never heard." 73? gasped Mr. Bonaparte, incredulously. "I don't believe it. You can't be more than 50, Mr. Crow." "Do you suppose I fought in the Union Army before I was born?" demanded Mr. Crow. "Where'd I get this G.A.R. badge?" Lemmy asked you? And you don't think the citizens of this here town would elect a 10-year-old boy to the responsible position of town marshal, do you? Why, gosh snap it, I've been marshal o' Tinkletown for 40 years skip and 2 years back in the 90s when I retired in favor of Ed Higgins, owing to a misunderstanding concern in my health and it is incredible, sir. You are the youngest looking man for your years I've ever seen. But we are digressing. Proceed, Mr. Bacon. Pardon the interruption. Marshal Crowe had drawn himself up to his full height, a good 6 feet, and, expanding under the influence of a just pride, his chest came perilously near to dislodging a couple of brass buttons. His keen little grey eyes snapped brightly in their deep sockets, his sparse chin whiskers, responding to the occasion, bristled noticeably. Employing his thumb and forefinger, he first gave his beard a short caress, after which he drew it safely out of line and expectorated thinly between his teeth with such astounding accuracy that both of the strangers stared. His objective was a narrow slit in the tree box across the sidewalk. I couldn't do that in 1,000 years, said Mr. Bacon, deeply impressed. You could do it in half that time if you lived in Tinkletown, was Anderson's cryptic return. You ought to see Ed Higgins. He's our champion. His specialty is knot holes. Ed's seen hit. Are you interested in metallurgy, Mr. Crowe? Broke in Mr. Bacon, a little rudely. Anderson pondered a few seconds, squinting at the treetops. The two strangers waited his reply with evident concern. Sometimes I am, and sometimes I ain't, said he at last, very seriously. He even went so far as to shake his head slowly, as if to emphasize the fact that he had made a lifelong study of the subject and had not been able to arrive at a definite conclusion. Good! Exclaimed Mr. Bonaparte. That proves, Mr. Crowe, that you are a man of very great discernment indeed. Mr. Crowe brightened perceptibly. I have to know a little of everything in my line of work, Mr. Lincoln. Mr. Bonaparte made no attempt to correct him. As a matter of fact, for a moment or two he was in some doubt himself. It was only after indulging in a hasty bit of mental jugglery that he decided his friend couldn't possibly have introduced him as Bonaparte Abraham Lincoln, or Abraham Bonaparte Lincoln. He wished, however, that he had paid a little closer attention when Mr. George Washington Bacon arranged his names for him. We should like to have a few minutes private conversation with you, Mr. Marshall, said Bacon, lowering his voice. Fire away, gents. I said private. Mr. Crowe. Well, if it's anything you don't want the birds to hear, I guess we'd better go up to the house. If you don't mind that woodpecker up yonder and them two sparrows out there in the road, I guess this is about as private a place as you'll find in Tinkletown. Haven't you an office, Mr. Crowe? Demanded Mr. Bacon. Yes, but it ain't private. Whenever I've got anything private to tend to or even think about, I'll just go out in the middle of the street. Shoot ahead. Nobody'll hear you. It will take some little time, explained Mr. Bonaparte, anxiously. Have you had your dinner? Anderson looked at him keenly. What's that got to do with it? Mr. Bonaparte means supper, explained Mr. Bacon. He is a bit excited, Mr. Crowe. He must be, agreed Anderson, glancing at his watch. 6:30. Go ahead. We won't be interrupted now till it's time to go to bed. The two strangers in Tinkletown drew still closer, so close, indeed, that the town marshal, having had his pocket picked once or twice at the county fair, fell back a little from the fence. You must be careful to show no sign of surprise, Mr. Crowe, said Bacon. What I am about to say to you may startle you, but you, Anderson reassured him with a gesture. Proceed, he said. Whereupon the spokesman, Mr. Bacon, did a tale unfold that caused the town marshal to lie awake nearly all night and to pop out of bed the next morning fully an hour earlier than usual. For the time being, however, he succeeded so admirably in simulating indifference that the men themselves were not only surprised but a trifle disturbed. He wasn't conducting himself at all as they had expected. At the conclusion of this serious 15 minutes recital, rendered into paragraphs by Anderson's frequent interruptions, the eager Mr. Bonaparte exclaimed. Well, Mr. Crowe, doesn't it completely bowl you over? What's that? Bowl me over? I should say not. Why, I knowed for I can't tell you how long that there's gold up yonder in my piece of timberland on Crow's Mountain. Knowed it ever since I was a boy." His hearers blinked rapidly for a few seconds. "Really?" murmured Mr. Bacon. "Do you mean to say there actually is gold?" began Mr. Bonaparte, but he got no farther. Whether accidentally or otherwise, Mr. Bacon's foot came sharply into contact with the speaker's shin, and the question terminated in a pained look of surprise, directed with some intensity and a great deal of fortitude at nothing in particular. "Well, you're a wonder, Mr. Crow," said Mr. Bacon hastily. "I am immensely relieved that you do know of its existence. It simplifies matters tremendously. It has been there all the time and you've never known just how to go about getting it out of the ground. Isn't that the case, Mr. Crow?" "Exactly," said Mr. Crow. Mr. Bacon shot a significant look at Mr. Bonaparte, and that worthy put his hand suddenly to his mouth. "Well, that's what we're here for, Mr. Crow, to get that gold out of the earth. If our estimates are correct, or, I should say, if our investigations establish the fact that it is a real vein and not merely a little pocket, there ought to be $1 million in that piece of land of yours. Now, let me see. Just how much land do you own up there, Mr. Crow?" "I own darned near all of it," said the marshal promptly. "About 75 acres, I should say. Nothing but timberland, I assume, judging from what we have been able to observe. All timber. Never been cleared, except pretty well down the slope. And it is about 5 miles as the crow flies from Tinkletown, eh?" "I generally say as the wild goose flies," said Mr. Crow, somewhat curtly. "Well, you have heard the proposition I bring from my employers in New York City. Think it over tonight, Mr. Crow. Then, we will meet tomorrow morning at your office to complete our plans. I shall be prepared to hand you a draft for $200 to bind the bargain. What time do you reach your office?" "Generally some years between 6 and 1/4 past. "My God," muttered Mr. Bonaparte. "We will be there at 6:15, said Mr. Bacon firmly. "Good evening, Mr. Crow." Far in the night, Mrs. Crow peevishly mumbled to her bedfellow, "What ails you, Anderson Crow? Go to sleep." Never mind. I can't tell you, so don't pester me. All asked of you is to wake me at 5 if I happen to oversleep." "Well, of all the, do you suppose I'm going to lay awake here all that night waiting for 5 o'clock to? How in thunder do you expect me to go to sleep, Eva, if you keep jabbering away to me all night long like this? Ding it all to gosh, here it is after 1 o'clock and you still talking. Don't do it, I say. Don't ask another question till 5 o'clock, and then all you got to do it to ask me if I'm awake." Said Mrs. Crow. Messrs. Bacon and Bonaparte were an hour and 40 minutes late. It was nearly 8 o'clock when the two gentlemen came hurrying around the corner into Sickle Street, piloted by Alf Riesling, the town drunkard. A long, important-looking cigar propitiated Mr. Crow, and after Mr. Riesling and other citizens had been given to understand that the strangers were figuring on buying all the timber on Crow's Mountain, the three principals set forth in Anderson's buckboard. In due time they arrived at the top of the mountain. Now Crow's Mountain was no mountain at all. It was a thickly wooded hill that had achieved eminence by happening to be a scant 50 feet higher than the knolls surrounding it. From the low-lying pastures and grain fields to the top of the outstanding pine that reared its blasted storm-stripped tip far above its fellows, the elevation was not more than 300 feet. Nevertheless, it was the loftiest hill in all that region and capped Anderson Crow's agricultural possessions. Just before the Boggs City National Bank at the county seat closed that afternoon, Mr. Crow appeared at the receiving teller's window. He deposited $200 in currency. Mr. Bacon had decided that a draft on New York might excite undue curiosity. "If people were to get wise to what we are really after up here on this mountain, Mr. Crow," said he, "it would play hob with everything. If it gets out that we are after gold, why, the price of land would be so high we couldn't. Lot of these hayseeds been wanting to sell for years." "The derned rubes," broke in Anderson, pityingly. "Well, you get me, don't you? Keep our eyes open and our mouths closed, and we will be millionaires inside of a year or two, at the outside, mum's the word, as the fella said," agreed Mr. Crow. "And of course you see the advisability of having our articles of incorporation filed secretly in New Jersey." This contract we have signed will be ratified by our employers in New York, and the regular articles drawn up at once. Wait till you see the names of the men who are behind this enterprise. The first meeting of the board of directors will bring together a dozen of the greatest. Where will the meeting be held? Broke in Anderson, somewhat anxiously. New York City, of course. It wouldn't surprise me in the least to see you elected president of the corporation, Mr. Crow. Oh, gosh almighty. I can't accept the honor, Mr. Bacon. It's too much of a responsibility. Besides, I don't see how I'm going to be able to get away from Tinkletown this fall to attend the meeting. The county fair opens next week at Boggs City, and the second week in October there's to be a Baptist revival. You can send in your proxy, Mr. Crow, explained Mr. Bacon. It will be all the same to us, you know. Well, I guess I better, said Anderson thoughtfully. A fortnight went by. Crow's Mountain had become the scene of sharp but stealthy activity. Anderson went about the streets of Tinkletown as if in a daze. Acting upon the stern, almost offensive, advice of his new partners, he did not go near the mountain after the first couple of days. They made it very plain to him that everything depended on his shrewdness in staying away from the mountain altogether. The Tinkletown Banner, in reporting the vast transaction, incorporated an interview with Mr. G. W. Bacon, who announced that the syndicate he represented had in mind a project to erect a huge summer hotel on top of the most beautiful mountain east of the Rockies, in the event that satisfactory terms could be arranged with Mr. Crow. As a matter of fact, explained Mr. Bacon, he had been instructed to make certain preliminary investigations in regard to construction, and so forth, such as ascertaining how far down they would have to go to bedrock, and all that sort of thing. Practically all of the syndicate's preparatory work on Crow's Mountain was done under cover of night. Motor trucks that were said to have been driven all the way from Pittsburgh on account of the dreadful congestion on the railroads delivered machinery, tools, drills, rods, bolts, rivets and thin jangling strips of structural steel. Marshal Crow, assuming an importance he did not feel, strutted about Tinkletown. His abstraction had a good deal to do with the accident to old Mrs. Twiggers. He was dreamily cogitating at the time she was run down by Schultz's butcher wagon, and as the catastrophe took place almost under his nose, more than one citizen called him names he wouldn't forget. The old lady had her spectacles smashed and lost a dozen eggs in the confusion. Moreover, Ed Higgins's hen roost was robbed, and 3 tramps spent as much as half a day on Main Street before Anderson took any notice of them. Ordinarily, he was death on tramps. Crime, as Mr. Harry Squires put it in a caustic editorial in the Banner, was rampant in Tinkletown. It was getting so rampant, he complained, that it wasn't safe to cross the street, especially while eggs were retailing at 42 cents a dozen. It remained for Alf Riesling, the town drunkard, to bring order out of chaos. Not that he seized the opportunity to go on a spree while Anderson was moon-gazing, not at all. Alf loathed intoxicating liquors. He did not drink himself, and he had a horror of anyone who did. He had been drunk just 3 times in his life, but as he had managed to crowd the 3 exhibitions into the space of 1 week some 20 years before Tinkletown elected him forthwith for life to the office of town sot. Now, Alf had a grievance. He finally got the ear of Marshal Crow and let loose in a way that startled the old man out of his daze. Here you been watching me, and trailing me, and lecturing me for 20 years, dirny, and pleading with me to keep sober for the sake of Tinkletown's fair name, and you let this fella Bonnie party get full and keep people awake half the night. He's been drunk more times in the last 3 weeks than I ever was in all my life. What's that? Did you say drunk? Demanded Anderson, blinking. Who told you he was drunk? He did, said Alf. He don't make any bones about it. He tells everybody when he is drunk. He's proud of it, and I suppose everybody believes him, said Anderson scathingly. The people of this here town will believe anything if. Last night that partner of his'n and 2 other fellas from up the hill had to take him up to his room and lock him in. He was trying to sing the Star-Spangled Banner in Dutch. Gosh, it was awful. He ought to be arrested, same as anybody else, Anderson Crow. You got me under suspicion every minute of the time, night and day. That'll do, now Alf. No more back-talk out you, exclaimed Anderson menacingly. You might as well be drunk as toked drunk. Don't you know any better? Are you going to arrest this bonny party fella? Anderson eyed him sternly for a moment. I got half a notion to run you in, Alf Riesling, for interfering with an officer. How am I interfering? You're preventing me from arresting a violator of the law, darn you. Can't you see I'm on my way over to Justice Rob's to swear out a warrant against Abraham Lincoln Bonaparte for being intoxicated? What do you mean by stopping me in? I'll go along, Andy, broke in Alf, suddenly affable. I'll swear to it if you, time necessary, announced Anderson loftily. I soon attend to my own business, if you can't. Nobody seen sing the Star-Spangled Banner in Dutch without having a charge of intoxication filed agin him, lemme tell you that. Get out o' my way, Alf. Mr. Crow's pride had been touched. The shaft of criticism had gone home. He would arrest Mr. Abraham Lincoln Bonaparte, no matter what came of it. He did not like Mr. Bonaparte anyway. It was Mr. Bonaparte who had ordered him off Crow's Mountain, his own mountain, mind you, and told him not to come puttering around there any more. On second thoughts, he accepted the nominal town sot's offer to make affidavit against a real offender, but declined his company and assistance in effecting the arrest. Down in the old marshal's heart lurked the fear that his new partners would put up such strenuous objections to the arrest that he would have to give way to them. It was this misgiving that caused him to make the trip to Crow's Mountain instead of confronting his man that evening at the hotel or in the street, in the presence of an audience. Arriving at the crossroads half a mile from the foot of Crow's Mountain, he encountered two men tinkering with the engine of a big automobile. They stopped him and inquired if there was a garage nearby. While he was directing them to Pete Olson's in town, he espied two more men reposing in the shade of a tree farther up the lane. As he drove on, leaving them behind, he found himself possessed of the notion that the two men were strangely nervous and impatient. He decided, after he had gone a half-mile farther, that they had, as a matter of fact, acted in a very suspicious manner, just as automobile thieves might be expected to act in the presence of an officer of the law. He made up his mind that if they were still there when he returned with his prisoner, he would yank him up for investigation. He went through the motions of hitching Old Hip and Jim to a sapling near the top of the mountain. They went to sleep almost instantly. In the little clearing off to the left, a couple of 100 yards away, Marshal Crow observed several men at work constructing a shanty. Closer at hand, almost lost to view among the pines, rose a thin, open-work steel tower from which the drill was to be operated. Standing out among the treetops were the long crossbars of steel, and from them ran the guy wires to the ground below. Mr. Crow had never seen a drill before, but he had been told by Mr. Bacon that this was the newest thing on the market. The marshal started off in the direction of the shanty, and suddenly a most astonishing thing happened. Mr. Crow disappeared from view as if by magic. In order to give the drill as wide a berth as possible, he had deployed widely to the left of the path, making his way somewhat tortuously through a rough lot of underbrush. Without the slightest warning, the earth gave way beneath him and down he shot, clawing frantically at the edges of a well-camouflaged hole in the ground, taking with him a vast amount of twigs, branches and a network of sapling poles. Not only did he drop a good 12 feet, but he landed squarely upon the stooping person of Mr. Bacon, who emitted a startling sound that began as a yell and ended as a grunt. He then crumpled up and spread himself out flat, with Mr. Crow draped awkwardly across his prostrate form. For the time being, Mr. Bacon was as still as the grave. He was out. Anderson scrambled to his feet, pawing the air with his hands, his eyes tightly shut. He was yelling for help. Now, it was this yelling for help that deceived the astonished Mr. Bonaparte. He jumped at once to the conclusion that the marshal was calling for assistance from the outside, so he threw up his hands. I surrender. I give in. He yelled. Keep them off. Don't let them get at me. Anderson opened his eyes and stared. He found himself in a small, squat room lighted by a lantern which stood upon a crudely made table in the corner beyond Bonaparte. There was a board floor well littered with soil and shavings. In another corner stood a singular-looking contraption, not unlike a dynamo. Marshal Crow bethought himself of his mission. Although the breath had been jarred out of his body, he managed to say explosively, I got a warrant for your arrest. Come along now. Don't resist. Don't make a fuss. Come along peaceably. I'll come, Mr. Crow. I was dragged into this thing against my will. Got in Himmel. Got exclamation mark. Never mind what you got, exclaimed Anderson sharply. You come along with me or you'll get something worse than that. Is he dead? Groaned Bonaparte, his eyes almost starting from his head. Anderson backed away from the sprawling, motionless figure on the floor. Gosh, I hope not. I was as much surprised as anybody. Say, you see if he's breathing. We got to get him out of this place right away and send for a doctor. The good Lord knows I didn't intend to light on him like that. It was an accident, I swear it was. You know just how it happened, and you'll stand by me, won't you, if— Just then a loud voice came from above. Hey, down there. A second's pause. Then, we've got you dead to rights, so no monkey business. Come up out o' that, or we'll pump enough lead down the two. Don't shoot, don't shoot, yelled Mr. Bonaparte shrilly. Tell your men not to fire, Mr. Crow. Tell who? Cried Anderson blankly. Suddenly he sprang to his companion's side, seizing him by the arm. He whispered hoarsely, by gosh, I thought there was something queer about that gang. Have you got any of the gold here? I recollect that fella's voice, plain as day. They're after the gold. They've heard about— Are you coming up? Roared the voice from the outer world. Who are you? Called back Anderson stoutly. Oh, I guess you'll recognize United States Marshals when you see 'em. Come on, now. Abraham Lincoln Bonaparte faced Marshal Crow, the truth dawning upon him like a flash. You damned old rube. He snarled, and forthwith planted his fist under Anderson's chin whiskers, with such surprising force that the old man once more landed heavily on the prostrate form of the unfortunate Bacon. Oh, gosh! Groaned Anderson, and as his eyes rolled upward he saw a million stars chasing each other around the ceiling. I'll get that much satisfaction out of it anyhow, he heard someone say, from a very great distance. Some time afterward he was dimly aware of a jumble of excited voices about him. Someone was shouting in his ear. He opened his eyes and everything looked green before them. In time he recognized pine trees, very lofty pine trees that slowly but surely shrank in size as he gazed wonderingly at them. There were a lot of strange men surrounding him. Out of the mass, he finally selected a face that grew upon him. It was the face of Alf Riesling. By jinx, Anderson, you done it this time, Alf cried excitedly. I told them you was on your way up here to arrest these fellas, and by jinx, I knowed you'd get 'em. Lemme set down, please, mumbled Anderson, and the two men who supported him lowered him gently to the ground, with his back against a tree trunk. Come here, Alf, he called out feebly. Alf shuffled forward. Who are these men? Whispered Anderson. Detectives, regular detectives, replied Alf. United States detectives. What do you call 'em? Scotland Yard men, replied Anderson, who had done a good deal of reading in his time. I started out after you on my wheel, Andy, thinking maybe you'd have trouble. Down the road I met up with these fellas in a big automobile. They stopped me and said I couldn't go up the hill. Just then up comes another car full of men. They all seemed to be acquainted. I told 'em I was a deputy marshal and was going up the hill to help you arrest a fella named Bonaparte. Well, by jinx, you ought to heard 'em. They cussed, and said the derned ole fool would spoil everything. Then, 'fore you could say Joe, they piled into one o' the cars and sailed up the hill. I didn't get up here till after they'd hauled you and your prisoners out o' that hole, but I give 'em the laugh just the same. You captured the two ringleaders. By gosh, I'm glad you're alive, Andy. I bet the Kaiser'll hate you for this. They're the what? Ole Kaiser Bill. Say, you was down there quite a little spell, and they won't let me go down. What does a wireless plant look like, Anderson? That evening Marshal Crow sat on the porch in front of Lamson's store, smoking a fine cigar, presented to him by Harry Squires, reporter for the Banner. He had a large audience. Indeed, he was obliged to raise his voice considerably in order to reach the outer rim. He had been called a hero, a fearless officer, and a lot of other pleasant things, by the astonished United States Marshals, and he had been given to understand that he would hear from Washington before long. Mr. Bacon, Kurt von Poppenblitz, and Mr. Bonaparte, Comrade Bloom, had also called him something, but he didn't mind. His erstwhile partners, with their 4 or 5 henchmen, were now well on their way to limbo, and Mr. Crow was regaling his hearers with the story. During the first recital, this being either the 9th or 10th, Alf Riesling had been obliged to prompt him, a circumstance readily explainable when one stops to consider the effect of the murderous blow Mr. Crow had received. "Course," said Anderson, "they did fool me at first. But I wasn't long getting onto 'em. I used to sneak up there and investigate ever now and again. Finally I got onto the fact that they was German spies. I got positive proof of it. I can't tell you just what it is, 'cause it's government business. Then I finds out they got a wireless plant all in order, and ready to relay messages to the coast o' Maine, from some ears out west. So today, I goes over to Justice Rob's and gets a warrant for intoxication. That was to make it legal for me to bust into their shanty if necessary. Course, the drunk charge was only a blind, as I told the U.S. Marshal. I went right straight to that underground den o' there, and afore they knowed what was up, I leapt down on 'em. First thing I done was to put the big and dangerous one-horse to combat. He was the one I was worried about. I knocked him flat and then went after t'other one. He let on like he was surrenderin'. He fooled me, I admit, 'cause I don't know anything about wireless machinery. All of a sudden he give me a wireless shock out o' nowhere, you might say, and well, by cracky, I thought it was all over. Course, I realize now it was foolish show me to try to go up there and take them 2 desperados single-handed, but I what's that, but? Mrs. Crow sent me to tell you if you didn't come home to supper this minute, you wouldn't get any, called out a boy from the outskirts of the crowd. That's the second wireless shock you've had today, Anderson, said Harry Squires, dryly, and slowly closed one eye. The best man wins. Anderson Crow meets his Waterloo and his man. For 16 consecutive years Anderson Crow had been the Marshal of Tinkletown. A hiatus of 2 years separated this period of service from another which, according to persons of apparently infallible memory, ran through an unbroken stretch of 22 years. Uncle Jid Luce stoutly maintained, and with some authority, that anybody who said 22 years was either mistaken or lying. He knew for a positive fact that it was only 21, for the simple reason that at the beginning of the Crow dynasty a full year elapsed before Anderson could be convinced that he actually had been victorious at the polls over his venerable predecessor, ex-Marshal Bunker, who had served uninterruptedly for something like 30 years before him. It took the wisest men in town nearly a year to persuade the incredulous Mr. Bunker that he had been defeated, and also to prove to Mr. Crow that he had been elected. Neither one of them would believe it. It was the consensus of opinion, however, that Anderson Crow had served, all told, 38 years, the aforesaid hiatus being the result of a decision on his part to permanently abandon public life in order to carry on his work as a private detective. Mr. Red Higgins held the office for 2 years and then retired, claiming that there wasn't any sense in Tinkletown having 2 marshals and only paying for one. And, as the salary and perquisites were too meager to warrant a division, and the duties of office barely sufficient to keep one man awake, he arrived at the only conclusion possible: it was only fair that he should split even with Anderson. After thinking it over for some time, he decided that about the best way to solve the problem was for him to take the pay and allow Anderson to do the work, an arrangement that was eminently satisfactory to the entire population of Tinkletown. Elections were held biennially. Every 2 years, in the spring, as provided by statute, the voters of Tinkletown, unless otherwise engaged, ambled up to the polling place in the rear of Hawkins's undertaking emporium and voted not only for Anderson Crow, but for a town clerk, a justice of the peace, and 3 selectmen. No one ever thought of voting for anyone except Mr. Crow. Once, and only once, was there an opposition candidate for the office of town marshal. It is on record that he did not receive a solitary vote. Republicans and Democrats voted for Anderson with persistent fidelity, and while there were notable contests for the other offices at nearly every election, no one bothered himself about the marshalship. The regular election was drawing near. Marshal Crow was mildly concerned, not about himself, but on account of the tremendous battle that was to be waged for the office of town clerk. Henry Wimpelmere, the proprietor of the tanyard, had come out for the office, and was spending money freely. The incumbent, Ezra Pounder, had had a good deal of sickness in his family during the winter, and was in no position to be bountiful. Moreover, Ezra was further handicapped by the fact that nearly every voter in Tinkletown owed money to Henry Wimpelmere. Inasmuch as it was just the other way round with Ezra, it may be seen that his adversary possessed a sickening advantage. Mr. Wimpelmere could afford to slap everyone on the back and jingle his pocket full of change in the most reckless fashion. He did not have to dodge anyone on the street, not he. Anderson Crowe was a strong pounder man. He was worried. Henry Wimpelmere had openly stated that if he were elected he would be pleased to show his gratitude to his friends by cancelling every obligation due him. He was planning to run on what was to be called the People's Ticket. Ezra was an Anderson Crowe Republican. Tinkletown itself was largely Republican. The Democrats never had a chance to hold office except when there was a Democratic president at Washington. Then one of them got the post office, and almost immediately began to show signs of turning Republican so that he could be reasonably certain of reappointment at the end of his 4 years. Anderson Crowe lay awake nights trying to evolve a plan by which Henry Wimpelmere's astonishing methods could be overcome. That frank and unchallenged promise to cancel all debts was absolutely certain to defeat Ezra. So far as the marshal knew, no one owed Henry more than $5. In most cases it was even less, but when you sat down and figured up just how much Henry would ever realize in hard cash on these accounts, even if he waited 100 years, it was easy to see that the election wasn't going to cost him $1. For example, Alf Riesling had owed him $1.35 for nearly 7 years. Alf admitted that the obligation worried him a great deal, and it was pretty nearly certain that he would jump at the chance to be relieved. Other items: Henry Plum, $2.25, Harvey Shortfork, 90 cents, Ben Pickett, $1.75, Rush Applegate, $3.20, Lum Gillespie, $1.15, and so on, including Ezra Pounder himself, who owed the staggering sum of $11.82. There was, after all, some consolation in the thought that Ezra would be benefited to that extent by his own defeat. Naturally, Mr. Crowe gave no thought to his own candidacy. No one was running against him, and apparently no one ever would. Therefore, Mr. Crowe was in a position to devote his apprehensions exclusively to the rest of the ticket, and to Ezra Pounder in particular. He could think of but one way to forestall Mr. Wimpelmere, and that was by digging down into his own pocket and paying in cash every single cent that the electorate of Tinkletown owed the Dadburn Shylock. He even went so far as to ascertain almost to $1 just how much it would take to save the honor of Tinkletown, finding, after an investigation, that $276.82 would square up everything, and leave Henry high and dry with nothing but the German vote to depend upon. There were exactly 22 eligible voters in town with German names, and 7 of them professed to be Swiss the instant the United States went into the war. Mr. Crowe was making profound calculation on the back of an envelope when Alf Riesling, the town drunkard, came scuttling excitedly around the corner from the Banner office. "Gee whiz!" gasped Alf, "I've been looking all over for you, Anderson. Say, can't you see I'm busy? Now, I got to begin all over again. Move on, now, have you heard the latest?" gulped Alf, grabbing him by the arm. "What ails you, Alf? Wait a minute. No, by gosh, it's more like onions. For a second I thought I'm as sober as ever," interrupted Alf hotly. "That's what you've been saying for 20 years, said Anderson. "Well, ain't I? I don't know what you do when I'm not watching you. Well, all I got to say is I never felt more like Tarky in a drink. And you'll feel like it, too, when you hear the latest. Maybe you'll drop dead or something. Serve you right, too, by Jiminy, the way you keep insinuating about. Go on and tell me. Don't talk all day. Just tell me. That's all you're called on to do." "Well," sputtered Alf, "someone's come out again you fur marshal. I seen the item they're printing over at the Banner office. Seen the name and everything." Anderson blinked 2 or 3 times, reached for his whiskers and missed them, and then roared. "You must be crazy, Alf. By thunder, I hate to do it, But I'll have to put you in a safe. You just wait and see if I'm safe place where you can't harm nobody. You oughtn't to be running round at large like this. Here. Let go my arm. What the dickens are you trying to? Come on. I'll show you," exclaimed Alf. "I'll take you right around to the Banner office and say, didn't you know the People's Party nominated a full ticket last night over at Oddfellows Hall?" Anderson submitted himself to be led or rather dragged around the corner into Sickle Street. Several businessmen aroused from mid-morning lassitude allowed their chairs to come down with a thump upon divers mercantile porches, and fell in behind the two principal citizens of Tinkletown. Something terrible must have happened or Marshal Crowe wouldn't be summoned in any such imperative manner as this. "What's up, Anderson?" called out Mort Fryback, the hardware dealer, wavering on one leg while he reached frantically behind him for his crutch. Mort was always looking for excitement. He hadn't had any to speak of since the day he created the greatest furor the town had experienced in years by losing one of his legs under an extremely heavy kitchen stove. "Is there a fire?" shouted Mr. Brubaker, the druggist, half a block away. Mr. Jones, proprietor of the Banner job printing office, obligingly produced the galley proof of the account of the People's Convention, prepared by his city editor, Harry Squires, for the ensuing issue of the weekly. Mr. Squires himself emerged from the press room, and sarcastically offered his condolences to Anderson Crowe. "Well, here's a pretty howdy-do, Anderson," he said, elevating his eye shade to a position that established a green halo over a perfectly pink pate. "Howdy-do," responded Anderson, with unaccustomed politeness. He was staring hard at the dirty strip of paper which he held to the light. "Didn't I tell you?" exclaimed Alf Riesling triumphantly. "The shiz, right before your eyes." Mr. Riesling employed the proper gender in making this assertion. She was right before the eyes of everyone who cared to look. Anderson slowly read off the ticket. His voice cracked deplorably as he pronounced the last of the 6 names that smote him where he had never been smitten before. Clark Henry Wimpelmere, Justice of the Peace William Kaiser, Selectman, 1st District Otto Schultz, Selectman, 2nd District Conrad Blank, Selectman, 3rd District Christopher Columbus Callahan, Marshal Minnie Stitzenberg. A long silence followed the last syllable in Minnie's name, broken at last by Marshal Crowe, who turned upon Harry Squires and demanded, "What do you mean, Harry Squires, by belittling a woman's name in your paper like this? She's seen sue for libel. You got no right to make fun of a respectable, hard-working woman, even though she did make a darn fool of herself getting up that petition to have me removed from office." "Well, that's what she's still trying to do," said Harry. "What say?" "I say she's still trying to remove you from office. She's going to get your hide, Anderson, for arresting her when she tried to make that suffrage speech in front of the town hall last fall. I had a right to arrest her. She was obstructing the public thoroughfare. That's all right, but she said she had as much right to block the street as you had. You made speeches all over the place." "Yes, but I made them in good American English, and she spoke half the time in German. How in thunder was I to know what she was saying? She might have been saying something agging the United States government, for all I knew." "Well, anyhow, she's going to get your scalp for it, if it's in woman's power to do it. I'm agging any female citizen of this here town that subscribes to a German paper printed in New York City and refuses to read the Banner," declared Anderson loudly and with all the astuteness of the experienced politician. "And what's more," pursued Anderson scornfully, "I'm agging that whole ticket. There's only one American on it, and he was a Democrat up to last Sunday. Besides, it's agging the law to nominate Minnie Stitzenberg." "Why?" demanded Harry Squires. "Ain't she a woman?" "Certainly she is." "Well, ain't that agging the law? A woman ain't got no right to run for nothing," said Anderson. She ain't, eh? Didn't you walk up to the polls last fall and vote to give her the right?" demanded Harry. "Didn't every doggoned man in this town except Bill Winthrop vote for suffrage?" "Well, then, what are you kicking about? She's got as much right to run for marshal as you have, old sport, and if what she says is true, every blessed woman in Tinkletown is going to vote for her." Marshal Crowe sat down, a queer, dazed look in his eyes. "By gosh, I never thought they'd act like this," he murmured. Every man in the group was asking the same question in the back of his startled brain. Has my wife gone and got mixed up in this scheme of Minnie's without saying anything to me? Visions of feminine supremacy filled the mental eye of a suddenly perturbed constituency. The realization flashed through every mind that if the women of Tinkletown stuck solidly together, there wasn't the ghost of a chance for the sex that had been in the saddle since the world began. An unwitting, or perhaps a designing, Providence had populated Tinkletown with at least 20 more women than men. Alf Riesling was the first to speak. He addressed the complacent Mr. Squires. "I know one woman that ain't going to vote for Minnie Stitzenberg," said he, somewhat fiercely. "What are you going to do?" inquired Harry mildly. "Kill her? Nothing as trifling as that," said Alf. "I'm going to tell my wife if she votes for Minnie I'll pack up and leave her. Minnie's sure of one vote." "All right," was Harry's comment. Fully 10 minutes were required to convince the marshal that Minnie Stitzenberg was a bona fide candidate. Anderson finally arose, drew himself to his full height, lifted his chin, and faced the group with something truly martial in his eye. "Fellow citizens," he began solemnly, "the time has come for us men to stand together. We got to protect our rights. We got to let the women know that they can't come between us. For the last million years we have been supporting and protecting and putting up with all sorts of women, and we got to give them to understand that this is no time for them to get it into their heads they can support and protect us. Everybody, including the women, knows there's a great war going on over in Europe. Us men are fighting that war. We're bleeding and dying and been captured by the orneriest villains outside oh hell, as the fella says. I'm not saying the women ain't doing their part, mind you. They're doing noble, and you couldn't get me to say a thing agin women as women. They're a darn sight better'n we are. That's just the point. We got to keep 'em better'n we are, and what's more to the point, we don't want 'em to find out they're better'n we are. Just as soon as they get to be as overbearing and as incontrollable as we are, then there's going to be thunder to pay. I'm willing to work, and fight, and die for my wife and my daughters, but I'm darned if I like the idea of them working and fighting agin me. I'm willing the women should vote. But they oughtn't to run out and vote agin the men the first chance they get. When this war's over and there ain't no able-bodied men left to run things, then you bet the women will be darned glad we fixed things so's they won't never have to worry about going to war with the ding-blasted ravishers over in Germany. If the time ever comes, and it may, if they keep killing us off over the when the women have to run this here government, they'll find it's a man-sized job, and that we took care of it mighty well up to the time we got all shot to pieces preserving humanity, and civilization, and all the women and children the Germans didn't get a chance to butcher because we wouldn't let 'em. Now, I'm ready any time to knuckle under to a man, that's better I am. But I'm doggoned if I'm willing to admit that Minnie Stitzenberg's that man. Yes, sir, gentlemen, we men have got to stand together, sh. hissed Mort Fryback, jerking his head in the direction of Main Street. With one accord the men on the porch turned to look. Miss Minnie Stitzenberg had come into view on the opposite side of the street, and was striding manfully in their direction. The Higgins dog trotted proudly, confidently, a few feet ahead of her. She waved a friendly hand and called out, in a genial but ludicrous effort to mimic the lordly Mr. Crow, "Move on there, now. Don't loiter." A little later, the agitated town marshal, flanked by the town drunkard and the one-legged Mr. Fryback, viewed with no little dismay a group of women congregated in front of Pa's dry goods store. In the center of this group was the new candidate for town marshal. Alf Riesling stopped short and said something under his breath. His wife was one of Miss Stitzenberg's most attentive listeners. Marshal Crow was not disheartened. He knew that Minnie Stitzenberg could not defeat him at the polls. The thing that rankled was the fact that a woman had been selected to run against him. It was an offense to his dignity. The leaders of the People's Party made it quite plain that they did not consider him of sufficient importance to justify anything so dignified as masculine opposition. On the day of the Republican convention, which was to be held in the town hall in the evening, Anderson went in despair and humility to Harry Squires, the reporter. "Harry," he said, "I've been thinking it over. I can't run agin a woman. It goes agin the grain. If I beat her, I'd never be able to look anybody in the face, and if she beats me, why, by gosh, I couldn't even look myself in the face. so I'm going to decline the nomination tonight." He was rather pathetic, and Harry Squires was touched. He had a great fondness for the old marshal, notwithstanding his habit of poking fun at him and ridiculing him in the banner. He laid his hand on the old man's arm and there was genuine warmth in his voice as he spoke to him. "Anderson, we can't allow you to withdraw. It would be the vilest thing the people of this town could do if they turned you out of office after all these years of faithful service." "We can't be helped, Harry," said Anderson firmly. "I won't run again a woman, so that's the end of it." Harry looked cautiously around, and then, leaning a little closer, said, "I know something that would put Minnie in the soup, clean over her head. All I've got to do is to tell what I know about." "Hold on, Harry," broke in the marshal sternly. "Is it something nagging her character?" "It's something that would prevent every man, woman and child in Tinkletown from voting for her," said Harry. "Something scandalous?" demanded Anderson, perking up instantly. "Decidedly. A word from me and—" "Wait a second. Is there a man in the case?" "A man?" cried Harry. "Bless your soul, Anderson, there are 50 men in it." Anderson fell back a step or two. For a moment or two he was speechless. Sakes alive. 50? For goodness sake, Harry, are you sure? "Not exactly. It may be 60, amended Harry. "We could easily find out just how many." Never mind, cried Anderson, recovering himself. "If it's as bad as all that, we just got to keep still about it. I wouldn't allow you to throw mud at her if she's been carrying on with only one man, but if there's 50 or but, gosh almighty, Harry, it ain't possible. A woman as homely as Minnie, why, doggone it, a woman as homely as she is simply couldn't be bad no matter how much she wanted to. It ain't human nature. She—" "Hold your horses, Anderson," broke in Harry, after a perplexed stare. "I guess you're jumping at conclusions. I didn't say, there ain't going to be no scandal in this campaign. If Minnie Stitzenberg German or no German has been. It isn't the kind of scandal you think it is," protested Harry. "What I'm trying to tell you is that it was Minnie Stitzenberg who got that guy up here from New York 2 years ago to sell stock in the Saltwater Gold Company, and stung 50 or 60 of our wisest citizens to the extent of $30 apiece. I happen to know that Minnie got $5 for every sucker that was landed. That guy was her cousin and she gave him a list of the easiest marks in town. If I remember correctly, you were one of them, Anderson. She got something like $200 for giving him the proper steer, and that's what I meant when I said there were 50 or 60 men in the case. Well, I'll be ding-blasted. And do you know what she did with her ill-gotten gains?" Anderson could only shake his head. "She went up to Boggs City and took singing lessons. Now you know the worst." The marshal found his voice. "And it went on for nearly 6 months. 2 people had to keep their windows shut so's they couldn't hear her yelling as if somebody was trying to murder her. And when I went to her and respectfully requested her to quit disturbing the peace, do you know what she said to me? I've got a sneaking idea." "Well, you're wrong. She said I was a finicky old jackass." The memory of it brought an apoplectic red to his face. "And being a gentleman, you couldn't deny it," said Harry soberly. "What's that?" "I mean, you couldn't call her a liar." "What did you say?" "I looked her right in the eyes and I said I'd been neutral up to that minute, but from then on I'd be darned if I'd try any longer." "By gosh, I guess she knowed what I meant all right. Well, as I was saying, all you've got to do is to tell the voters of this town that she helped put up the job on them, and—" Anderson held up his hand and shook his head resolutely. "Nope. I'm through. I'm not going to run. I mean to withdraw my name tonight." Considering the matter closed, he sauntered to the middle of the street where he held up his hand and stopped a lame and venerable Ford-driven, or as Mr. Squires was in the habit of saying, urged by Deacon Rank. "What's your speedometer say, Deacon?" inquired the marshal blandly. "It don't say anything," snapped the deacon. Anderson saw fit to indulge in sarcasm. "Well, by gum, I'd 'a swore your old machine was moving. Is it possible my eyes deceived me? Course it was moving strictly according to law, too. 6 miles an hour. What you holding me up for?" "So's I could get in and take a little joyride with you," said Mr. Crow affably. "Drop me at the post office, will you?" He stepped up beside the deacon and calmly seated himself. The deacon grumbled. "'Tain't more'n 100 yards to the post office," he said. "Stoppin' me like this and makin' me get out and crank the car besides. And I'm in a hurry, too. Couldn't you?" "Well, I ain't in no hurry. If I was, don't you suppose I'd a walked?" That evening the town hall was filled with discouraged, apprehensive Republicans. A half-dozen newly enfranchised women occupied front seats. Ed Higgins confided to those nearest him that he felt as though he was in church, and Alf Riesling loudly advised the convention to be careful, as there were ladies present. Mr. Hud Lamson, as usual, was the chairman of the convention. No one else ever had a chance to be chairman for the reason that Hud did not insist upon having the honor thrust upon him. He simply took it, following the usual resolutions condemning the Democratic Party to perdition and at the same time eulogizing the Democratic administration at Washington. Mr. Ezra Pounder was nominated by acclamation for the responsible post of town clerk. In swift succession, Ed Higgins, Abner Pickrell and Situate M. Jones were chosen for selectmen. Justice Robb was unanimously chosen to succeed himself. Then ensued the strange, significant silence, a silence fraught with exceeding gravity and the portentous suggestion of something devastating about to overtake the assemblage. Someone in the back of the hall cleared his throat, and instantly, with one accord, every eye was turned in his direction. It was as if he were clearing the way for action. Harry Squires, the perennial secretary of all conventions held by all parties in Tinkletown, by virtue of his skill with the pencil, arose from his seat and stepped to the front of the platform. "Order!" called out Marshal Crowe, in his most authoritative voice, sweeping the convention with an accusing eye. "Mr. Chairman, fellow Republicans and voters of the opposite sex," began Harry, in a distinctly lugubrious tone, "we have now come to the most critical moment in the history of Tinkletown. It is with ineffable sorrow and dismay that I stand before you this evening, the bearer of sad tidings. On the other hand, I expect to derive great joy in offsetting this sad news later on in my humble speech. I am now, gentlemen and ladies, speaking of our most noted and the most cherished citizen, Mr. Anderson Crowe, known to you all, I believe, without exception." At this juncture, up jumped Alf Riesling and shouted. 3 cheers for Anderson Crowe. And 3 cheers were given with a vim. Uncle Dad Sims, a patriot of long-standing but of exceedingly short memory, took the convention by storm by crying out in a cracked but penetrating voice, 3 cheers for the President of the United States. I don't care if he is a Democrat. Come on, now, men. 3 cheers for President Cleveland. A roar of laughter went up and Uncle Dad, being quite deaf, followed it with 2 squeaky cheers, all by himself, and then looked about in triumph. Alf Riesling proposed 3 cheers for President Wilson, and again the welkin rang. Having established a success as a promoter of enthusiasm, Alf mounted a chair and roared, "Now, let's give 3 cheers for General Pershing and the boys over in France, including the 4 noble young men from Tinkletown who are with him in the trenches, killing the Boches. Now, hip hip," and once more the air shivered under the impact of vocal enthusiasm. Mr. Squires held up his hands and checked what might have become a habit by thanking the convention for the timely and admirable interruption, explaining that the digression had given him an opportunity to regain command of his emotions. It is, however, with pain that I am authorized to announce, not only to the glorious Republican Party, but to the city of Tinkletown, that hold on, Alf. We can get along without 3 cheers for Tinkletown. To announce that the name of Anderson Crowe is hereby withdrawn from the consideration of this convention for the other nomination for town marshal. Mr. Crowe positively declines to make the race. It is not necessary for me to dilate upon the manifold virtues and accomplishments of our distinguished marshal. His fame extends to the uttermost corners of the earth. For nearly half a century he has kept this town jogging along in a straight and narrow path. And I for one feel that I voice the sentiment of every citizen here and elsewhere. I for one do not resent the frequent reproaches and occasional arrests he has heaped upon me in the discharge of his duty. It was all for the good of the community, and I am proud to say that I have been arrested by Marshal Crowe more times than I have fingers and toes. And, I am further proud to add, that on not a single occasion did Marshal Crowe hesitate to admit that he was mistaken. Gentlemen, it takes a pretty big man to admit that he is mistaken. But, if you will read the next issue of the Banner, you will see that I can write about him much more eloquently than I can speak. He has positively decided not to be a candidate for re-election. While we are thereby plunged into grief of the darkest hue, I am here to tell you that our grief is mitigated by the most gorgeous ray of light that ever beamed upon the human race. It is my pleasure, gentlemen of the Republican Party and ladies of the same sector present for your... Alf Riesling's voice was heard in plaintive protest. He spoke to his elbow neighbor, but in a tone audible to everyone, far and near. I'll be doggoned if I'll stand for that. It's an insult to every man here to say they are of the same sex. We give 'em the vote and, by gosh, they claim our sex. Order, commanded Marshal Crowe. The orator resumed. It is my privilege to present for your consideration the name of one of our most illustrious citizens for the honorable office of Town Marshal. A name that is a household word, second only to that of the present incumbent. Circumstances over which we have no control, although we did have it up to a short time ago, make it possible for me to present to you a name that will go down in history as one of the grandest since the bonny days of good Queen Bess. Gentlemen, and at the same time, ladies, I have the honor to put in nomination for Town Marshal our distinguished fellow voter, Mrs. Anderson Crowe. A silence even more potential than the one preceding Mr. Squire's peroration ensued. It was broken this time by Uncle Dad Sims, who proceeded to further glorify his deafness by squeaking. And he'll be elected, too, you bet your boots. We don't want no gosh-blamed woman fur, eh? What say, Alf? And Alf, making a cup of his hands, repeated with great vigor an inch or so from Uncle Dad's ear the timely remark that had caused the ancient to hesitate. It is not necessary to quote Alf, but Uncle Dad's rejoinder is important. Well, Jehoshaphat, he gasped. Is there a second to the nomination? Inquired the chairman. Marshal Crowe arose. I second the nomination, he said, taking a sudden tug at his whiskers. Before we take a ballot, Mr. Chairman, I want to say right here and now that Mrs. Crowe will have my full and undivided support, just as she has always had. I have always maintained that a woman's place is in the home. Therefore, when it comes time for Mrs. Crowe to assume the responsibilities of this here office, I'm going to see to it that she stays home and tends to her household duties. I'm going to be deputy marshal in her term of office, without pay, ladies and gentlemen, and I am going to lift every bit of the work off her shoulders. I believe in equal suffering. If she'll do the woman's share o' the work, I'll do the man's, and nothing could be fairer than that. Between us we'll give the city o' Tinkletown the best administration the office of marshal has ever had. My wife ain't here tonight to accept the honor you are going to heap on her, but I think I can safely promise she'll consent to make the race. She may kick like a bay steer at first, but when she sees it's her duty to run, you bet she'll do it. It's a case of woman aggin woman, fellow Republicans, and man aggin man. All I got to say is that the best woman's bound to win. I almost forgot to say that if the voters o' Tinkletown don't jump at the chance to get a marshal and an experienced deputy for the price o' one salary, it's because there's more darned fools in the town than I thought there was. Mr. Ed Higgins sprang to his feet. I move, Mr. Chairman, that we make the nomination unanimous without a dissenting vote, he cried out. We got a chance to get the best deputy marshal in the United States of America without it costing us a red cent, and besides that, we get the best cook in all Tinkletown for marshal. If there's anybody here, male or female, who seem deny that Mrs. Crowe is the best cook alive, I'd like to hear him say so. I've eat 100 meals in her house and I know what I'm talking about. I defy anybody. I call for a vote, cried out one of the women, bridling a little. And I want to say to you, Ed Higgins, that while I think Mrs. Crowe will make the best marshal we've ever had, I wouldn't go so far as to say she's the best cook in Tinkletown. You haven't been invited to eat in every house in this town, don't forget that. All in favor of making the nomination of Mrs. Crowe unanimous signify by holding up their hands, said the chairman. Every hand went up. Then a rousing cheer was given for the next marshal of Tinkletown, followed by the customary mumbling of the Star-Spangled Banner. 3 full days were devoted by Anderson and the leaders of the Republican Party to the task of inducing Mrs. Crowe to make the race against Minnie Stitzenberg. At first she refused point blank. She didn't intend to neglect her household duties for all the officers in Tinkletown, but, cons on it, Eva. Anderson protested for the 100th time, nobody's asking you to neglect your household duties. Ain't I agreeing to handle the jobs for you? Well, I positively refuse to wear a star or carry a pistol. You don't have to. I'll wear the star, and if you think I'll traipse the streets of Tinkletown from morning till night, you're very much. That ain't any respectable woman's job, said her husband stiffly. You're not expected to do it as long as you got a deputy. And as for snooping around putting my nose into other people's business, why, now, don't let that worry you, Eva. That's part o' my job. Who's going to tend jail when there's anybody locked up in it? I am, o' course. And who's going to be street commissioner, truant officer, chief of the fire depart? You are, Eva, but I'm going to look after everything, mind you. All you got to do is to see that I get something to eat whenever I need it, and a bed to sleep in at night, and a bed to sleep in, you ninny. She cried. You're going to sleep in the same bed you've been sleeping in for 40 years. What are you talking about? Ain't you going to sleep with me if I appoint you deputy marshal? Certainly, Anderson made haste to assure her. Unofficially, of course, he went on, with profound regard for the ethics involved. Well, I'll think it over, she said wearily. Don't bother me now, you two, can't you see I'm making apple butter? I hope you will consent to run, Mrs. Crow, put in the wily Mr. Squires, if only for the sake of showing Minnie Stutzenberg that it won't do her any good to be saying things about anybody in particular. He concluded very lamely. Has that woman been saying things about me? Demanded Mrs. Crow. I ought to have sense enough to keep my mouth shut, said Harry, scowling darkly. Catching the astonished look on Anderson's face, he hastily suggested that they beat it. Out in the front yard Anderson halted him. Has Minnie been saying anything about my wife, Harry Squires? Harry first looked over his shoulder and then winked. Not that I know of, he said, chuckling. But I guess it's safe to go ahead and print the ticket with Mrs. Crow's name on it. Never in all its sedentary existence had Tinkletown experienced a livelier campaign. If you vote for Minnie Stutzenberg, I'll never speak to you again, was the common argument of the Crowites. And don't you ever try to look me in the face again if you vote for that old Mrs. Crow, was the slogan of the opposition. Mrs. Crow conducted her own campaign. Anderson discovered to his great dismay that his meals were not only irregular in the matter of time, but frequently did not materialize at all. His wife and daughters neglected him completely. On 3 separate occasions after waiting until nearly 8 o'clock for his supper, he strolled disconsolately over to the equally abandoned home of Alf Riesling. I'm a mighty poor cook, confessed Alf on the first occasion, a hungry, harassed look in his eyes. But anything's better'n starvin', ain't it? It sure is, said Anderson with feeling. I ain't seen a petticoat around my house since 9:30 this morning, lamented Alf, upsetting a pan of milk while trying to get a plate of cold ham out of the icebox. It's terrible. Lemme take your knife, Alf. I'll peel the potatoes if you'll tell me where they are. I don't know where anything is, said Alf, leaning dejectedly against the kitchen sink. Well, said Anderson, let's look. If the election was a week further off, I'd give up and go to drinking again, said Alf on another occasion. I'd sooner drink myself to death than starve. Starvation is a terrible end, Anderson. Worse than hanggen, they say. Only 4 days more, sighed Anderson, clipping off a hunk of bologna. My wife says if I'll hold out till after election, she won't never leave the kitchen again long as she lives. That's what mine says. Sherman was only half right. War may be hell for men, but, by gosh, women are hell for war. And that's what it is, war, Anderson, war to the hilt. Every woman in town's got her knife out and, my God, how they're slashing each other. There won't be a whole woman left. Well, I'd be satisfied with half a one, mused Anderson, a faraway look in his eyes. The day before the election, Mrs. Crow played her trump card. She had treasured an open boast made years before by the disappointed old maid who now opposed her. Minnie, before attaining years of discretion and still smarting under the failures of youth, had spitefully announced that she was a spinster from choice. With great scorn she had stated, while sitting on Mrs. Crow's porch, that she would die an old maid 100 times over sooner than marry anyone in Tinkletown. And, she added, the best proof that she meant what she said was the fact that nearly every man in town had asked her to marry him before he asked anyone else. The news spread like wildfire the instant Mrs. Crow released it. Mrs. Crow's veracity was not a thing to be questioned. When the returns were all in, Mrs. Crow was found to have received 573 votes, women included, out of a total of 601 cast. Miss Stitzenberg held the German vote solid, including 7 from her own sex who could afford to disregard the slander because they had been safely married in Germany long before coming to Tinkletown. The day after the new marshal's induction into office, Anderson appeared with his star glittering so brightly that it dazzled the eye. His shoes were polished, his clothes brushed, and shocking to relate, his trousers creased. In all his career as marshal he had never gone to such extremes as this. He was, however, not in a happy frame of mind. His customary aplomb was missing. Well, of all the, began Alf Riesling. Then, before Anderson could put in a word of warning, he shouted to the group in front of Lamson's store, "Hey! Look at the dude." Anderson, very red in the face, declined a seat on a soapbox. "If I'd knowed she was going to act like this, I'd have voted agin her myself," he said rather wanly. "She started in bossing me the very minute she got my place as marshal. She's laid down the law to me, and, by crickety, she says if I'm going to be her deputy I've got to look like this every day. Look at them shoes. And these pants. No, I can't set down. I don't dare risk spilin' the creases my daughter Susie put in 'em 'fore I was up this mornin'." Vicious Lucius. Lucius Fry lived up back of the powerhouse on the outskirts of Tinkletown. He had a wife, 2 children and a horse and buggy. For a great many years he had led a quiet, peaceful, even suppressed existence. Being a rather smallish, bony sort of man, with a large Adam's apple and bow legs, he was an object of considerable scorn not only to his acquaintances but to his wife and children, and after a fashion, to his horse. The latter paid absolutely no attention to him when he said get up, or when he applied the gad. She neither obeyed the command nor resented the chastisement. She jogged along in her own sweet way quite as if he were nowhere in the vicinity. His wife abused him, and his children ignored him. No one, it would appear, had the slightest use or respect for Lucius Fry. He was, by profession, a well-digger. The installation of a waterworks system in Tinkletown had made him a well-digger in name only. For a matter of 5 or 6 years, barring the last 6 months, he had been in the employ of his wife. She took in washing, and it was his job to collect and deliver the wash 3 times a week. In return for this he received board and lodging and an occasional visit to the moving picture theater. One of his daughters clerked in the 5 and 10 cent store, and the other, aged 12, was errand girl to Miss Angie Nixon, the fashionable dressmaker. Lucius had married very much above him, so to speak. That is to say, his wife was something like 9 or 10 inches the taller of the two. When they appeared on the street together, which was seldom, you could see him only if you chanced to be on that side of her. Mrs. Fry was nearly 6 feet tall and very wide, but Lucius was not much over 5 feet 2. He had a receding chin that tried to secrete itself behind a scant, dun-colored crop of whiskers, cultivated by him with 2 purposes in view: first, to provide shelter for his shrinking chin, and second, to avoid the arduous and unnecessary task of shaving. Roughly speaking, Lucius was a shiftless creature. It had long been the consensus of opinion freely expressed throughout Tinkletown that he did not amount to a tinker's dam. However that may be, some 6 or 7 months prior to the incidents about to be related, Mr. Fry himself wrought a tremendous and unbelievable change in the foregoing opinion. Almost in the wink of an eyelash he passed through a process of transmogrification that not only bewildered him but caused the entire community to sit up and take notice of him. It all came about in the oddest sort of way. For a number of years Lucius had been in the habit of currying the old grey mare on Saturday mornings. Away back in his mind lurked an hereditary respect for the Sabbath. He wanted old Becky to be as clean as possible on Sunday, observing the same principle, no doubt, that induces a great many people to take a bath on Saturday night. Moreover, he changed the bedding in her stall on Saturdays, employing a pitchfork and a spade. For a number of years Peggy had put up with these attentions, responding amiably to his directions such as "get over, darn ye," or "whoa, back, stand still, can't ye?" and so on. One never-to-be-forgotten Saturday morning in the spring of the year, Peggy happened to be peevish. The cause of her peevishness was a swarm of intensely active flies. Mr. Fry was accustomed to an occasional swish of her tail across his face. He even welcomed it, for the flies bothered him almost as much as they did Peggy. On mornings when he felt unusually tired, he was rather grateful to Peggy for including him in the sweep of her tail. But on this particular morning the exasperated nag planted one of her hoofs on Mr. Fry's toes while he was engaged in brushing out the kinks in her mane. Mrs. Fry happened to be in the stable at the time, seeing if the hens had mislaid anything in the hay. She was astonished by the roar of a mighty oath, followed almost instantly by a thunderous thump on the barrel-like anatomy of the family horse. A second or two later Peggy's head came in for a resounding whack, and the stream of profanity increased to a torrent. Springing to her feet, the surprised lady cast a startled glance over the manger into the stall. Her husband had old Peggy backed up against the partition and was preparing to deliver a third blow with the spade when she called out to him, "Stop it, you little fool." Mr. Fry's attention was diverted. Peggy was spared the impending blow. Instead, the outraged ostler charged around the partition, through a narrow passage and into the presence of his wife. He hobbled painfully. Inarticulate sounds issued from his compressed lips. He gripped the spade handle so tightly that cords stood out on his rather formidable forearms. Mrs. Fry got as far as "you ugly little," and then, as he bore down upon her, turned to flee. He altered his course, and as she passed him on the way to the open door, the flat of the spade landed with impelling force upon the broadest part of her person. The sound was not so hollow as that which resulted from the wallop on Peggy's ribs, but its echo was a great deal more far-reaching. Indeed, Mrs. Fry's howl could have been heard a quarter of a mile away. She passed through the door into the barnyard on the wing, as it were. Lucius blindly took another swing at her with the spade as she made her exit. Missing her by several feet, he spun completely around several times with the momentum. Then, not to be deprived of the full measure of triumph, he hurled the implement after her retreating figure. Rage improved the accuracy as well as the force of his effort. The spade caught Mrs. Fry below the waistline, and for nearly a month thereafter she was in the habit of repairing with female visitors to an upstairs bedroom where she proudly revealed to them the extensive wealth produced by her husband's belated return to power. Not completely satisfied, however, he set out in pursuit of her, principally on one foot, but with a swiftness that surprised both of them. Overtaking her near the barnyard gate, he pulled up suddenly, realizing the peril of being too precipitate. He was rushing into disaster. She was likely to turn and snatch the offensive away from him. But just as he was on the point of turning to run the other way, she flopped down on her knees and began begging him for God's sake to spare her. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her arms were raised to shield her face. Seizing this fine opportunity, he edged around in front of her, took the most careful, deliberate aim, and forthwith planted his fist solidly upon her unprotected nose. He had always wanted to do it, but never before had the opportunity presented itself. He couldn't remember when he had caught her with her eyes closed before. She invariably stayed awake longer than he did at night, telling him the same thing she had told him the night before, and in the morning she kicked him out of bed before his eyes were open. Now here was the golden, long-desired chance. It might never occur again. So he swung with all his might and main. Mrs. Fry involuntarily arose from her knees, balanced on her heels for a second or two, and then sat down some distance away with the same heels in the air. Then and the Lucius Fry ceased to be a person of no consequence. 2 or 3 neighbors, bent on rescuing Mrs. Fry, got no nearer than the barn lot fence. Lucius, still hopping around on one foot, gathered up a stake of stove wood in each hand, and let fly at them with such determination and precision that they decided to let him go ahead and murder her. When Mrs. Fry's daughters hurried into the house a short time afterward, they found their mother dressing and bandaging Mr. Fry's foot and chokingly inquiring if she was hurting him. Between sentences she applied a wet towel to a prodigious, unrecognizable object that had once been her nose. Juliet, the elder, planted herself in front of her father and passionately inquired if it was true that he had dared to strike her mother. Lucius, with rare forethought, had provided himself with a stick of stovewood before entering the house. He now held it in his right hand. He was not going to take any chances on his wife's treachery. He was ready for the slightest sign of an uprising. Without answering his daughter's question, he took a firm grip on the stick and started to arise from his chair, upsetting the pail of water that his wife had been using. Mrs. Fry screeched, "Don't hit her. Don't kill her, Lucius. For God's, shut up," snarled Lucius. "I'm going to belt the life out of her if she comes around here disturbing the peace. I'm peaceable now, Stella. We've got perfect peace now, ain't we? But if she tries to, well, you'll see what'll happen, young lady. Go and get a mop and clean up that water. Do you hear me? Beat it, for the Lord's sake, Juliet. Do what he tells you," begged Mrs. Fry. "And do it quick," said Mr. Fry. Having so suddenly and unintentionally gained the upper hand in his household, he was determined if possible to retain it. Temporarily at least he had his wife scared almost to death and so submissive that he couldn't think of half enough indignities to heap upon her, no matter how hard he tried, and his disdainful daughters spoke in hushed voices, and got up every morning to start the kitchen fire, and carried in the wood, and waited on him first at meals, and allowed him to read the banner before anyone else claimed it, and fed the chickens, and behaved as daughters ought to behave. It was too good to be true. But as long as it really appeared to be true, he couldn't afford to relax for an instant. He went about with a perpetual scowl and swore from morning till night. Every other week he went out to the stable, and after closing the doors, proceeded to belabor an old saddle with a pitchfork handle. The sounds reaching the back porch of the house caused Mrs. Fry to cover her ears and moan, "Poor old Peggy. Oh, oh. My gracious. He'll kill her." Occasionally he threw a stove lid or a hatchet or something else at his wife, but his aim was singularly bad, for try as he would, he did not appear to come closer than 5 or 6 feet to her with any of the missiles. Once in a while he displayed the most appalling desire to destroy everything in sight. On such occasions he smashed chairs, broke up the crockery or tramped all over the garments that Mrs. Fry had just hung out to dry. By mistake, he once picked up a hot stove lid, and then he swore in earnest. His dutiful wife wrapped his hand up in soda and called the stove lid a nasty old thing. In a very short time everybody in Tinkletown was talking about Lucius Fry. Someone, lying with a little more enterprise than the rest, started the report that he had gone to Boggs City, the county seat, and had thrashed a bartender who refused to sell him a drink. This report grew until Lucius was credited with having polished off a whole barroom full of men without so much as sustaining a scratch himself. When Lucius appeared on Main Street, men who had never noticed him before went out of their way to be polite and friendly. Women who pitied Mrs. Fry looked at him with interest and called him, under their breath, a big ugly brute. Children stopped playing and ran when they saw Lucius Fry approaching. Harry Squires, editor of the Banner, in reporting one of Mr. Fry's most violent eruptions, alluded to him as Vicious Lucius. The name clung to the little man. It was some time before the general public could utter it with confidence. Haste was not conducive to accuracy. Rash assuredness frequently turned Mr. Fry into Vucius Licius or Licius Vucius or even Vlucius Oecius. Mrs. Fry, in course of time, grew to be very proud of her master, the despot of Powerhouse Gully. She revealed her pride every time she fell in with acquaintances on the way to church. In reply to an oft-repeated question as to why Mr. Fry did not go to church with her any longer, she invariably gave the supercilious reply that nowadays when she requested her husband to go to church, he told her to go to hell instead, and that was the kind of a man she respected. She said, "Not one of your weak-kneed, hand-picked cowards who go to church because they are more afraid of their wives than they are of the devil." And while the mountainous Mrs. Fry was no longer able to thrash her 5'2" husband, she still inspired fear among churchgoers of both sexes and all ages. She frequently asserted that she could lick any man in Tinkletown except her husband, and moreover, if any officer of the law ever attempted to arrest Lucius for what he did to her, she'd beat his head off. That's what she'd do. The Marshal of Tinkletown, Anderson Crowe, on 3 separate occasions organized a posse to go out to Powerhouse Gully to arrest Lucius on the complaint of neighbors who said they couldn't stand hearing his wife's howls any longer. On each of these occasions, the marshal got as far as the Fry front gate, backed by 8 or 10 of the huskiest men in town. That they were intercepted by Mrs. Fry, who told them that Lucius was upstairs peaceably reloading his double-barreled shotgun, or roiling up his trusty old horse pistol, as the case may have been, and she didn't believe he would like to be disturbed. "Is he calm and quiet, Stella?" Marshal Crowe would ask. "As quiet as a lamb," Mrs. Fry would reply. "Then I guess we'd better leave him alone," the marshal would say, adding, "But if he ever goes on the rampage again, just you send for me, Stella, and I'll come as quick as I can." And the wife of vicious Lucius would say, "Don't forget to bring the undertaker with you when you come, Anderson. You won't need a doctor." At times Lucius would feel his courage slipping. At such times he would go out to the barn and jostle old Peggy around in the stall, hoping against hope, but without the desired result. She simply wouldn't step on his foot. One bitter cold night just before Christmas, a group of Tinkletown's foremost citizens sat around the big sheet iron stove in Lamson's store. Outside, the wind was blowing a gale. It howled and shrieked around the corners of the building, banged forgotten window shutters, slammed suspended signboards with relentless fury, and afforded unlimited food for reflection, reminiscence and prophecy. It was long past Mr. Lamson's customary hour for closing the store, but with rare tact the loungers permitted him to do most of the talking. It was nice and warm in the vicinity of the stove, and there were tubs of dried apples and prunes and a sack of hazelnuts within easy reach. "I'll never forget the Christmas I spent out in Nebraska," Mr. Lamson was saying. He was probably the most traveled man in town. Every time he told a story, he went a little farther west. Harry Squires disconcerted him on one occasion by asking in his most ironic manner if he didn't think it would be a good idea to settle in California when he got there, and Mr. Lamson, after thinking it over, stopped his subscription to the Banner. "Yes sir, that was a terrible winter. I don't know as I ever told you about it, but we had to drive 26 miles in sleighs to get a tree on Christmas Eve. I mean a Christmas tree. The thermometer registered 26 below zero and—" He was interrupted by the opening of the door. An icy draft swept down the length of the store. "Shut that door!" roared out Marshal Crowe. But the door remained open. Whereupon everyone craned his neck to see who was responsible. There was no one in sight. "That's funny," said Newt Sprit. "I shut it tight when I came in a while ago." "Well, go and shut it again," ordered Mr. Crowe. "Do you want us to freeze our ears right here inside Jim Lamson's stove?" Newt got up and kicked the door shut, saw that it was latched, and returned to his place near the stove. Marshal Crowe, during his absence, had bettered his position. He had exchanged a seat on a box of soap for the cane-bottomed chair Newt had been occupying. "As I was saying," resumed Mr. Lamson, "the thermometer registered." Again the door flew open, banging against a barrel of sugar. With one accord the assembled group arose and peered at the open door. "Well, now, that is funny," said Newt. "I latched her sure that time." "Acts like ghosts," said Elmer K. Pratt, the photographer. "If I was a drinking man," said Alf Riesling, the town drunkard, "I'd think I had M." Marshal Crowe stalked to the door, pulling his coat collar up about his throat as he encountered the furious blast of the wind. At the top of the steps leading up to the porch stood a small figure wrapped in a shawl. The light from within shone full upon the figure. It was that of a young girl, and she was looking intently up the street. "Well, of all the say, don't you know it's after 9 o'clock?" exclaimed the old marshal. "What's a young girl like you doing out this time o' night? Is that you, Mr. Crowe?" quaked the girl without turning her head. "It is. What's that got to do with it? You don't see him anywheres up the street, do you? Come inside if you want to talk to me. I ain't going to stand here in this door and freeze to death. Come in here, I say." "I dasn't." "Maybe he followed me." "Maybe who followed you?" "Him." By this time several other customers had joined the marshal. "Why, it's Lucius Fry's girl Elfrida," said Elmer K. Pratt. "What's the matter, Elfie? You're sure he ain't following me?" "Look hard," said the girl. They all looked hard. "I don't see anybody," Elfie, said Anderson Crow. It's a little early for Santa Claus, said Harry Squires, turning back to the stove, his eye on the only rocking chair in the place. Come inside and tell us all about it. The girl entered the store, and someone closed the door. She was shivering, and not altogether from the cold. Her glance darted hither and thither, as if in quest of a more enduring protection than that exemplified by the manpower surrounding her. Roll that barrel of sugar over against the door, she ordered quickly. I wouldn't have him catch me here for anything. You needn't be scared, said the marshal. Ain't we here? Let's see, there's 1, 2, 8 of us. I guess he'd clean this bunch up as easy as rolling off a log, said Elfrida, edging toward the fire, but all the while casting uneasy apprehensive glances over her shoulder. Newtsprit and Situate Tam Jones jointly took it upon themselves to roll the barrel of sugar up against the door. Are you referring to your estimable dad? Inquired Mr. Squires from the rocking chair. Yes, I am, said Elfrida somewhat defiantly. Is he a little more vicious than usual tonight? Asked the reporter. He never was worse, said the girl. He's just simply awful. I had to come out to see if I couldn't get Mr. Crow to come up to the house and unsettle him. He seen me just as I was going out the door, and took after me. Out by the front gate he slipped on the ice and set down like a ton of bricks. Oh, I never heard such cussing. You got to come up to the house right away, Mr. Crow. He's just terrible. Hold on a minute, interrupted the marshal. Go slow, now, and answer my questions. Is he's throwing things around something awful. Ma's in the pantry with the door locked, and Juliet's hiding up in there. I know all that, broke in Mr. Crow sharply. You needn't tell me about that. What I want to know is he or is he not in his own house, under his own roof? He is, unless he's still sitting out there in the front yard or following after me, she concluded with a terrified look at the barricaded door. Do you think that barrel's heavy enough to stop him? Well, if he's inside his own house, I can't touch him without a warrant. You'll have to go and swear out a search warrant for him, Elfrida. It's against the law for me to arrest. But ain't it against the law for him to be trying to murder Ma and Juliet and me? There ain't no use arguing about it. I can't go and get him without a warrant. You won't have to go in, said she confidently. All you got to do is to let him know you're outside anywheres looking for him, and he'll come out, and he'll come without a warrant. You can bet your life on that, Mr. Crow. He says he's getting awful sick of having nothing to lick but women. Did he say that? Demanded Marshal Crow, frowning and pulling at his whiskers. He put in some extra words, but I can't say said Elfrida. I've a notion to began the marshal in a somewhat bellicose manner, and then sadly shook his head. No, it wouldn't be legal. I'm an officer of the law. But let me tell you one thing, Elfrida Fry, if I wasn't an officer of the law, I'd take your dad by the back of the neck and shake him till his shoes flew off. We're getting away from the main issue, broke in Mr. Squires, the gadfly. The point is, Anderson, are you going to let vicious Lucius beat his family to death, or are you going up to the gully and arrest him? The marshal looked at Harry reproachfully. You know I ain't empowered by law to enter a man's house without a warrant, Harry Squires. But the girl says you won't have to. She says her father will be only too glad to step outside. How do I know she's telling the truth about all this rumpus? She ain't under oath, is she? Well, there's got to be an affidavit, properly sworn to, before I do anything. It's the law, and you know it. She may be lying like all get out. The girl flared up. I'm going to tell Pa you called me a liar. He'll bust your jaw if. I didn't call you a liar, snapped Anderson. I only said maybe you're lying. I leave it to anybody here if I said you was a liar, and besides, your pa ain't man enough to bust my jaw anyhow. You go home and tell him I said, let's get the facts about this present imbroglio, Anderson, before we make arrangements for another, put in Mr. Squires. I've no objection to that, said Anderson, a note of relief in his voice. She can't swear out a warrant till tomorrow morning anyhow, so there's no particular hurry, but he's killing Ma tonight. Burst in the girl. Keep cool now, my girl, don't get excited, cautioned the marshal. What was he planning to kill her with? A gun? No, sir. He had a hammer in one hand and a flat iron in the other. The last I saw of him. Well, go on, tell us all about it. It was awful sudden. We were all sitting around the kitchen stove, and Pa was cracking hickory nuts, just as nice and peaceful as anything. He was joking with Ma and telling her he couldn't help it if the women up our way were going plumb crazy over him, especially that Mrs. Banks, whose husband works at the tanyard. Every time Pa goes out in the backyard, she comes and leans on her fence and talks to him, making eyes and grinning like a cat. She's worse than Mrs. Elam Crippen, and Mrs. Ducker, and Ma's been noticing it too. She's worried about Pa. Up to 3 months ago there wasn't a woman in town that'd look at him, and now they can't seem to look at anybody else. Mrs. Banks came out in her backyard yesterday and gave Pa a good pair of overshoes and a fur cap that belonged to her husband. Pa didn't want to take them, but she said she didn't care if Mr. Banks did get mad. He wasn't much of a man anyhow, and she wouldn't take any back talk off in him. Juliet heard Mrs. Crippen say to Pa the other day that if he'd give her one of his photographs, she'd be the happiest mortal alive. And Mrs. Ducker calls to see Ma nearly every wash day now, just when she's busiest, and so Pa has to sit and entertain her. Yesterday a couple of women that Ma don't even know stopped out in front of the house and giggled at everything Pa said, and one of them said, "Oh, you naughty man." When Pa came into the house, Ma asked him what he was saying to those strange women that made them call him a naughty man, and Pa looked awful worried and wouldn't tell her. He said it wasn't his fault if women acted like fools. He's all swelled up, Pa is. Wears his best clothes every day and has taken to smoking cigarettes instead of a pipe when he's outside the house. Ma was counting up the other day just to see how much the cigarettes cost her, but that wasn't what I started to tell you. I seen him walking down Cutler Street day before yesterday with a woman, said Alf Riesling. Fat sort of a woman with a pink hat on. That's Mrs. Banks. Never mind about Mrs. Banks, interrupted the marshal. Confine yourself to the evidence in this case, and nothing else. Well, as I was saying, Pa was peaceful and quiet, cracking nuts on the flatiron. He got hold of a tough hickory nut, and it wouldn't crack very easy. So he had to hit it as hard as he could. Somehow he missed it, and smack went the hammer right on his thumb. My goodness. You'd ought to have heard him yell. He hopped up and began dancing around the kitchen, sucking his thumb and trying to swear with his mouth full. Ma says, this is all she said, Ma says, did you hit your finger, Lucius? Pa let fly the hammer. It didn't miss her head a foot. Then he fired the flatiron at her feet. Ma screamed and started to run towards the back stairs. Pa knocked over the kitchen table trying to head her off. She stumbled and fell down on her hands and knees. Then while he was looking for something to beat her brains out with, she got up and ran into the pantry and locked the door. Juliet was squealing her head off. Pa picked up the hammer and started to add her. Juliet made a break for the stairs, and Pa let go with the hammer. He missed her, but he knocked a big hole in the ceiling. Then he grabbed the tea kettle off the stove and threw it at the cat. He got some of the boiling water on his legs, I guess, because he grabbed them in his hands and yelled like an Indian. He swore he'd kill everybody in the house. So I beat it. He was hunting for the flatiron and the hammer, and I was outside before he noticed me. I grabbed this old red tablecloth as I went out and put it around me. When I saw a light in your store, Mr. Lamson, I knowed Mr. Crow would be here, so up I came. Now, what are you going to do about it, Mr. Crow? The marshal pondered. You say your ma's safely locked in the pantry? She was, unless he busted the door down. And Julie is up in the attic, yes, and she's probably dead by this time. There ain't any lock on the attic door. Well, seems to me they're perfectly safe till morning. Julie could jump out of the attic window if the worst come to the worst. The thing that's worrying me is you. Where are you going to sleep tonight, Elfie? Right here in Mr. Lamson's rocking chair, said the girl promptly. I'll take her up to my house, said Alf Riesling. She can crawl in with my daughter Keene. That's out of the question, said Harry Squires, arising and looking around for his overcoat. We will need you, Alf. The marshal is going to organize a posse and go up to Powerhouse Gully and capture Vicious Lucius dead or alive, before he's half an hour older. What's that? Demanded the marshal, startled. You heard what I said. Get into your overcoats and galoshes, gentlemen. The marshal instructs me to say that we will be leaving here in 5 minutes. Well, I'll be doggoned," oozed from Marshal Crow's lips. He was staring quite hopelessly at Harry Squires. "Isn't that a fact, Mr. Crow?" inquired Harry, fixing him with a most disconcerting look. Anderson indulged in a short fit of coughing. "Yes," he said, after recovering himself, "it is a fact, but I'd like to know how you got onto it." "I am a mental telegrapher, Mr. Crow," said the reporter, carefully placing a hat upon Mr. Riesling's head. "There's your hat, Alf. Now be sure and pick out a good coat." The marshal's posse eventually resolved itself into a party of 2: Anderson Crow and Harry Squires. Elmer K. Pratt remembered that his youngest child had the croup, and he couldn't leave her. Situate M. Jones complained of a sudden and violent attack of lumbago. Newsprint loudly demanded the flaxseed his wife had asked him to bring home so that she could make a poultice for a terrible toothache she was enjoying that evening. Alf Riesling refused to desert poor little Elfie, and 2 other gentlemen succeeded in sneaking out the back way while the marshal's view was obstructed by the aforesaid slackers. Storekeeper Lamson had a perfectly sound excuse. He was a pacifist. However, he was willing to lend his revolver to the marshal and a pair of brass knucks to Harry Squires. Approaching Powerhouse Gully, the 2 adventurers observed shadowy forms moving about in the darkness at the foot of the slope. They paused. "Mostly women, I should say," remarked the marshal. "Probably hoping that Lucius is a widower by this time," said the reporter. "So's they sent flowers and victuals to him all the time he's in jail," said Anderson. "Suppose you go down and talk to Harry, while I sneak around the back way and reconnoiter." "That's a good idea," said Harry. "I'll just rush in through the front door, and he'll make a break to escape by the rear, so you'll be right there to head him off." "Come to think of it," said Anderson hastily, "maybe we'd better see if he's out in the front yard first." "Come on." 8 or 10 people were congregated in front of the Fry house, conversing in a hushed, excited manner. The marshal and his companion bore down upon them. As the former had remarked, they were mostly women. There was but one man in the group. He turned out to be no other than Vicious Lucius himself. "What's this I hear about you, Lucius Fry?" demanded Anderson Crow. "Don't you dare arrest Mr. Fry, Anderson Crow," cried one of the ladies. "He ain't done anything but give her what she deserves, and—" "Can I speak to you private, Mr. Crow?" interrupted Vicious Lucius in a hurried manner. He was wearing an overcoat that came down to his heels, and a derby hat that rested rather firmly upon his ears. Anderson stared at him in horror. "Good gosh, Lucius, have you had your hands cut off?" he gasped, looking hard at the flapping coat sleeves. "Course I ain't," said Mr. Fry, lifting his arms on high, allowing the sleeves to slip down a half a foot or more and revealing his hands. "This ain't my coat. It's Jim Banks. A little too big for me and the hat too, I reckon. I just couldn't let him catch his death cold," explained the buxom Mrs. Banks. "He just simply won't go back into the house," said Mrs. Ducker. "And I don't blame him, either. He's afraid he might throw her out of the window and break her neck, didn't you say, Lucius?" "No, I didn't. I said I was afraid I'd break the winder," said Lucius, glaring at Mrs. Ducker from beneath the rim of Mr. Banks' hat. "Where is your wife?" demanded Anderson. "In there," said Lucius, pointing a drooping coat sleeve in the general direction of his domicile. "Come on over here by the lamp post, Mr. Crow. I got something important I want to say to you. You ain't going to give yourself up without a fight, are you, Lucius?" cried Mrs. Banks in considerable agitation. "You leave me alone," snarled Lucius in a manner so malevolent that Mrs. Banks cried out delightedly. "Oh, ain't he just grand? Did you hear the way he spoke to me, Emma Ducker? Goodness, what would I give if I had a man that could talk to me like? You ought to heard what he said to me when I asked him to come over to our house," and began Mrs. Ducker somewhat acrimoniously. "Oh, cut it out," rasped Lucius. "Beat it. Go home, all of you. Gosh almighty, can't a fella lick his own wife without here? Leggo my arm. What in thunder are you trying to do, Lou Banks? I'm going to take you over to my house and put your feet in a hot mustard bath, and—" "No, you ain't. Leggo, I say." For the Lord's sake, officer, chase them away. Move on, now move on, all of you," commanded the marshal, waving the revolver in lieu of his well-known nightstick. "What you got to say to me, Lucius?" he asked as the women fell back. "Do you think they seen here? Not unless you whisper louder than that. Well, say, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to take me up to the jail and lock me in." You want to be locked in? I don't care whether you put it that way or to lock all these fool women out. It's all the same to me. I ain't had a minute's peace for nearly 2 months. Why don't you go in your own house and stay there?" demanded Anderson. "That don't seem to help any. They come to call on me so often you would think I was a preacher or a doctor. And what's more, my wife's beginning to get her dander up. I see what's comin'. If she ever it will be awful." "Then you hain't murdered her yet?" "I understood you had." Vicious Lucius looked over his shoulder and drew closer to the marshal. "This here strain is getting to be too much for me, Mr. Crow. I can't keep it up much longer. I'm breaking down. I've been thinking it over, and I can't see any way out of it except to go to jail for a month or 2. "What's the charge?" inquired Marshal Crow. "There won't be any. I'll do it for nothing. It won't cost you a cent to arrest me." "That ain't what I mean. What I mean is what offense have you committed? What law have you broke?" "Well, it's pretty hard to say. What charge will your wife make against you?" "Somebody has to make one, you know." "That's just it. She won't make any charge against me, positively not. So I've got to do it myself." "You've had a lot of experience. What for sort of a charge would you say I ought to bring, against yourself?" "It ain't regular, Lucius. How about insanity? Wouldn't that be a safe sort of complaint? I've been acting mighty queer lately." "I should say you had. Ain't you going to resist arrest?" "No, I'm asking for it. If you don't want to be seen walking through the streets with me, I'll go on ahead and wait for you at the jail." "Well, this certainly beats all. I thought sure you'd put up an awful fight, Lucius. I want to be locked up so's I won't commit murder," Lucius explained eagerly. "Good gracious. You come along with me, Lucius Fry. You got to be put under lock and key 'fore this night is over. I can't take no chances on your murdering that poor defenseless wife of yourn. You come." "I ain't thinking of murdering my wife," protested Lucius, holding back. "What I'm scared of is I'll murder 1 or 2 of these pesky women that Banks woman, for instance. It's getting so I can't stick my nose outside the door without her dropping everything and running out to gab with me. I don't get a minute's privacy. If it ain't one, it's another. You'd think I was Napoleon Bonaparte, the way them women act. I don't know what's come over 'em. Why, it's just 'cause they think you can lick any man in town. That's the way with some women. The more brutal a man is to his own wife, the more the other women seem to appreciate him. I must say, it takes a pretty good man to lick that wife of yourn. She's twice as big as you are, and, why, gosh darn it, Mr. Crow, I couldn't lick Stella in a million years," whispered Lucius fiercely. "What's that? You say you can't lick your wife?" "I should say not," exclaimed Mr. Fry, raising his voice in earnestness. Instantly he lowered it, standing on his tiptoes the better to impart the following information to the amazed marshal. "She can lick me with both hands tied behind her back. Nobody knows it better'n I do. I just got to keep throwing things at her and cussing and smashing furniture, and all that, 'cause if she ever got an idea how scared I am of her, she'd pick me up by the seat of my pants. No, I tell you it's getting to be more'n I can stand, Mr. Crow. It's mighty hard to keep on thinking you got to keep on being brave when you're scared plumb to death all the time. Why, if Stella ever got onto the fact that But you keep on beating her just the same, don't you?" "I never beat her unless her back's turned. First I throw something at her. That's the best way. But you never ought to throw anything unless you got something ready in the other hand. And hang on to that until you're sure she's not going to run towards you instead of the other way. If you're going to be a successful wife beater, you got to use an awful lot of common sense." He looked over his shoulder. "Come on up the street a little ways, Mr. Crow," he said nervously. "Them fool women are egging me all the time. Next thing you know, they'll be trying to sick me onto you, and then I'd have to make good." They got all their husbands scared of me, and they keep telling me that I'm the grandest little man in the world. You know Jim Banks? Well, he's twice as big as I am. A week or two ago he came out on his back porch and called me a name. I started over to apologize to him, but he thought I was coming after him, so he jumped back in the kitchen and slammed the door. She told me he wanted to send for you, Mr. Crow. I wish he had. I understand you've been making threats about what you'd do to me if I ever tried to arrest you, said Anderson sternly. Is that true? No, it ain't. My wife's been making all the threats. She don't make any bones about what she'll do to you if you ever try to arrest me. She says she'll bust your head for you. Marshal Crow straightened up and glared at the Fry habitation. There was a light in the kitchen window. You wait here, Lucius Fry, and don't move till I come back. I'm going in there and talk to that wife o' yourn. You better take a gang o' men with you. Remember, I'm giving you fair warning. She'll eat you alive. I'll take my friend Mr. Squires with me for a witness, that's all. Is she out in the kitchen? I don't know. I ain't been in the house since the row. She locked the door on me. The marshal strode away, leaving vicious Lucius to the mercy of the women. Harry Squires was nowhere in sight. Mr. Crow looked about in some alarm. His speed noticeably decreased. Fumbling in his coat pocket, he found his police whistle and proceeded to blow a shrill blast upon it. A few moments passed, and then Harry came hurrying around the corner of the house. Where have you been, darn you? I've been in the house chatting with Mrs. Fry, said the reporter. Is she conscious? Is she able to talk? She certainly is. Come on. She wants to see you. Harry Squires grasped his arm and led him toward the kitchen door. Mrs. Fry herself admitted them. She looked most formidable. Did my daughter Elfrida ask you to come here and interfere with my private affairs, Anderson Crow? She demanded. I am not supposed to answer questions like that, Mrs. Fry, said Anderson with dignity. I am pleased to inform you, however, that I have succeeded in arresting your husband, and I intend to see to it that he is locked up for, oh, my goodness, groaned the gigantic lady, dropping suddenly into a chair and lowering her face into her apron. The marshal looked at her in astonishment. You have got to release vicious Lucius at once, said Harry Squires sternly. We can't afford to wreck this poor little woman's life. Little what's that you said? Stammered the marshal, still gazing at the ponderous bulk in the chair. You heard what I said, wreck this poor but proud lady's life. Speak up, Mrs. Fry. Tell the good marshal all about it. Whereupon the woebegone Mrs. Fry lifted her head and her voice in lamentation. I knew it couldn't last. I might have knowed something would turn up to spoil it. It was too much to expect. Oh, if you only wouldn't lock him up, Mr. Crow. What will people say when they find out you was able to arrest him single-handed, without a gang o' men to help you? Oh, Mr. Squires interposed a suggestion just as she was on the verge of sobs. I dare say we could stage a perfectly realistic struggle between Mr. Fry and Mr. Crow. Mr. Fry could trip Mr. Crow up all in play, you know, and then I could rush in and grab Mr. Fry from behind while he was letting on as though he was kicking Mr. Crow in the face. The spectators would. I won't be a party to any such monkey business, exclaimed the marshal in some heat. What do you take me for? If I arrest Lucius Fry, I'll just simply pick him up by the coat collar and... That's just it, cried Mrs. Fry. He wouldn't fight back. And how would I feel if you carried him off to jail as if he was a lunch basket? And I was beginning to feel so proud and happy. I was getting so I could look those cats in the face, all because my husband was the best little daredevil in the gully. They used to pity me. Now they are so jealous of me they don't know what to do. They'd give anything if they had a husband like Lucius, little as he is. My, how they envy me, and how I have been looking down on all of them the last 6 months. And here you arrest him as easy as if he was a little girl, when I've been telling everybody there wasn't anybody living that could take my man to jail. Oh, I wish I'd never been born. Anderson Crow was puzzled. He pulled at his whiskers in the most helpless way, and stared wide-eyed. But ain't you afraid to live with him? He mumbled. Ain't you afraid he'll lick you to death sometime when he's in one of... He couldn't lick me if I was chloroformed, blurted out Mrs. Fry, arising suddenly. She bared a huge right arm. See that? Well, that's as big as his leg. Don't you ever get it in your head that I can't lick Lucius Fry? That ain't the point. I can do it, but I wouldn't do it for anything on earth. I want to be proud of him, and I want these other women to feel sorry for me because I've got a man for a husband, and not a rabbit. Where is he, Mr. Crow? He's out there waiting for me to take him to jail, that is. He said he'd wait. Course, if you won't make any affidavit against him, I guess there's no sense in me locking him up. I was doing it as a sort of favor to him, anyhow. He seemed to be afraid he'd kill some of them women that hang around him. I just thought he'd act that way. I won't make any charge against him. I want him to stay just the way he is, a fine, upstanding, brutal sort of fella. You go out there and tell him to come in here. I want to go down on my knees again and forgive him. The marshal hesitated. He was between two fires. He couldn't very well oblige both of them. Lucius unquestionably was eager to go to jail for reasons of his own, and Mrs. Fry was just as eager that he should remain at large. The marshal scratched his head. I feel kinda sorry for him, he mused. Like as not, one of them women will get so foolish over him that her husband will take it into his head to get a divorce, and he paused in confusion. Go on, pleaded Mrs. Fry, her eyes sparkling. Well, from all Lucius says, he despises the whole lot of 'em. Still, that ain't going to help him any if Jim Banks one of them other idiots gets all het up and jealous and goes and sues for a divorce, naming Lucius Fry as. Mrs. Fry slapped him violently on the back. That's just what I want, she cried eagerly. I'd be the proudest woman in Tinkletown. The marshal stared. Harry Squires covered his mouth with his hand. Well, of all the gosh. His ejaculation was cut short by the opening of the kitchen door. Lucius stood outlined in the aperture. He was clapping his arms about his body, and his teeth were chattering. The voluminous sleeves flapped like great limp wings. Say, he whined, I can't wait out there all that night in this kinda weather. If I got to go to jail, I want to do it right away. It's cruelty to animals to leave me standing out there with nothing on my feet but carpet slippers. Come on and come into the fire and get warm, Lucius dear, called out his wife, as shrinking and as timid as a whipped child. I forgive you. Julie. Come down here and help me get some hot coffee and something to eat for your pa. I guess we'd better be going, Harry, said Marshal Crow uncomfortably. I got to disperse that crowd o' women out there in the street. Good night, Lucius. Night, Mrs. Fry. If you ever need me, all you got to do is just send word. Lucius followed him to the door, and would have gone out into the night with him if the marshal had not deliberately pushed him back. You ain't going to desert me, are you? Whispered Lucius fiercely. The marshal leaned over and whispered to Lucius. If all the other men in this here town had as soft a snap as you've got, Lucius Fry, they'd hate to die worse'n ever, because they'd know they'd never get back into heaven again. The Veiled Lady and the Shadow. A veiled lady is not, in ordinary circumstances, an object of concern to anybody. Circumstances, however, are sometimes so extraordinary that a veiled lady becomes an object of concern to everybody. If the old-time novelists are to be credited, an abundantly veiled lady is more than a source of interest, she is the vital, central figure in a mystery that continues from week to week, or month to month, as the case may be, until the last chapter is reached and she turns out to be the person you thought she was all the time. Now, the village of Tinkletown is a slow-going, somnolent sort of place in which veils are worn by old ladies who wish to enjoy a pleasant snooze during the sermon without being caught in the act. That anyone should wear a veil with the same regularity and the same purpose that she wears the dress which renders the remainder of her person invisible is a circumstance calculated to excite the curiosity of even the most indifferent observers in the village of Tinkletown. So when the news travelled up and down Main Street, and off into the side streets, and far out beyond Three Oaks Cemetery to the new division known as Oak Park, wherein reside 4 lonely pioneer families, that the lady who rented Mrs. Nixon's house for the month of September was in a perpetual state of obscurity, to quote Mr. Harry Squires, the Banner reporter, the residents of Tinkletown admitted that they didn't know what to make of it. The Nixon cottage was a quaint, old-fashioned place on the side of Battle Hill, looking down upon the maples of Sickle Street, The grounds were rather spacious, and the house stood well back from the street, establishing an aloofness that had never been noticed before. A low stone wall guarded the lawn and rose garden, and there was an iron gate at the bottom of the slope. The front porch was partly screened by Dutchman's pipe vines. With the advent of the tenant, smart Japanese sun curtains made their appearance, and from that day on no prying eye, no matter how well trained it may have been, could accomplish anything like a satisfactory visit to the regions beyond. Mrs. Nixon usually rented her house for the summer months. The summer of 1918 had proved an unprofitable season for her. It was wartime, and the people who lived in the cities proved unduly reluctant to venture far from their bases of supplies. Consequently, Mrs. Nixon and her daughter Angie remained in occupancy, more heartsick than ever over the horrors of war. Just as they were about to give up hope, the unexpected happened. Joseph P. Singer, the real estate agent, offices in the Lamson block, appeared bright and early one morning to inquire if the cottage could be had for the month of September and part of October. "You may ask any price you like, Abby," he said. "The letter I received this morning was written on the paper of the Plaza Hotel in New York. Anybody who can afford to put up at the Plaza, which is right on Central Park, and also on Fifth Avenue, ain't going to haggle about prices. The party wants a bathroom with hot and cold water and electric lights. Well, you've got all these improvements, and I've got to have references," said Mrs. Nixon firmly. "I guess if the Plaza is willing to rent a room to a party, there oughtn't to be any question as to the respectability of the said party," said Mr. Singer. "They're mighty particular in them New York hotels. Well, you write and tell the party. I am requested to telegraph, Abby," said he. "The party wants to know right away." As the result of this conversation and a subsequent exchange of telegrams, the party arrived in Tinkletown on the first day of September. Mr. Singer's contentions were justified by the manner in which the new tenant descended upon the village. She came in a maroon and black limousine with a smart-looking chauffeur, a French maid, a French poodle, and what all of the up-to-date ladies in Tinkletown unhesitatingly described as a French gown à la mode. Miss Angie Nixon, who had never been nearer to Paris than Brattleboro, Vermont, said to her customers that from what she had seen of the new tenant's outfit, she was undoubtedly from the Tuileries. Miss Angie was the leading dressmaker of Tinkletown. If she had said the lady was from Somaliland, the statement would have gone unchallenged. The same day, a man cook and a hired girl arrived from Boggs City, having come up by rail from New York. The tenant was a tall, slender lady. There could be no division of opinion as to that. As to whether she was young, middle-aged or only well-preserved, no one was in a position to asseverate. As a matter of fact, observers would have been justified in wondering whether she was black or white. She was never abroad without the thick, voluminous veil, and her hands were never ungloved. Mrs. Nixon and Angie described her voice as refined and elegant, and she spoke English as well as anybody, not excepting Professor Rank of the high school. By the end of her first week in the Nixon cottage, there wasn't a person in Tinkletown, exclusive of small babies, who had not advanced a theory concerning Mrs. Smith, the new tenant. On one point all agreed, she was the most stuck-up person ever seen in Tinkletown. She resolutely avoided all contact with her neighbors. On several occasions, polite and cordial citizens had bowed and mumbled howdy-do to her as she passed in the automobile, but there is no record of a single instance in which she paid the slightest heed to these civilities. All of her marketing was done by the man cook, and while he was able to speak English quite fluently when objecting to the quality, the quantity and the price of everything, he was singularly unable to carry on a conversation in that language when invited to do so by friendly clerks or proprietors. As for the French chauffeur, his knowledge of English appeared to be limited to an explosive sort of profanity. Lamb Gillespie declared on the third day after Mrs. Smith's car first came to his garage for live storage, that fella Francos knew more English cuss words than all the Irishmen in the world. The veiled lady did a good many surprising things. In the first place, she had been in the Nixon cottage not more than an hour when she ordered the telephone taken out, not merely discontinued, but taken out. She gave no reason, and satisfied the telephone company by making the local manager a present of $10. She kept all of the green window shutters open during the day, letting the sunshine into the rooms to give the carpets the first surprise they had had in years, and at night she sat out on the screened-in porch, with a reading lamp, until an hour when many of the residents of Tinkletown were looking out of their windows to see what sort of a day it was going to be. She paid cash for everything, and always with bright, crisp bank notes, fresh from the mint. She slept till noon. She went out every afternoon about 4, rain or shine, for long motor rides in the country. The queerest thing about her was that she never went near the movies. Nearly every afternoon, directly after luncheon they called it dinner in Tinkletown, she appeared in the backyard and put her extraordinarily barbed dog through a raft of tricks. Passers-by always paused to watch the performance. She had him walking first on his hind legs, then on his front legs, then he was catching a tennis ball which she tossed every which way, just as a woman would, said Alf Riesling, and when he wasn't catching the ball, he was turning somersaults, or waltzing to the tune she whistled, or playing dead. The poodle's name was Snooks. The venerable town marshal, Anderson Crow, sat in front of Lamson's store one hot evening about a week after the advent of the mystery. He was the center of a thoughtful, speculative group of gentlemen representing the first families of Tinkletown. Among those present were, Alf Riesling, the town drunkard, Harry Squires, the reporter, Ed Higgins, the feed-store man, Justice of the Peace Rob, Elmer K. Pratt, the photographer, Situate M. Jones, and 2 or 3 others of less note. The shades of night had just descended. Some of the gentlemen had already yawned 3 or 4 times. "There ain't no law against wearin' a veil," said the marshal, reaching out just in time to pluck a nice red apple before Lamson's clerk could make up his mind to do what he had come out of the store expressly to do, that is, to carry inside for the night the bushel basket containing, among other things, a plainly printed placard informing the public that No. 1 wine zaps were 2 for 5c. Crow inspected the apple critically for a moment, looking for a suitable place to begin. Then, with his mouth full, he went on, "The only thing I got against her is that she's set in a new style in Tinkletown. In the last 2-3 days I've seen more'n one of our fair sex look in at veils in the 5 and 10 cent store, and this afternoon I saw somebody I was sure was Sue Becker walking up Maple Street with her head wrapped up in something as green as grass. Couldn't see her face to save my soul, but I recognized her feet. My daughter Caroline was fixin' herself up before the look-in glass last night, seeing how she'd look in a veil, she said. It won't be long before we won't any of us be able to recognize our own wives and daughters when we meet 'em on the street. My girl Queenie's got new pink one," said Alf Riesling. "She made it out of some sort of stuff she wore over her graduating dress 3 years ago. Maybe she's got a bad complexion," ventured Mr. Jones. "Who? My girl Queenie?" "Not on your," began Alf, bristling. "I mean the woman up at Mrs. Nixon's," explained Mr. Jones hastily. Harry Squires had taken no part in the conversation up to this juncture. He had been ruminating. His inevitable, you might almost say, his indefatigable pipe had gone out 4 or 5 times. "Say, Anderson," he broke in abruptly, "has it ever occurred to you that there might be something back of it that ought to be investigated?" The flare of the match he was holding over the bowl of his pipe revealed meager twinkle in his eyes. "There you go, talkin' foolishness again," said Anderson. "I guess there ain't anything back of it 'cept a face, and she's got a right to have a face, ain't she? I mean the reason for wearing a veil that completely obscures her face all the time. They say she never takes it off, even in the house." "Who told you that?" "Angie Nixon. She says she believes she sleeps in it." "How does she deduce that?" demanded Anderson, idly fingering the badge of the New York Detective Association, which for obvious reasons, it being a very hot night, was attached to his suspenders. "She deduced it through a keyhole," replied Mr. Squires. "Angie was up at the cottage last night to get something she had left in an upstairs hall closet. She just happened to stoop over to pick up something on the floor right in front of Mrs. Smith's door. The strangest thing occurred. She said it couldn't occur again in 1,000 years, not even if she tried to do it. Her left ear happened to stop not more than half an inch from the keyhole. She just couldn't help hearing what Mrs. Smith said to her maid. Angie says she said, plain as anything, 'You couldn't blame me for sitting up all night, if you had to sleep in a thing like this.' She didn't hear anything more, because she hates eavesdropping. Besides, She thought she heard the maid walking toward the door. "Now, what do you make of that, Mr. Hawkshaw? If you don't stop calling me Hawkshaw, I apologize. An acute case of lapsus lingua, Mr. Crow." "But wasn't that remark significant? I am a friend of Mrs. Nixon's, and I must decline to criticize her beds," said Mr. Crow rather loftily. "I ain't ever slept in one of them, but I'd do it any time before I'd set up all night." Granting that the bed was all right, then isn't it pretty clear that she was referring to something else? "The veil, for instance, sounds reasonable," said Newtsprit, and then, after due reflection, "mighty reasonable." "I'd hate to sleep in a veil," said Alf Riesling. "It's bad enough to try to sleep with a mustard poultice on your jaw, like I did last winter when I had that bad toothache." Doc Ellis says he never pulled a bigger a stubborner tooth in all his experience than. "I think you ought to investigate the veiled lady of Nixon Cottage," said Harry Squires, lowering his voice and glancing over his shoulder. "You can't tell what she's up to, Anderson. It wouldn't surprise me if she's a woman with a past. She may be using that veil as a disguise. What's more, there may be a price on her head. The country is full of these female spies, working tooth and nail for Germany. Suppose she should turn out to be that society woman the New York papers say the Secret Service men are chasing all over the country and can't find the Baroness von Sleipernitz. What fur kind of a dog is that you got, Ed?" inquired Mr. Crow, calmly ignoring the suggestion. Mr. Higgins' new dog was enjoying a short nap in the middle of the sidewalk, after an apparently fatiguing effort to dislodge something in the neighborhood of his left ear. "Well," began Ed, eyeing the dog doubtfully, "all I know about him is that he's a black dog. My wife has been sizing him up for a day or two, figuring on having him clipped here and there to see if he can't be made to look as respectable as that dog of Mrs. Smith. Hetty Adams has clipped that Newfoundland dog of hers. Changed him something terrible. When I come across them on the street today, I declare I only recognized half of him, and I wouldn't have recognized that much if he hadn't wagged it at me. It beats all what women will do to keep up with the styles. I seen him today," said Mr. Sprit, "and I never in all my life see a dog that looked so mortified. I says to Hetty, says I, 'In the name o' heaven, Hetty,' says I, 'what you been doing to Shep?' And she says, 'I'd thank you, Newtsprit, not to call my dog Shep. His name is Edgar.' So I says to Shep, 'Come here, Edgar, that's a good dog.' And he never moved. Then I says, 'Hiya, Shep.' And he almost jumped out of his hide. He was so happy to find somebody that knowed who he was. 'Edgar, your granny,' says I to Hetty. 'What's the use of ruining a good dog by calling him Edgar?' And Hetty says, 'Come here, Edgar. Come here,' I say. But Edgar, he never paid any attention to her. He just kept on trying to lick my hand, and so she hit him a clip with her parasol and says, 'Edgar, must I speak to you again? Come here,' I say. 'Behave like a gentleman. There ain't no dog living that's going to behave like a gentleman if you call him names like that,' says I. 'It ain't human nature,' says I. And just to prove it to her, I turned and says to Shep, 'Ain't that so, Shep, old sport?' And what do you think that poor old dog done? He got right up on his hind legs and tried to kiss me. No wonder she wants to call him Edgar," said Harry Squires. "That's just the kind of thing an Edgar sort of dog would do. I was just going to say," said Mr. Crow, twisting his whiskers reflectively, "that maybe she does it because she's had smallpox, or been terribly scalded, or is cross-eyed, or something like that." Mr. Squires inwardly rejoiced. He knew that the seed had been planted in the marshal's fertile brain, that it would thrive in the night and sprout on the morrow. He saw delectable operations ahead. He was fond of the old man, but nothing afforded him greater entertainment than the futile but vainglorious efforts of Anderson Crow to achieve renown as a detective. The reporter was a constant thorn in the side of Crow, who both loved and feared him. The Banner seldom appeared without some sarcastic advice to the Marshal of Tinkletown, but an adjoining column invariably contained something of a complimentary character, the one so adroitly offsetting the other that Mr. Crow never knew whether he was afoot or horseback, to quote him in his perplexity. Harry Squires had worked on a New York morning paper in his early days. His health failing him, he was compelled to abandon what might have become a really brilliant career as a journalist. Lean, sick and disheartened, he came to Bramble County to spend the winter with an old aunt, who lived among the pine-covered hills above the village of Tinkletown. That was 20 years ago. For 19 years he had filled the high-sounding post of city editor on the Banner. He always maintained that the most excruciating thing he had ever written was the line at the top of the first column of the so-called editorial page, which said, "City Editor Harry Sylvester Squires." Nothing, he claimed, could be more provocative of hilarity than that. In his capacity as city editor, he wrote advertisements, personnels, editorials, news items, death notices, locals and practically everything else in the paper except the poetry sent in by Miss Sue Becker. He even wrote the cable and telegraph matter, always ascribing it to a special correspondent of the Banner. In addition to all this, he made up the forms, corrected proof, wrote heads, stood over the boy who ran the press and stood over him when he wasn't running the press, took all the blame and none of the credit for things that appeared in the paper, and once a week accepted currency to the amount of $15 as an honorarium. Regarding himself as permanently buried in this out-of-the-way spot on the Earth's surface, he had the grim humor to write his own obituary and publish it in the columns of the Banner. He began it by saying that he was going to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth about the deceased. He had written hundreds of obituaries during his career as city editor, he said, and not once before had he been at liberty to tell the truth. In view of the fact that he had no relations to stop their subscriptions to the paper, he felt that for once in his life he could take advantage of an opportunity to write exactly as he felt about the deceased. He left out such phrases as highly esteemed citizen, nobility of character, loss to the community, soul of integrity and other stock expressions. At the end he begged to inform his friends that flowers might be deposited at the Banner office or at his room in Mrs. Camp's boarding house, as he was buried in both places. Buttonhole bouquets could be pinned upon him any day by simply stopping his customary funeral procession about town. Such attentions should always be accompanied by gentle words or exclamations of satisfaction, as for example, "How natural you look," or "You owed me $10, but I forgive you," or "It's a pity your friends allowed you to be laid away in a suit of clothes like that," or "I don't believe half the things people said about you," or "It's a perfect shame you don't feel like resting in peace," or "Did you leave anything worth mentioning?" He also suggested that he would rest much easier in his grave if a slight increase in salary attended the obsequies. From this it may be gathered that Harry Squires was a man who made the most out of a very ordinary situation. Marshall Crow's suggestion met with instant response. On the other hand, Anderson, the lady may be as beautiful as the fabulous Houri and as devilish as Delilah. I don't want to take any steps in the matter without giving you your chance. He spoke darkly. Mr. Crow pricked up his ears. What do you mean by that? As a newspaper man, I am determined to clear up the mystery of the veiled lady. If you persist in sitting around twiddling your thumbs and looking like a primeval goat, I shall send to New York and engage a detective to work on the case exclusively for the Banner. The Banner is enterprising. We intend to give our subscribers the news, no matter what it costs. If you... The Marshal swallowed the bait, hook and all. He arose from his chair and faced Mr. Squires. I'll thank you, Harry Squires, to keep out of this. I didn't mean to say a word about it to you or anybody else until I had gone a little further with my investigations, but now I've got to let the cat out of the bag. I've been working day and night on her case ever since she came to town. Never mind, news don't ask me. I'll announce the result of my investigations at the proper time and not a minute sooner. Now I guess I'll be moseying along. It's getting pretty late, and I've got a lot of work to do before midnight. He started down the steps. Harry Squires leaned back in his chair and scratched a match on the leg of his trousers. By the time he raised the lighted match to the bowl of his pipe, the smile had left his lips. An uneventful week passed. The veiled lady made her daily excursions in the big high-powered car, pursued her now well-known domestic habits, retained her offensive aloofness, played games with the astounding Snooks, suffered no ill effects whatsoever from the inimical glares of the natives, and above all, she continued to set the fashions in Tinkletown. Mr. Crow stalked the streets early and late. He lurked behind the corners of buildings, He peered sharply from the offside of telephone poles as a big limousine swept haughtily by. He patrolled the Nixon neighborhood by day and haunted it by night. On occasion he might have been observed in the act of scrutinizing the tracks of the automobile over recently sprinkled streets. One evening, just after dusk, after a sharp encounter with Harry Squires, who bluntly accused him of loafing on the job, he sauntered past the Nixon cottage. His soul was full of bitterness. He was baffled. Harry Squires was right, he had accomplished nothing, and what was worse, he wasn't likely to accomplish anything. He sauntered back, cast furtive glances into the spacious front yard, and concluded to ease his restless legs by leaning against a tree and crossing them in an attitude of profound nonchalance. The tree happened to be almost directly in front of the Nixon gate. Not to seem actually employed in shadowing the house, he decided to pose with his back to the premises, facing down the street, twisting his whiskers in a most pensive manner. Suddenly a low, musical voice said, "Good evening." Mr. Crow looked up into the thick foliage of the elm, then to the right and left, and finally in the direction of the cottage. Out of the corner of his eye, after a sudden twist of the neck that caused him to wonder whether he had sprained it, the veiled lady was standing at the gate. In the gathering darkness her figure seemed abnormally tall. The marshal hastily faced about and stared hard at the mystery. "Evening," he said, somewhat uncertainly. Then he lifted his hat a couple of inches from his head and replaced it at an entirely new angle, pulling the rim down so far over the left eye that the right eye alone was visible. This shift of the hat instantly transformed him into a figure of speech. He became as cunning as a fox. People in Tinkletown had come to recognize this as an unfailing symptom of shrewdness on his part. He always wore his hat like that when he was deep in the process of ferreting something out. "Have I the honor of addressing Mr. Anderson Crow?" inquired the lady. "You have," said he succinctly. "Field Marshal Crow, ma'am, or is it Town Marshal? I am quite ignorant about titles." "That's the name I go by, ma'am. Your name is very familiar to me. Are you in any way related to the great detective?" This was unexpected tribute. The only thing he could think up to say was, "I'm him," and then, apologetically, "Unless someone's been using my name without authority. Are you actually the great Anderson Crow? Do you know, I have always thought of you as a fictitious character like Sherlock Holmes. Are you really real? Do I look upon you in the flesh?" Mr. Crow was momentarily overwhelmed. "Oh, I guess I'm not much different from other men, ma'am. I'm not half as important as folks make me out to be." "How nice and modest you are. That is the true sign of greatness, Mr. Crow. I might have known that you would be simple." "Simple?" murmured Anderson, to whom the word had but one meaning. He thought of Willie Jones, the village idiot. "Simplicity, thou art a jewel," observed the veiled lady. "Will you pardon a somewhat leading question, Mr. Crow?" "Lead on," said he, still a trifle uncertain of himself. "Who is that man standing against the tree beside you? Is he a friend of yours?" "Who is my what?" "Your companion." "Now he has moved over behind the tree." Anderson shot a startled look over his shoulder. "There ain't any man behind the tree. I'm all alone." "Are you trying to make sport of me, Mr. Crow?" "I should say not. I've been standing here for some time, and I guess I'd know if anybody was." "Do you think I am blind?" demanded the lady quite sharply. "Not if you see a man behind this tree," said he, with conviction. "You got the best eyesight of anybody I ever come across, that's all I got to say. I see him very distinctly." Anderson obligingly circled the tree. "Do you see him now?" he inquired in an amused tone. "Certainly." "He walked around the tree just ahead of you." "What?" began Anderson angrily, but checked the words in time. "You are mistaken. There ain't no one here, except me." "Is he one of your subordinates?" queried the woman, leaning forward in the attitude of one peering intently. "Must be a shadow you're seen, ma'am," he suggested, and suddenly was conscious of the queer sensation that someone was on the opposite side of the tree. "That's it!" she exclaimed eagerly. "A shadow. Aren't you detectives always shadowing someone?" "Yes, but we don't turn into shadows to do it, ma'am. There he is. Standing directly behind you." "What object can you possibly have, Mr. Crow, in lying to me about?" "Lying?" gasped Anderson, after a swift, apprehensive glance over his shoulder. "I'm telling you the gospel truth. Maybe that confounded veil's bothering your eyesight. Take it off, and you'll see there ain't no one." Ah! What a remarkable leap. He must be possessed of wings. Mr. Crow himself moved with such celerity that one might have described the movement as a leap. He was within a yard of her when he next spoke. His back was toward her, his eyes searching the darkness from which he had sprung. "Good Lord! You'd think there was someone by the way you talk." He leapt from behind that tree to this one over here. It must be 30 feet. How perfectly amazing. By this time the good marshal was noticeably impressed. There was no denying the fact that his voice shook. "Now who's lying?" he cried out. She took no offense. Instead she pointed down the dark sidewalk. It seemed to him that her arm was 6 feet long. He was fascinated by it. "Now he is climbing up the tree just like a squirrel. Look." Anderson felt the cold perspiration starting out all over his body. I swear I can't see anybody at all," the marshal croaked weakly. "Run over to that tree and look up, Mr. Crow," she whispered in great agitation. "He is sitting on that big limb, looking at us. His eyes are like little balls of fire. Send him away, please." Haltingly the marshal edged his way toward the tree. Coming to its base, he peered upward. He saw nothing that resembled a human figure. "Be careful," called out the veiled lady. "He is about to swing down upon your head. Hurry." "There. Didn't you feel that?" Anderson Crow made a flying leap for safety. He had the uncanny feeling that his hair was slowly lifting the hat from his head. Feel what?" he gasped. "He swung down by his hands and kicked at you. I was sure his foot struck your head. Ah! There he goes again. See him? He is climbing over my wall. No. He is running along the top of it. Like the wind. And he, good heavens! Am I going blind?" groaned Mr. Crow, his eyes bulging. "Now he has disappeared behind the rose bushes down in the corner of the lot. He must be the same man I have seen always about this time in the evening. If he isn't one of your men, Mr. Crow, who in heaven's name is he?" You have seen him before?" murmured the marshal, reaching up to make sure that his hat was still in place. 4 or 5 times. Last night he climbed up and stood beside that big chimney up the silhouetted against the sky. He looked very tall, much taller than any ordinary man. The night before, he was out here on the lawn, jumping from bush to bush, for all the world like a harlequin. Once he actually leapt from the ground up to the roof of the porch, as easily as you would spring. "Where are you going, Mr. Crow?" I thought I saw him running down the street just now," said Anderson Crow, quickening his pace after a parting glance over his shoulder at the tall lady in the gateway. "Maybe I can overtake him if I but I guess I'd better hurry. He seems to be running mighty fast." He was 20 feet away when she called after him, a note of warning in her voice. "You are mistaken. He is following you. He is right at your heels, Mr. Crow." This was quite enough for Anderson Crow. He broke into a run. As he clattered past the lower end of the garden wall, a low, horrifying chuckle fell upon his ears. It was not the laugh of a human being. He afterwards described it as the chortle of a hyena, hoarse and wild and full of ghoulish glee. Alf Riesling's house was 2 blocks down the street. Mr. Riesling was getting a bit of fresh air in his front yard. The picket gate was open, probably to let in the air, and he was leaning upon one of the posts. His attention was attracted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Almost before he knew what had happened, they were receding. Anderson swept past, his chin up, his legs working like piston rods. The astonished Alf recognized his friend and advisor. "Hey!" he shouted. It was a physical impossibility for Anderson to slacken his speed. At the same time, it was equally impossible for him to increase it. Alf, scenting excitement, set out at top speed behind him, shouting all the time. Pursued and pursuer held their relative positions until they rounded into Main Street. Reaching the zone of light and safety produced by show windows and open doors, the marshal put on the brakes and ventured a glance over his shoulder. Alf, lacking the incentive that spurred Anderson, lagged some distance behind. A second glance reassured the marshal. Alf was lumbering heavily past Brubaker's drugstore, fully revealed. Observing an empty chair on the sidewalk in front of Jackson's cigar store, Mr. Crow directed his slowing footsteps toward it. He flopped down with an abruptness that almost dismembered it. He was fanning himself with his hat when Alf came up. Alf leaned against the wooden Indian that guarded the portals. Presently he wheezed. "What's all the rumpus?" Instead of replying, Mr. Crow pressed his hand to his heart and shook his head. "Take your time," advised Alf sympathetically, whereupon Anderson nodded his head. Sam Jackson ambled to the front door, and Mort Fryback hobbled across the street from his hardware store. Lamb Gillespie dropped the hose with which he was sousing an automobile in front of his garage and approached the group. In less than 3 minutes all of the Nighthawks of Main Street were gathered about Anderson Crow, convinced that something unusual was in the air despite his protests. Suddenly the marshal's manner changed. He swept the considerable group with an appraising eye, and then in a tone of authority said, "Now that I've got you all together, I hereby order you in my capacity as an official of the state and county, to close up your stores and consider yourselves organized into a posse. You will close up immediately and report to me here, ready for active work." Shortly after 10 o'clock a group of 15 or 18 men moved silently away from Jackson's cigar store, led by their commander-in-chief. He was flanked on one side by Bill Kepsel, the brawny blacksmith, and on the other by Sam Jackson, who happened to possess a revolver. After the posse had turned into the unrelieved shades of Maple Street, Mr. Crow halted every few yards and said, "SH." He had related a portion but not all of his experiences, winding up with the statement that poor Mrs. Smith had been terribly frightened by the mysterious prowler, and that it was their duty as citizens to put an end to his activities if possible. "A description of him don't fit anybody living in this town," he had said during the course of his narrative. "We ain't got anybody who's seen jump 30 foot, or who's seen shin up a chimbley like a squirrel. You never saw anybody as quick as he is, either. Supposin' you think you see him standing right beside you. Zip. Before you could blink an eye, he's over there in front of Mort's store just like that. Or up a tree. Spryest cuss I ever laid eyes on. Made me think of a ghost." "Ghost?" said Newt Sprit, pausing in the act of rolling up his sleeves. "You say you saw him, Anderson?" inquired Alf Riesling. "Course I did. Tall fella with, and the lady saw him too?" "She saw him first, I been tellin' you. She seemed to be able to see quicker'n I could, 'cause she saw nearly every move he made. My eyesight ain't as good as it used to be, and besides, she could see plainer from where she stood. Come on now, no time to waste. We got to post ourselves all around the place and unnab him if he shows himself again. All you fellas have got to do is to obey orders." At the corner of Maple and Sickle Streets, a few hundred feet from the Nixon cottage, the cavalcade received a whispered order to halt. The marshal, enjoining the utmost stealth, instructed his men where to place themselves about the grounds they were soon to invest from various approaches. After stealing over the stone wall, they were to crawl forward on hands and knees until each man found a hiding place behind a bush or flower bed. There he was to wait and watch. The first glimpse of the mysterious intruder was to be the signal for a shout of alarm, whereupon the whole posse was to close in upon him without an instant's delay. In course of time, the posse successfully debouched upon the lawn and occupied crouching positions behind various objects of nature. The minutes slowly consolidated themselves into half an hour. They were pretty well started on the way toward the 3/4 mark, and still no sign of the sprightly stranger. Lights were gleaming behind the yellow shades of the downstairs window in the cottage. Through the Japanese curtains enveloping the veranda a dull, restricted glow forced its way out upon the bordering flower beds. Suddenly out of what had become an almost sepulchral silence, came the sound of a woman's voice. The words she uttered were so startling that the listeners felt the flesh on their bones creep. "But wouldn't poisoning be the surer and quicker way? Slip a few drops of prussic acid into his food, and death would be instantaneous." Marshal Crow clutched Bill Kepsel's arm. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. She had spoken in hushed, quavering tones. Then came a man's voice from the porch above, low and suppressed. "Why not wait till he is asleep and let me sneak up to him and put the revolver to his head? But suppose he should awake and, he'll never open his eyes again, believe me." Poison isn't always sure to work quickly or thoroughly. We don't want a struggle. You may be right. I leave it to you. Good. The sooner the better, then. If we do it at once, François and Henry can bury him before morning. I think. I cannot bear to talk about it. Creep in and see if he is asleep. Don't make the slightest noise. He must never know. Stealthy footsteps, as of one tiptoeing, were heard by the listeners below the porch. Then, a moment later, the sound of a woman sobbing. The foregoing conversation was distinctly heard by at least half of Marshal Crow's posse. 3 of the watchers, crouching not far from Anderson Crow and his 2 supporters, abruptly left their hiding places and started swiftly toward the front gate. The marshal intercepted them. "Where are you going?" he whispered, grabbing the foremost, who happened to be Elmer Pratt, the photographer. "I was sure I saw that fella you were telling about skipping down toward the street," whispered Mr. Pratt, his voice shaking. "I'm going after him." Keep still. Stay where you are. Alf, you round up the boys, collect 'em up here, quiet as possible. We got to prevent this terrible murder. You heard what they were plotting to do. Surround the house. Close every avenue of escape. 3 or 4 of us will bust in through the porch and you stay with me, Sim, and you too, Bill. Get your pistol ready, Sim. When I give the word, follow me. Where's Alf? Is he surrounding the house? Don't speak. Shadowy figures began scuttling about the lawn, darting from bush to bush, advancing upon the house. Now get ready, Sim, whispered Anderson. The words were hardly out of his mouth when a dull, smothered report, as of one striking the side of a barrel, reached the ears of the assembling forces. Then a sharp, agonized cry from the lady in the veranda. "Too late!" cried the marshal, and dashed clumsily up the front steps, followed by 4 or 5 of his henchmen. Yanking open the screen door, he plunged headlong into the softly lighted veranda. Behind him came Sim Jackson, brandishing a revolver, and Bill Kepsel, clutching the hammer he had brought from his forge. They stopped short. A woman in a filmy white gown, cut extremely low in the neck, confronted them, an expression of alarm in her wide dark eyes. She was very beautiful. They had never seen anyone so beautiful, so striking, or so startlingly dressed. She had just arisen from the comfortable wicker chair beside the table, the surface of which was littered with magazines, papers and documents in all sorts of disorder. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" she demanded, recovering her composure after the first instant of alarm. Mr. Crow found his voice. "Surrender peaceable," he said. "I've got you completely surrounded. Won't do any good to resist. My men are everywhere. Your partner will be shot down if he—" "Why, you old goose!" cried out the lady, and forthwith burst into a merry peal of laughter. The marshal stiffened. "That kind of talk won't," he began, and then broke off to roar, "Quit your laughing. You won't be giggling like that when you're setting in the electric chair. Hustle inside there, men. Take her paramour, dead or alive." "Oh, what a stupendous situation!" cried the beautiful lady, her eyes dancing. "You really are a darling, Mr. Crow, a perfect, old dear. You. Know that," Mr. Crow warned, taking a step backward. "Won't do you any good to talk sweet to me. I've got the goods on you. A dozen witnesses have heard you plotting to murder. Throw up your hands. Up with them. Now, keep 'em up. And stop laughing. You'll soon find out you can't murder a man in cold blood, even if he is a trespasser on your property. You can't go around killing, say, where is Mrs. Smith? Where's the lady of the house?" "I am the lady of the house, Mr. Crow," said the lady, performing a graceful Delsartan movement with her long bare arms. Mr. Crow and his companion stared upward at her arms as if fascinated. "I am Mrs. Smith, Mrs. John Smith." "I guess not," said Anderson sharply. "She wears a veil, asleep and awake. Hold on. Put your hands down. She's signaling somebody, sure as you're alive," he burst out, turning to the group of mouth-sagging, eye-roving gentlemen who followed every graceful curve and twist of those ivory arms. "What's the matter with you, Sim? Didn't I order you to go in there and grab that bloody assassin?" "What? Not on your life." "He's got a gun," exclaimed Sim Jackson. Suppose I'm going in there, and oh, for gosh sake. A man appeared in the door leading to the interior of the house. For the love o' Mike, issued from the lips of the newcomer. What in thunder, what's all this? It was Harry Squires. He gazed open-mouthed, first at the beautiful, convulsed lady, and then at the huddled group of men. We are caught red-handed, Mr. Squires, said the beautiful lady. Shall we go to the electric chair hand in hand? A slow grin began to reach out from the corners of Harry's mouth as if its intention was to connect with his ears. My God, Harry, you ain't mixed up in this murder? Bleated Anderson. The old man's dismay was so genuine, his distress so pitiful, that the heart of Harry Squires was touched. His face sobered at once. Stepping forward, he held out his hand to the marshal. Good old Anderson. It's all right. Buck up, old top. I'm sorry to say that blood has been shed here tonight. Come with me, I'll show you the corpse. Mr. Crow was not to be caught napping. Some of you fellas stay here and guard this woman. Don't let her get away. A few minutes later he stood beside Harry Squires in the cellar below the kitchen. There was a smell of gunpowder on the close, still air. They looked down upon the black, inanimate form of the French poodle. There, Mr. Hawkshaw, said Harry, there lies all that is mortal of the finest little gentleman that ever wore a collar. Take off your hat, Sim, and you too, Bill, all of you. You are standing in the presence of death. Behold in me the assassin. I am the slayer of yon grisly corpse. Shackle me, Mr. Marshal. Lead me to the gallows. I am the guilty party. Marshal Crow took off his hat with the rest, but he did it the better to mop his forehead. Do you mean to tell me there ain't been any manslaughter in this house? He inquired slowly. Up to the hour of going to press, said the city editor of the Banner, no human remains have been unearthed. Then, where in thunder is the fella who's been fooling around Mrs. Smith's front yard? There. Last I saw of him he was beating it down the street about 2 hours ago, and you were giving him the run of his life. I don't believe the rascal will ever dare come round here again. The chances are he's still running. The marshal muttered something under his breath, and shot a pleading look at Harry. Yes, sir, continued Harry solemnly, I'll bet my head he'll never be seen in these parts again. If he hadn't got such a start of me, said Anderson, regaining much of his aplomb, I'd a nabbed him, sure as you're alive. He could run like a whitehead. I never seen such. Shall we go upstairs, gentlemen, and relieve the pressure on Miss Hildebrand? She is, I may say, the principal mourner. Poor lady. Miss who? Gentlemen, the lady up there is no other than the celebrated actress, Juliet Hildebrand. The veiled lady and she are one and the same. Before we retire from this spot, let me explain that Mr. Snooks, the deceased, was run over by her automobile an hour or so ago. His back was broken. I merely put an end to his suffering. Now come, Mr. Snooks, inquired Anderson quickly. Well, that solves one of the mysteries that's been bothering me. Anon, you say she's the big actress whose picture we see in the papers every now and again? The same, Mr. Crow. She has done me the honor to accept a play that I have been guilty of writing. She came up here to go over it with me before putting it into rehearsal, and incidentally to enjoy a month's vacation after a long and prosperous season in New York. Do you mean to say you've knowed all along who she was? Demanded Anderson. Been coming up here to see her every night or so, I suppose. More or less. That settles it, said the marshal sternly. You're under arrest, sir. Have you got anybody to bail you out? Are you going to spend the night in the lockup? What's the charge, Mr. Hawkshaw? Inquired Harry, amiably, practicing without a dissent. Practicing what? Asked Harry. Jokes, roared Anderson gleefully, and slapped him on the back. Again the marshal slapped the culprit's back. Yes, sir. The joke's on me. I admit it. I'll set up the seekers for everybody here. Sim, send a box of them Uncle Tom specials round to my office first thing in the morning. Yes, sir. Harry, my boy, you certainly caught me napping good and plenty. Tain't often I get. If you don't mind, Anderson, interrupted Elmer K. Pratt, I'll take a nickel's worth of chewing tobacco. My wife don't like me to smoke around the house. Gentlemen, said Harry Squires, there are a few bottles of beer in the icebox, and the cook will make all the cheese and ham sandwiches we can eat. I am sure Miss Hildebrand will be happy to have you partake of her." "Hold on a minute, Harry," broke in the Marshal hastily. His face was a study. The painfully created joviality came to a swift and uncomfortable end, and in its place flashed a look of embarrassment. He simply couldn't face the smiling Miss Hildebrand. "If it's all the same to you," he went on, lowering his voice and glancing furtively over his shoulder at the departing members of his posse, "I guess I'll go out the back way." Seeing the surprised look on Harry's face, he floundered badly for a moment or two, and then concluded with a perfectly good excuse that it was his duty to lead Alf Riesling, the one-time town drunkard, away from temptation. In support of this resolve, he called out to Alf, "Come here, Alf. Know that, now. You come along with me." "I ain't going to touch anything but a ham sandwich," protested Alf with considerable asperity. "Never mind. You do what I tell you, or I'll run you in. Remember, you got a wife and daughter, and, inasmuch as Alf has been on the water wagon for 27 years, Mr. Marshal, I think you can trust him," began Harry. But Anderson checked him with a resolute gesture. "Can't take any chances with him. He's got to come with me." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Harry, "and besides," said Anderson, "a man in my position can't afford to be seen associating with actresses, and you know it, Harry Squires. Come on, Alf." The Astonishing Acts of Anna. The case of Loop vs. Loop was docketed for the September term in the Bramble County Circuit Court at Boggs City. When it became officially known in Tinkletown, through the columns of the Banner, that Eliphalet Loop had brought suit for divorce against his wife Anna, the town experienced a convulsion that bore symptoms of continuing without abatement until snow fell, and perhaps depending on the evidence introduced throughout the entire winter. For Eliphalet, in accusing his wife, was obliged to state in his bill that the identity and whereabouts of said correspondent were at present unknown to complainant. As Mrs. Loop emphatically, some said spitefully, declined to satisfy the curiosity of Mr. Loop, and the whole of Tinkletown as well, speculation took such an impatient attitude toward her that Eliphalet, had he been minded to do so, could have made use of any one of 300 names in a village boasting an adult male population of 317. Husbands who had been in the habit of loafing around the village stores for a couple of hours after supper, winter and summer, now felt constrained to remain later than usual for fear that evil-minded persons outstaying them might question the statement that they were going home, and many a wife who was seldom awake after 9 stayed up until the man of the house was safely inside, where she could look at him with an intentness so strange that he began to develop a ferocious hatred for Mrs. Loop. The town marshal, Anderson Crow, encountering the lugubrious Eliphalet in front of Dr. Brown's office early one morning several weeks after the filing of the complaint, put this question to him. "See here, Lif, why in thunder don't you make that wife o' yourn tell who 'tis she's been carrying on with?" Mr. Loop was not offended. He was not even embarrassed, "'Cause I ain't speaking to her nowadays, that's why. But you got a right to speak to her, ain't you? She's living in the same house with you, ain't she? And it's your house, ain't it? Stand up to her. Show her you got a little spunk." "I been living out in the barn, Anderson, on the advice of my lawyer. He says as long as she won't get out, I've got to. Been sleeping out there for the last 3 weeks. I'd like to see any woman drive me out of a comfortable bed. I don't a bit mind sleeping in the barn," said Eliphalet in apology. "It's kind of a relief to get away from them women. Hosses can't talk. I don't know as I've ever slept as well as I have." "The point is," broke in Anderson firmly, "this wife of yourn is causing a great deal of misery in town, Lif. Something's got to be done about it." "I ain't asking anybody to share my misery with me," said Mr. Loop with some asperity. "I bet I've heard 50 men's names mentioned in the last 24 hours, said Anderson, compressing his lips. "'Tain't fair, Lif, and you know it." "'Tain't my fault," said Mr. Loop stubbornly. "I won't ask her again. You wouldn't either, if you'd got a wallop over the head with a stove lid like I did when I asked her the first time." He removed his weather-worn straw hat. "See that? Doc Brown had to take 7 stitches in it, and he says if old Hawkins the undertaker had seen it first, I wouldn't have had to send for a doctor at all. You ask her yourself, if you're so blamed anxious to know. I seen her out in the backyard just 'fore I left." She was looking kinda sad and down in the mouth, so I says to her as gentle as I knowed how and as legally as possible, on the advice of my lawyer, "Good morning, Mrs. Loop." And then when I seen her looking around for something to throw at me, I knowed it wasn't any use trying to be polite, so I says, "Get out o' my sight, you old cow." And 'fore you could say scat, she was out o' my sight. I didn't know it was possible for me to be so spry at my age. Just as she was getting out o' my sight by me getting around the corner of the barn, I heard something go kerslam against the side of the barn, but I don't know what it was. Sounded like a milk crock. Anderson looked at him sorrowfully. "Well, you can't say I didn't warn you, Liv." "Warn me about what?" "'Bout advertising for a wife. I told you no good could come of it. And now I guess you'll agree that I was right." "Oh, shucks. Anna was as good a woman as I ever had, Andy Crow, and I don't know as I ever had a better worker around the place. For 2 years she..." He choked up and began to sniffle. "There ain't no denying the fact she lasted longer'n any of them," agreed Anderson. "I don't just exactly remember how many funerals you've had, Liv. But say, just out o' curiosity, how many have you had?" "Me and Mrs. Crow had a dispute about it last evening. It's cost me a lot o' money, Anderson, a terrible lot o' money," groaned Elefalla. "What with doctors' bills and coffins, and nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. No children, no nothing but mother-in-laws and tombstones. By gosh, why is it mother-in-laws last so long? I've got 5 mother-in-laws living this minute, and the good Lord knows I never done anything to encourage 'em. I've lost 4 wives and not a single mother-in-law. It don't seem right now, does it, Anderson? Well, if you'd married somebody nearer your own age, Liv, you might stand some chance of outliving their mothers. But you been marrying women anywheres from 50 to 60 years younger 'n you are. You must be darned near 80, if you get 'em too old. They're less complaining about doing the work around the house and garden, and then you got to get a hired girl. Especially the washing. Seems to me it'd be cheaper in the long run to work a hired girl to death rather than a wife," said Anderson tartly. "Most generally it is," agreed Mr. Loop. "But I sorta got into the habit of marrying hired girls, figuring they make the best kind of wives. I give 'em a good home, plenty to eat," and his eyes roamed aloft, as if searching for some other beneficence, and finally lighting on Dr. Brown's doorplate, found something to clinch his argument. "And as fine a funeral as any woman could ask for," he concluded. "Let's get back to the main question," said Anderson unfeelingly. He didn't have much use for Elefalla. "What for sort of looking fella is this man your wife's been carrying on with?" "Well," began Mr. Loop, squinting his bleary eyes reflectively, "I ain't never seen him 'cept when he was running, and it was after dark besides. Twice I seen him jump out of one of our back winders when I got home earlier than usual from lodge meeting. First time I made out he was a burglar and hustled in to see if he had took anything. You see, I allus keep my pocketbook in a bureau drawer in our bedroom, and naturally, as it was our bedroom winder he jumped out of, naturally I'd be a little uneasy, wouldn't I? Especially if you thought your wife might have been rendered insensible by the robber," said Anderson. "Naturally," said Mr. Loop quickly. "Course, I thought of her first of all. Well, after I went to the bureau and found the pocketbook all safe, I asked Anna if she'd heard anybody trying to get in through the winder. She looked kinda funny like for a second or two and then said no, she hadn't. I told her what I'd seen, and she said I must be drunk or something, 'cause she'd been in the room all the time having a bite of something to eat 'fore going to bed. I never saw anybody that could eat more'n that woman, Anderson. She's allus eatin'. Course I believed her that time, 'cause there was a plate o' cold ham and some sultries and biscuits and, a lot of other victuals on the washstand, with only one knife and fork. Her mother was sound asleep in her room upstairs, and her sister Gertie, who come to visit us 6 months ago and is still visiting us and eating more'n any 2 hired men you ever saw, Gertie. She was out in the kitchen reading that Swede paper my wife takes. And she said she didn't hear anybody either, and up and told Anna she'd be afraid to live with a man that come home drunk every night in the week like I did. She's the meanest woman I ever see, Anderson. I don't want to hear about that side of your wife's relations, Elefalla Loop," interposed Anderson. "Well, said Eliphalet patiently. I kinda figured I might have been mistaken about seeing him that first time, but when the same thing happened again on the night I went over to set up with Jim Hooper's corpse, why, I just naturally begin to think it was kinda funny. What set me thinking harder than ever was finding a man's hat in my room, hanging on the back of a chair. Thinks I, that's mighty funny, especially as the hat wasn't mine. What kind of a hat was it? Questioned Anderson, taking out his notebook and pencil. Describe it carefully, Liv. It was a grey Fudery, said Mr. Loop. The one you been wearing to church lately? Yes. I thought I might as well be wearing it, long as nobody claimed it, explained the ingenuous husband of Anna. It was a couple of sizes too big for me, so I stuffed some paper inside the sweatband. I'll just hate to have a hat coming down on my ears, don't you? Kinda spreads them out. Well, the first thing we've got to do, Liv, is to find someone with a head 2 sizes bigger than yours, said Anderson, giving his whiskers a slow, speculative twist. That oughtn't to be hard to do, said Eliphalet without hesitation. I wear a 5 3/4. Most everybody I know wears a bigger hat than I do. That makes it more difficult, admitted Anderson. Was it bought in Tinkletown or Boggs City? It had a New York label stamped on the sweatband. Bring it down to my office, Liv, so's I can examine it carefully. Now, when did you next see this man? About 2 weeks after the second time up in our cow pasture. He was setting beside Anna on some rails back of the corn crib, and he had his arm around her or part way round. Anyhow, she's a terrible thick woman. Been fattening up something awful in the last 2 years. I snook up and looked at him through the blackberry bushes, laying flat so's they couldn't see me. Was that all you did? What else could I do? Demanded Mr. Loop in some surprise. Why, you could have tackled him right then and there, couldn't you? Didn't I tell you there was 2 of them? 2 men? No. Him and Anna. You don't suppose I could lick both of them, do you? I bet there ain't a man in town except that blacksmith, Bill Kepsel, that's seen lick Anna single-handed. Besides, I ain't half the man I used to be. I'm pretty nigh 80, Anderson. If I'd been 4 or 5 years younger, I'd showed him, you bet, was Mr. Grove's comment. How long did they sit there? I can't just exactly say. They was gone when I woke up. When you what? Woke up? It was getting pretty late, long past my bedtime, and I'd had a hard day's work. I guess I musta fell asleep. Was Mrs. Loop up when you got back home? Yes, she was up. What did you say to her? I didn't get a chance to say anything, said Eliphalet mournfully. All 3 of them was eating breakfast, and I got the most awful tongue lashing you ever heard. Accused me of everything under the sun. I couldn't eat a mouthful. Served you right, said Anderson sternly. Well, did you ever see him again? I ain't saying as it was the same fella, qualified Mr. Loop, but last night I seen a man streaking through the potato patch lickety-split some ears round 9 o'clock. He was carrying a bundle and was all stooped over. I yelled at him to stop ere I'd fire. That seemed to make him run a little faster, so I took after him and run smack into Anna coming round the corner of the hen roost. Soon as I got my breath, I asked her what intonation she was doing out at that time o' night. Well, go on. What did she say? Demanded Anderson as Mr. Loop paused to wipe his forehead. She insulted me, said Mr. Loop. How? Inquired Marshall Crowe skeptically. She called me a skunk. Mr. Crowe was silent for some time, tugging at his whiskers. He stared intently at the upper corner of Dr. Brown's cottage. His lip twitched slightly. Presently, feeling that he could trust his voice, he asked, "Why don't you offer a reward, Liv?" "I thought of doing that," said Mr. Loop, "but a trifle half-heartedly. If you offer a big enough reward, I'll find out who the fella is," said Anderson. "Course, you understand it ain't my duty as marshal to ferret out matrimonial mysteries. I'd have to tackle it in my capacity as a private detective. And you couldn't hardly expect me to do all this extra work without being paid for it." Mr. Loop scratched his head. Then he scratched a small furrow in the gravel roadway with the toe of one of his boots. "Well, you see, I got to pay a lawyer right smart of a fee, and besides," Anderson interrupted him sternly, "you owe it to your fellow citizens to clear up this mystery. You surely don't think it is fair to your friends, do you, Falaloop. Purty nigh every man in town is been suspicioned, and that ain't any business o' mine, snapped Falla, showing some ire. If they feel as through the thing ought to be cleared up just for the sakes, why don't they get together and offer a reward? I don't see why I ought to pay out money to stablish the innocence of all the men in Tinkletown. Let them do it if they feel that way about it. I got no objection to the taxpayers of Tinkletown appropriating a sum out of the town treasury to prove they're innocent. Why don't you take it up with the selectman, Anderson? I'm satisfied to leave my complaint as it is. I've been thinking it over, and I believe I'd rather get my divorce without knowing who's the cause of it. The way it is now, I'm on friendly terms with every man in town, and I'd like to stay that way. It would be mighty unpleasant to meet one of your friends on the street and not be able to speak to him. Long as I don't know, why? Wait a minute, Loop, broke in Anderson sternly. Don't say anything more. All I got to say is that it wasn't you your wife insulted when she called you a skunk. Good morning, sir. He turned and strode away, leaving the amazed Mr. Loop standing with his mouth open. Sometime later that same afternoon Falla succeeded in solving the problem that had been tantalizing him all day. By gum, he bleated, addressing the high heavens, what a blamed old fool he is. Anybody with any sense at all knows that you can't insult a skunk. Briefly, Mr. Loop's fifth matrimonial experience had been, in the strictest sense, a venture. After 4 discouraging failures in the effort to obtain a durable wife from among the young women of Tinkletown and vicinity, he had resolved to go farther afield for his fifth. So he advertised through a New York matrimonial bureau for the sort of wife he might reasonably depend upon to survive the rigors of climate, industry and thrift. He made it quite plain that the lucky applicant would have to be a robust creature, white, sound of lung and limb, not more than 30, and experienced in domestic economy. Nationality no object. Mr. Loop's idea of the meaning of domestic economy was intensely literal. Also she would have to pay her own railroad fare to Boggs City, no matter whence she came, the same to be refunded in case she proved acceptable. He described himself as a widower of means, young in spirit though somewhat past middle age, of attractive personality and an experienced husband. The present Mrs. Loop was the result of this spirit of enterprise on his part. She came from Hoboken, New Jersey, and her name was Anna Peterson before it was altered to Loop. She more than fulfilled the requirements. As Mr. Loop himself proclaimed, there wasn't a robuster woman in Bramble County. She was exceedingly sound of lung, and equally sound of limb. What pleased him more than anything else, she was a Swede. He had always heard that the Swedish women were the most frugal, the most industrious, and a shade more amenable to male authority than any others. Anna was a towering, rather overdeveloped female. She revealed such astonishing propensities for work that she had been a bride but little more than a week when Falla decided that he could dispense with the services of a hired man. A little later he discovered, much to his surprise, that there really wasn't quite enough work about the house to keep her occupied all the time, and so he allowed her to take over some of the chores he had been in the habit of performing, such as feeding the horses and pigs, and ultimately to chop and carry in the firewood, wash the buckboard, milk the cows, and in spare moments to weed the garden. He began to regard himself as the most fortunate man alive. Anna appeared to thrive where her predecessors had withered and wasted away. True, she ate considerably more than any of them, but he was willing to put up with that, provided she didn't go so far to eat as much as all of them. There were times, however, when he experienced a great deal of uneasiness on that score. The fly avoided his ointment for something like 3 months. Then it came and settled and bade fair to remain and thrive upon the fat of his land. Anna's mother came to live with them. He now realized that he had been extremely short-sighted. He should have stipulated in his advertisement that none except motherless young women need apply. Mrs. Peterson was his 5th mother-in-law, and he dolefully found himself contending with the paraphrase, like mother, like daughter. His latest mother-in-law proved to be a voracious as well as a vociferous eater. She fell little short of Anna in physical proportions, but his wife assured him that it would be no time at all before she'd have her as plump as a partridge. Mr. Loop undertook the experiment of a joke. He asked her if partridge was the Swede word for hippopotamus. After that he kept his jokes to himself. A year and a half went by. Then Miss Gertie Peterson came up from Hoboken for a flying visit. She was a very tall and lean young woman. Mr. Loop shuddered. The process of developing her into a partridge was something horrible to contemplate. But Anna was not dismayed. She insisted that the country air would do her sister a world of good. Mr. Loop was a pained witness to the filling out of Gertrude, but something told him that it wasn't the country air that was doing it. She weighed in the neighborhood of 150 pounds when she flew in for the visit. At the end of 6 months she strained the scales at 220. There was a good deal of horse sense in his contention that if all this additional weight was country air, she'd have to be pretty securely anchored or she'd float away like a balloon. But he did not openly complain. He had acquired the wisdom of the vanquished. He was surrounded by conquerors. Moreover, at butchering time, he had seen his wife pick up a squealing shoat with one hand and slit its throat with the other in such a skillful and efficient manner that goose flesh crept out all over his body when he thought of it, and during those long, solitary nights in the barn he thought of it so constantly that everything else, including the encroachment of the home wrecker, slipped his mind completely. He never ceased wondering how he screwed up the courage to institute proceedings against Anna, notwithstanding the fact that the matter had been vicariously attended to by his lawyer and a deputy from the county sheriff's office. Marshal Crowe fell into a state of profound cogitation after leaving Mr. Loop. The old man had put a new idea into his head. Late in the afternoon he decided to call a meeting of citizens at the town hall for that night. He drafted the assistance of such able idlers as Alf Riesling, Newt Sprit, Rush Applegate, Henry Plum and Situate M. Jones, and ordered them to impress upon all male citizens of Tinkletown between the ages of 21 and 75 the importance of attending this meeting. Ebenezer January, the barber, and George Washington Smith, the garbage wagon driver, were the only 2 men in town whose presence was not considered necessary. They, with their somewhat extensive families, represented the total colored population of Tinkletown. When the impromptu gathering was called to order that night by Ezra Pounder, the town clerk, acting in an unofficial capacity, there were nearly 250 men present, including Messrs. January and Smith. Uncle Dad Sims, aged 84, was present, occupying a front seat. He confessed for the first time in his life that he was a little hard o' hearing. This was a most gratifying triumph for his fellow citizens, who for a matter of 20 years had almost yelled their lungs out advising him to get an ear trumpet, only to have him say, "What in thunder are you whispering about?" The 3 clergymen of the town put in an appearance, and Elmer K. Pratt, the photographer, brought his 7-month-old baby, explaining that it was his night to take care of her. He assured the gentlemen present that they were at liberty to speak as freely and as loudly as they pleased. So far as his daughter was concerned, if she got awake and started to yap, he'd spank the daylights out of her, and if that didn't shut her up he'd take her home. Anderson Crowe, wearing all his decorations, occupied the chair between Mr. Pounder and Harry Squires, the Banner reporter. By actual count there were 7 badges ranging across his chest. Prominent among them were the familiar emblems of the 2 detective associations to which he paid annual dues. Besides these, one could have made out the star of the town marshal, the shield of the fire chief, badges of the Grand Army of the Republic, Sons of Veterans, Sons of the Revolution, and the Tinkletown Battlefield Association. Harry Squires, at the request of Mr. Crowe, arose and stated the object of the meeting. "Gentlemen," he began, "the time has come for action. We have been patient long enough. A small committee of citizens got together today, and acting upon the suggestion of our distinguished marshal, decided to make a determined effort to restore peace and confidence into the home of practically every gentleman in this community. It is a moral certainty that all of us can't be the individual in Mr. Loop's woodpile, but it is also more or less an immoral certainty that Mrs. Loop obstinately refuses to vindicate an overwhelming majority of the citizens of this town. The situation is intolerable. We are in a painful state of perplexity. One of us, gentlemen, appears to be a Lothario. The question naturally arises, which one of us is it? Nobody answers. As a matter of fact, up to date, nobody has actually denied the charge. Can it be a matter of false pride with us? Ahem. However, not only does Mrs. Loop decline to lift the shadow of doubt, but Mr. Loop has assumed a most determined and uncharitable attitude toward his friends and neighbors. He positively refuses to come to our rescue. We have put up with Mr. Loop for a great many years, gentlemen, and what do we get for our pains? Nothing, gentlemen, nothing except Mr. Loop's cheerful wink when he passes us on the street. Our esteemed marshal today proposed to Mr. Loop that he offer a suitable reward for the apprehension of the man in the case. He gave him the opportunity to do something for his friends and acquaintances. What does Mr. Loop say to the proposition? He was more than magnanimous. He as much as said that he couldn't bear the idea that any one of his numerous friends was innocent. Now, while Mr. Loop may feel that he is being extremely generous, we must feel otherwise. Gentlemen, we have arrived at the point where we must take our reputations out of Eliphalet Loop's hands. We cannot afford to let him trifle with them any longer. Mr. Loop refuses to employ a detective. Therefore it is up to us to secure services of a competent, experienced sleuth who can and will establish our innocence. It will cost us a little money, possibly 50 cents apiece, but what is that compared to a fair name? I am confident that there isn't a man here who wouldn't give as much as $10, even if he had to steal it, in order to protect his honor. Now, gentlemen, you know what we are here for. The meeting is open for suggestions and discussion. He sat down, but almost instantly arose, his gaze fixed on an object in the rear of the hall. I see that Mr. Loop has just come in. Perhaps he has some news for us. Have you anything to say, Mr. Loop? Mr. Loop got up and cleared his throat. Nothing, said he, except that I'm as willing as anybody to subscribe 50 cents. Harry Squires suddenly put his hand over his mouth and turned to Marshal Crowe. The Marshal arose. This ain't no affair of yours, Liff Loop. Nobody invited you to be present. You go on home, now. Go on. You've contributed all that's necessary to this here meeting. Next thing we know, you'll be contributing your mother-in-law too. Get out, I say. Open the door, Jake, and head him that way. Easy, now. I didn't say to stand him on his head. He might accidentally squash that new feudary hat he's wearing. After Mr. Loop's unceremonious departure, the Marshal resumed his seat and fell to twisting his sparse whiskers. What is your opinion, Mr. Crowe? Inquired Harry Squires, as to the amount we would have to pay a good detective to tackle the job. Mr. Crowe ran a calculating eye over the crowd. He did not at once reply. Finally he spoke. Between $105 and $107, he said. It might run as high as 110, he added, as 2 or 3 belated citizens entered the hall. Can we get a good man for dot amount? Inquired Henry Wimpelmere, the tan-yard man. Well, we can get one that can tell whether it's daylight or dark without lighting a lantern to find out, said Mr. Crowe in a slightly bellicose tone. I ain't so sure about dot, said Henry, eyeing the Marshal skeptically. He had had it in for Marshal Crowe ever since that official compelled him to hang an American flag in front of his tan-yard. Luckily Uncle Dad Sims, who had not heard a word of the foregoing remarks, piped up. This ain't no time to be thinking of unnecessary improvements, what with peace not signed yet, and labor and material so high. I don't see that there's any call for a new roof, anyway. S'posin' it does leak a little once in a while. We've all got umbrellas, I guess, and, wake up, bawled Alf Riesling, close to the old man's ear. We ain't talking about a roof, Loop. That's what we're talking about, what say? Squealed Uncle Dad, putting his hand to his ear. My hearin' is a little bad lately. I said you was the darndest old nuisance in town. That's what I said, and I don't care whether you hear me or not, roared Alf in exasperation. That's better, said Uncle Dad, nodding his head approvingly. But I wish you wouldn't chaw tobacco, Alf, he added rather plaintively. Order, commanded Marshal Crowe, pounding on the table with his cane. Now, fellow citizens, let us get down to business. Most of us have got to be home before 9 o'clock, or the dickens will be to pay. All those in favor of employing a detective to unearth this dark mystery raise their right hands. Just a moment, please, called out the Reverend Mr. Maltby, of the Congregationalist Church. I presume I am safe in saying that Father Maloney, the Reverend Mr. Downs and myself are hardly to be regarded as interested parties. He was interrupted by Father Maloney, who sprang to his feet and shouted in his most jovial voice. "Nonsense, my dear Maltby. I consider it a great honor to be considered in the list of suspects. Nothing could give me more pleasure than the feeling that my parishioners trusted me sufficiently to take me to their hearts and say, 'He is one of us.' I should consider myself very badly treated if they were to leave me out of the case. Come join me. Let us get all we can out of a most delicate situation. What do you say, friend Downes?" The Methodist minister, an elderly person, looked a trifle dashed for a moment or two, and then heartily declared himself as with Father Maloney. Whereupon Mr. Maltby said he guessed it would be all right, provided Mr. Squires promised not to publish the names. Harry Squires promptly announced that he intended to save labor and space by stating briefly and concisely that if any of his feminine readers cared to have a list of those present, she could get it very easily and alphabetically by consulting the telephone book. The outcome of the meeting may be recorded in a very few words, although a great many were required in its achievement. Virtually everybody, including the colored gentry, had something to say on the subject, and most of them said it without reservations. After Mr. Squires had announced that any man who voted in the negative would automatically convict himself, there wasn't a man present who failed to subscribe 50 cents toward the Civic Honor Fund. It was found, on computation, that the total amount was $109.50. Marshal Crowe at once increased his contribution to $1, declaring it would be mortifying to offer a reward of less than $110 to any decent, self-respecting detective. Messrs. January and Smith insisted on their rights as citizens to join in the movement. Mr. January took the floor and vociferously harangued the assemblage at some length on certain provisions of the Proclamation of Emancipation, and Mr. Smith said that this wasn't no time to draw the color line. Mr. Crowe consented to undertake the baffling case, and it was so ordered. "Have you got a clue?" whispered Elf Riesling as he started homeward in the wake of the preoccupied sleuth. "No, but I will have 4 morning," replied Anderson, and he never uttered truer words in all his life. Being a man of action, Mr. Crowe began operations at once. He went home and for nearly an hour worked over the list of subscribers to the fund, aided by his wife and daughters. Among them they separated the wheat from the chaff. At least 20% of the contributors were set aside in a separate group and labeled no good. 10% were designated as fairly good, and the remainder as good. It must not be assumed that the division had anything to do with the loop mystery. Mr. Crowe was merely figuring out who would pay and who would not. It was shortly after 10 o'clock when he started, in a roundabout way, for the home of Illafalla Loop. The more direct route would have been down the street from his own house to the Boggs City Pike, first turn to the left, 50 paces straight ahead, and he would have found himself at Illafalla's front gate in all, a matter of half a mile. But he preferred to descend upon the premises from an unexpected angle. So he approached by a far, circuitous way and arrived at the gate after traversing something like 3 miles of wood and pasture land, stealthily following the stake and rider fences in order to screen his movements. He was well aware that Mr. Loop did not own a dog, on account of the expense. The house was dark. Mr. Crowe leaned against the hitching post and mopped his brow. Then he blew his nose. It was his custom when he blew his nose, to blow it with tremendous force. Having performed these highly interesting feats, he restored his handkerchief to his hip pocket. He remembered quite clearly doing all these things. Afterwards, he claimed that he blew his nose as a signal. In any case, it proved to be a signal. A thinly pleated light appeared in one of the front windows of the house, narrow little streaks one above the other, shining through the window slats. The Marshal of Tinkletown stared. He craned his neck. A chill of excitement swept over him. Was he about to witness the surreptitious departure of the unwelcome guest? Had he arrived in the nick of time? And what in the world was he to do if the fellow had a revolver? Fascinated, he watched one of the blinds slowly swing outward. He held his breath. Suddenly it dawned on him that the visitor was still expected, and not on the point of departing. In that case it behooved him to retire to a less exposed spot, where he could observe the fellow without being observed. Stooping low, he stole across the road and wound his way through the scraggly hedgerow and into the brambles beyond. Just as he was settling himself down for his vigil, a most astonishing thing occurred. A hand fell heavily upon his shoulder, and something cold punched him in the back of the neck and remained fixed in that spot. "Don't move or I'll blow your brains out," whispered a voice in his ear. The grip on his shoulder tightened. He started to gasp. "Shut up," hissed the voice of the invisible one. "I've got you dead to rights. Get up. Put your hands up." I got him up," gulped Mr. Crow, in a strangled voice. "Don't shoot, mister. I promise to let you go, I swear I will." "It's, by thunder," fell from the lips of the captor. It was an exclamation of surprise, even dismay. "Take it away, if it's a revolver," pleaded Anderson. "I withdraw from the case. You can go as far as you like." "Ilafala, stand still. I can't take a chance with you. You may be trying to fool me with this rube talk. Keep him up." Swiftly the stranger ran a hand over Mr. Crow's person. "You ought to have a gun," he said in a puzzled voice. "I loaned it last winter to Milt Couples, and he—" "Who the devil are you?" "I'm the Marshal of Tinkletown, and my name is Crow A. Crow. I made a mistake, taking up this case. Go on in and see Mrs. Loop if you feel like it. I won't say a word to anybody. Get down on your knees, Mr. Crow, here beside me, and, oh, lordy, lordy. You surely ain't going to shoot, mister. I don't want you to pray. I want you to keep still. Don't make a sound, do you hear? I've got a wife and children." "Shut up. Look. She's put out the light. Keep your eyes skinned, old man. He must be near. Don't make a sound. My partner's in that rain barrel at the corner of the house. If we can get him between us, he won't have any more chance than a snowball in luck. There he is, sneaking across the yard. By golly, we've got him at last." What happened in the next 15 seconds was a revelation to the most recent addition to the forces of the International Society of Sleuths. He witnessed the quick, businesslike methods of two of the craftiest men in the craftiest organization in the world, the United States Secret Service. 2 words were spoken. They came, loud and imperative, from a point near the house: "Hands up." The skulking figure in the yard stopped short, but only for a fraction of a second. Then he made a wild spring toward the front gate. A shot rang out. The man at Anderson's side leapt forward through the hedge. Mr. Crow was dimly conscious of a mishap to his erstwhile captor. He heard him curse as he went sprawling over a treacherous vine. Mr. Crow did not waste a second's time. He leapt to his feet and started pell-mell for home. With rare sagacity he avoided the highway and laid his course well inside the hedgerow. He knew where he could strike an open stretch of meadowland, and he headed for it through the brambles. He heard shouts behind him, and the rush of feet. If he could only get clear of the cussed bushes. That was his thought as he plunged along. Down he went with a crash. As the marshal tried to rise, a huge object plowed through the hedge beside him, and the next instant he was knocked flat and breathless by the impact of this hurtling body. The next instant 2 swift, ruthless figures came plunging through the hedge, and he found himself embroiled in a seething mix-up of panting, struggling men. Presently Crow sat up. The steady glare of a dark lantern revealed a picture he was never to forget. A single figure in a kneeling position, hands on high, was crying, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Over him stood 2 men with pistols leveled at the white, terrified face. Anderson, to his dying day, was to remember those bulging eyes, the flabby and unshaven face, the mouth that appeared to be grinning, but never had he seen such an unnatural grin. "Stand up!" commanded one of the men, and the victim struggled to his feet. In less time than it takes to tell it, the fellow was searched and handcuffed. "Run back there, Pike, and see that the woman don't take a crack at us with a shotgun. She'd do it in a minute." As his companion darted back into the roadway, the speaker turned to his captive. "Where's your gun?" By this time Anderson Crow was on his feet. He was clutching something in his hand. He looked at it in stark astonishment. It was an automatic pistol. In raising himself from the ground his hand had fallen upon it. "I don't know," said the captive sullenly. Then his gaze fell upon the gaunt figure of Anderson Crow. A frightful scowl transfigured his face. Mr. Crow involuntarily drew back a step and reversed the pistol in his hand, so that its muzzle was pointing at the enemy instead of at himself. Between imprecations the prisoner managed to convey the fact that he realized for the first time that it was a human being and not a log that had brought him to earth. Mr. Crow found his voice and some of his wits at the same time. "I'll learn you not to go rampagging around these parts carrying concealed weapons, you good-for-nothing scamp. I've got your gun, blast ye." He turned triumphantly to the surprised Secret Service man. "I took it away from him soon as I had him down, and, holy mackerel," gasped the operative. Did you head him off and down him?" "You? Well, I'll be hanged. I sorta noted strike about here, trying to make the woods up yonder, so I hustled down here to head him off while you fellas—" "Never mind now," broke in the other. "Tell it to me later. Come on, both of you. We're not through yet," he urged the burly captive through the hedge. Marshal Crow followed very close behind. They found a terrified, excited group on the front porch, 3 sturdy females in nightgowns, all with their hands up. Below, revealed by the light streaming through the open door, stood a man covering them with a revolver. 15 or 20 minutes later Mr. Crow dug the shivering Ilafala out of the haymow and ordered him forthwith to join his family in the kitchen, where he would hear something to his advantage. The happiest man in Bramble County was Ilafala when he finally grasped the truth. The prisoner turned out to be his wife's first husband. He grasped that fact some little time before he realized that he wasn't even her second husband, owing to certain fundamental principles in law and a fugitive from justice. The man was an escaped convict, the leader of a gang of counterfeiters, and he was serving a term in one of the federal prisons when he succeeded in his break for liberty. For many months the United States Secret Service operatives had been combing the country for him, hot and cold on his trail, but always, until now, finding themselves baffled by the crafty rogue, who, according to the records, was one of the most dangerous, desperate criminals alive. Finally they got track of his wife, who had lived for a time in Hoboken, but it was only within the week that they succeeded in locating her as the wife of Ilafala. The remainder of the story is too simple to bother about. "Of course, Mr. Loop," said one of the Secret Service men, "you can prosecute this woman for bigamy." Mr. Loop shook his head. "Not much. I won't take no chance. She might prove that she wasn't ever married to this fella, and then where would I be? No, Siri. You take her along and lock her up. She's a dangerous character. And say, don't make any mistake and forget to take her mother and sister, too." The next evening Mr. Crow sat on the porch in front of Lamson's store. His fellow townsmen were paying up more promptly than he had expected. Practically 3/4 of the reward was in his coat pockets, all silver, but as heavy as lead. "Yes, sir," he was saying in a rather far-reaching voice, for the outer rim of the crowd was some distance away. "As I said before several times, I figured he would do just what he did. I figured that I'd have to outfigure him. He is one of the slickest individuals I have ever had anything to do with and one of the most desperate. Where was I at, Alf? Oh, yes, I recollect. He was a powerful fella. For a second or two I thought maybe he'd get the best of me, being so much younger and having a revolver besides. But I hung on like grim death, and finally, thanks, Jim, I wasn't expecting you to pay for the end of the month. Finally I got my favorite halt on him, and down he went. All this time I was trying to get his revolver away from him. Just as I got it, the Secret Service men came dashing up and what say, Deacon? Well, if the rest of the crowd ain't tired o' hearing the story, I don't mind telling it all over. Harry Squires, perched on the railing, assured him that the crowd wouldn't mind in the least. The real beauty of the story, Anderson, he added dryly, is that it has so much of the spice of life in it. What's that? I mean variety. No questions answered. Reward: $25 for the apprehension or capture of person or persons who successfully stole the fashionable bulldog belonging to Mrs. M. Fry back on or about Friday of last week. P/N. B. Said dog occasionally answers to the name of Marmaduke, but mostly to Mike. An additional reward of $3 cash will be paid for the return of said dog, with or without said criminals. No questions asked. A. Crow, Marshal of Tinkletown. The foregoing poster, fresh from the press of the Banner printing office, made itself conspicuous at no less than a dozen points in the village of Tinkletown on a blustery February morning. Early visitors to the post office in Lamson's store were the first to discover it, tacked neatly on the bulletin board. Others saw it in front of the town hall, while others, who rarely took the trouble to look at a telephone pole before leaning against it, found themselves gazing with interest at the notice that covered the customary admonition. Post no bills. Of course everyone in Tinkletown knew, and had known for the matter of a week or more, that Mort Fryback's bulldog was lost, strayed or stolen, but this was the first glaring intimation that Mort had also lost his mind. In the first place, Mike, as he was familiarly known to every inhabitant, wasn't worth more than $1.50 when he was in his prime, and that, according to recollection, must have been at least 12 or 15 years prior to his unexplained disappearance. In the second place, it was pretty generally understood that Mike recently Marmaduke had surreptitiously taken a dose of prussic acid in a shed back of Kepsel's blacksmith shop and was now enjoying a state of perfect rejuvenation in the happy hunting ground. Mr. Alf Riesling, the town drunkard, after having scanned 4 of the notices on his way to the post office, informed a group of citizens in front of Brubaker's drugstore that Anderson Crow would do almost anything to get his name into print. Alf and the town marshal had had one of their periodical fallings out, and, for the moment at least, the former was inclined to bitterness. "To begin with," explained Alf, "there ain't a dog in this town that's worth stealing, to say nothing of $3. You can't tell me that Mort Fryback would give $3 to get that dog back, not even if he was alive, which he ain't, if you seem believe Bill Kepsel. No, sir, it's just because Anderson wants to see his name in print, that's what it is. I bet if you was to ask Mort if he has agreed to pay how much is it all told $28 if he has agreed to pay all that money for nothing, he'd order you out of his store. Mrs. Fryback told my wife a couple of weeks ago that Marmaduke was a prize bull, and she wouldn't take $100 for him," said Newtsprit. "Seems that she had somebody look up his pedigree, and he turns out to be a stepson or something like that of a dog that won first prize at a bench show, whatever that is, in New York City. Ever since that actress woman was here last fall, that friend of Harry Squire's, every darn dog in town has turned out to be related some way or other to a thoroughbred animal in some other city," said Alf. "Why, even that mangy shepherd dog of Deacon Rank's, according to Mrs. Rank, is a direct descendant of 2 of the finest Boston Terriers that ever came out of Boston. She told me so herself, but, of course, I couldn't ask how he happened to look so much like a shepherd dog and so little like his parents, 'cause there's no use making poor Mrs. Rank any more miserable than she already is. She certainly don't get any fun out of life, living with the deacon from one year's end to the other. Yes, sir, just because that actress woman paraded around here for a month or so last fall with a French poodle, is no reason, far as I can see, why all the women in town should begin putting leashes on their dogs and washing 'em and trimming 'em and tying red ribbons around their necks, yes, and around some of their tails, too. I'll never forget that stub-tail dog of Angie Nixon's going around with a blue bow sticking straight up behind him, and looking as though he'd lost something and got dizzy looking for it. And Mort's dog, Mike, poor old Mike, why, he got so he'd go down to Hawkins' undertaking shop every time he could get a minute off and bark till Lem would let him in, and then he'd lay down in a corner and go to sleep, and Lem always swore the poor dog was as mad as a hornet when he woke up and found he was still alive. What puzzles me is why Mort Fryback's earned this reward, and all that, if he knows the dog is dead. It costs money to have bills like this printed at the Banner office." So spoke Elmer Pratt, the photographer. "Wasn't he present at the obsequies?" "No, he wasn't," said Alf. "He claims now that he don't know anything about it, and, besides, Bill Kepsel says he'll beat the head off of anybody that says Mike passed away on his premises, including Mort. So naturally Mort denies it. He told me yesterday he would deny it even if he had both of his legs, but what chance, says he, has a one-legged man he got with Big Bill Kepsel? Here comes Anderson now," said Mr. Sprit, his gaze fixed on an approaching figure. It was zero weather in northern New York State, and the ancient marshal of Tinkletown was garbed accordingly. The expansive collar of his brass-buttoned ulster was turned up, completely obscuring the ear flaps and part of the coonskin cap he was wearing. An enormous pair of arctics covered his feet. His grey and red mittens were of the homemade variety. A muffler of the same material enveloped his gaunt neck, knotted loosely under his chin in such a way as to leave his whiskers free not only to the wind but to the vicissitudes of conversation as well. The emblem of authority, a bright silver star, gleamed on the breast of his ulster. He stopped when he reached the group huddled in front of the drugstore, and glared accusingly at Alf Riesling. "I thought I told you to keep off the streets," he said ominously. "Didn't I tell you yesterday I'd run you in if I caught you drunk in the streets again?" "Yes, you did," replied Alf, in a justifiably bellicose manner, "but I still stick to what I said to you at first when you said that to me." "What was that?" "I said you couldn't catch me even if I was dead drunk and unconscious in the gutter, that's what I said." "For 2 cents, I'd show you," said Anderson. "Well, go ahead. Just add 2 cents to what you claim I already owe you, and go ahead with your running me in. But before you do it, let me warn you I'll sue you for false arrest, and then where'll you be? I got 5 witnesses right here that'll swear I ain't drunk now and haven't been in 23 years. That shows just how drunk you are," said Anderson triumphantly. "Far as I can see, there are only 4 men here. Don't you call yourself a man? What say?" "I mean I got 5 witnesses including you, that's what I mean. I'm getting sick of you all the time telling me I been drinking again, when you know I ain't touched a drop since 1896. Why, doggone you, Andy Crow, if it wasn't for me and the way you keep on talking about jugging me, you wouldn't have any excuse at all for being town marshal." "You, that'll do now," interrupted Anderson severely. "You have said them very words to me 1,000 times, Alf Riesling, and who's that coming out of the post office?" The group gradually turned to look up the street. Tinkletown is a slow place. Its inhabitants do everything with a deliberation that suggests the profoundest ennui. For example, a gentleman of Tinkletown rarely raised his hat on meeting a lady. He invariably started to do so, but as the ladies of the place were in the habit of moving with more celerity than the gentleman, he failed on most occasions to complete the undertaking. "What's the sense of taking your hat off to a woman," he would argue, "if she's already got past you?" So far as anybody knew, there wasn't a woman in town with an eye in the back of her head. "Looks like a stranger," said Newtsprit. "It certainly does," agreed Anderson. "Yes, I'm right," he added an instant later. The object of interest was crossing the street in the direction of the Grand View Hotel. The group watched him with mild interest. In front of the 2-story frame building that seemed to stagger, or at least to shrink, under the weight of its own importance, the strange array man paused to glance at one of the placards heralding the misfortune and at the same time the far from parsimonious regard of the lady who had been despoiled of a fashionable bulldog. Having perused the singularly comprehensive notice, he deliberately tore it down, folded it with some care, and stuck it into his overcoat pocket. Then he entered the Grand View Hotel. "Well, I'll be ding-blasted!" exclaimed Marshal Crowe. Mr. Riesling's animosity gave way to civic pride. "By jingo, Anderson," he cried, "if you want any help arresting that scoundrel, call on me. Coming around here defacing things like that, he ought to go to jail." Elmer K. Pratt, the photographer, voiced a time-tried but fruitless criticism. "If you'd paced him up instead of tacking him up, people couldn't take him down like that. I've told you, if you got any complaints to make about me, Elmer, you'd better make him to the town board and not to Alf Riesling and Newtsprit," interrupted Marshal Crowe testily. "Besides, I do paste him up when I run out of tacks." He started off toward the Grand View, his head erect, his whiskers bristling with indignation. "Shall we go with you, Anderson?" inquired Alf. "'Tain't necessary," replied the marshal, "but you might go over and wait for me in front of the hotel. If you need any help, just holler," said Alf. Entering the office of the Grand View Hotel, Marshal Crowe looked around for the despoiler. Save for the presence of the proprietress, Mrs. Bloomer, relict of the founder of the hostelry, the room was quite empty. Mrs. Bloomer, however, filled it rather snugly. She was a large person, and she had a cold in the head which made her feel even larger. She was now engaged in sweeping the floor. "Mornin', Jenny," was Anderson's greeting. "Where's the fella that's stopping here?" Mrs. Bloomer had the sniffles. "He's gone up to his room," she said. Then after another sniffle, "Why, I want to see him." "Well, his room's at the head of the stairs, to your right." Anderson twisted his whiskers in momentary perplexity. "Might be better if you asked him to come down." "Ask him yourself," she said. "I don't want to see him." Marshal Crowe made a mental reservation to yank Mrs. Bloomer up before Justice Robb the next time she left the garbage can standing on the sidewalk overnight. He hesitated about going up to the guest's bedroom. It wasn't quite the legal thing to do. The more he thought of it, the longer he hesitated. In fact, while he was about it, he thought he would draw a chair up to the big sheet iron stove and sit down. "Won't you take off your overcoat and galoshes?" inquired the landlady, but in a far from hospitable manner. "How long has this fella been here?" demanded Anderson, moving his left foot a little, but not quite far enough to avoid the broom. "Last night, What's his name and where's he from?" "Go and look at the register, and then you'll know as much as I do. It's a public register. Nothing secret about it." Anderson got up suddenly. "I guess I'll go look while you're sweeping around here." The register on the little counter in the corner revealed the name of a single arrival below the flowing Spencerian hand of Willie Spence, the clerk, head waiter, porter and bellboy of the Grand View Hotel. Willie, because of his proficiency as a chirographer, always wrote the date line in the register. He was strong on flourishes, but somewhat feeble in spelling. Anyone with half an eye could see that there was something wrong with the date line that read, February 25 ND 1919. The lone guest's name, written in a tight running hand with total disregard for the elementary formation of letters, might have been almost anything that occupied less than 2 inches of space. Even his place of residence was a matter of doubt. The marshal put on his spectacles and studied the signature. As far as he could make out, the man's name was something like Wynnum Milne. It was a name that baffled him. The longer he studied it, the worse it became. "Seems to me, Jenny, if I was running this hotel, I'd have Willie Spence register for the guests, and save em the trouble." "Can't you make it out?" "Course I can," he replied promptly. "It's as plain as day to me, but I'll bet you a good cigar you can't make it out." She fell into the trap. "All right, I take you up. It's Mr. and Mrs. George F. Fox." Mr. Crow stared at her for a second or two. Then he recovered himself. "You're right," he said. "What kind of a cigar do you smoke, Jenny?" As he had feared, she promptly named the highest-priced cigar she had in stock, a 3 for $1/4 brand, and then coolly announced that if he'd leave a dime on the showcase, she'd get it. "Got his wife with him, I see," remarked Anderson. "Yep," said Mrs. Bloomer. "What's his business?" "I asked him last night," said she, pausing in her work to fix Sanderson with a rather penetrating look. "He said he was a trained elephant." A what? "A trained elephant, you don't say so. And his wife is a snake charmer," she added uneasily. Anderson blinked rapidly. "Well, of all the but what on earth's he doing here in Tinkletown?" "I didn't ask any more questions after that," said she, with a furtive glance up the stairway. "I'd give a good deal to know what they've got in them big black valises they brought with them. 3 times as big as regular valises, with brass trimmings. I hope she ain't got any reptiles in them." Marshal Crowe took that instant to consult the office clock. "By ginger!" he exclaimed, with some sprightliness. "I got to be moving along. I'm following up a clue in that dog case." Mrs. Bloomer's anxious gaze was bent on a dark corner back of the stairway. "I do hope, if she has got any snakes in them valises, she won't let 'em get loose and go crawling all over the place." Mr. Crowe sent a quick, searching look about the office as he strode toward the door. "Ain't you going up to his room?" inquired Mrs. Bloomer. "Not just now," replied Anderson, and closed the door quickly behind him. Alf Riesling and his companions were waiting impatiently on the sidewalk. They were actively disappointed when the marshal emerged empty-handed. "Was he too much for you?" was Alf's scathing inquiry. "How many times have I got to tell you, Alf, that I'm able to deduce these cases without your assistance? Now, this is a big case, and you leave it to me to handle. When I get ready to act, you'll hear something that will make your hair stand on end. Hold on, Newt. Don't ask any questions. Don't. I wasn't going to ask any questions, snapped Newt. I was going to tell you something. You was, eh? Well, what was you going to tell me? Mort Fryback went by here a couple of minutes ago and he says for you to come into his store right away. Anderson frowned. I bet he's confessed. Who? Him? What's he got to confess? Demanded Alf. Never mind, said the marshal quickly. I'll step in and see him now. Leaving his reserve standing in front of the grand view, Mr. Crow hurried into Fryback's hardware store. Mort was pacing or, strictly speaking, stumping back and forth behind the cutlery counter. His brow was corrugated with anxiety. The instant he saw the marshal he uttered an exclamation that might have been construed as either relief, dismay or wrath. It was, as a matter of fact, inarticulate and therefore extremely difficult to classify. Anderson, however, deduced it as dismay. Mr. Fryback came out from behind the counter, stumped over to the stove, in which there was a crackling fire and, after opening the isinglass door, squirted a mouthful of tobacco juice upon the coals. Whereupon it became possible for him to articulate. I've been looking everywhere for you, said he, somewhat breathlessly. Where you been? Tending to business, retorted Anderson. What's the matter? Mr. Fryback took the precaution to ascertain that there were no listeners in the store. Some woman, you seen bet on that told my wife last night that I poisoned old Mike. Well, you did, didn't you? Of course I did. That is, I hired Charlie Brubaker to do it. But she says I did it with my own hands, and my gosh, Anderson, I never went through such a night in my life as last night. He mopped his brow. You'd think I was a murderer. Course, I denied it. I swore he wasn't dead, and that I'd increase the reward to $100 just to show her. What I want you to do, right away, is to have a new set of bills printed, wherein $100 reward for that dog, instead of 3. It's the only chance I've got of ever being able to live in my own house again. The marshal eyed him reflectively. If you could get her to agree to let you offer the reward for Mike, dead or alive, she wants him alive, and no other way, can't you buy her off? Mr. Fryback groaned. I could, he began dismally, and then fell to chewing with great vigor. What would it cost? Inquired Anderson, feelingly. An automobile, replied Mr. Fryback, after opening and closing the stove door once more. It would be cheaper, you see, to offer $100 for Mike, he explained, ingenuously. It certainly would, agreed the marshal, seeing as you wouldn't have to pay for anything except the printing of the notices. If you wanted to show how much you think of your wife, and how anxious you are to please her, you could go as high as $1,000, Mort. Would you, really, Anderson? Sure. She could lord it over all these women including my wife who've been saying Mike wasn't worth 50 cents and didn't have a pedigree any longer than his tail. Why, if she wanted to go on lying about the value of that old dog, she could tell people she had been offered $1,000 for Marmaduke by a well-known dog collector in New York. That might please her, reflected Mort. Course, this thing has already cost me quite a lot of money, outside the printing. I've had to give Bill Kepsel a receipt in full for what he owes me, and that young Brubaker's been in twice to price base burner stoves. He says if he's seen get a good one for $10 he'll take it, and his heart seems to be set on that $70 Regal over yonder. I'm in an awful fix, Anderson. Well, you can't say I didn't advise you to let Mike die a natural death. I wish to goodness I had, lamented Mort. The door opened at that juncture, and in walked a man and a woman. The former was carrying a square black valise, inadequately described by Mrs. Bloomer as twice the natural size. As a matter of fact, it was more like a half-grown trunk, to quote no less an authority than the town marshal. The proprietor of the hardware store was, at a glance, qualified to pass an opinion on the personal appearance of the two strangers. His companion's attention, however, was devoted so earnestly to the big black valise, that he couldn't have told, for the life of him, whether the customers were young or old, black or white. His fascinated gaze was riveted upon the object the man deposited carefully on the floor near the door. You are a locksmith, I perceive, remarked the strange man, addressing Mort. I'd like to have you see if you can open this box for me. We've lost or mislaid the key. What for sort of a lock is it? Asked Mort, approaching. Hold on, Mort. called out Mr. Crow. "Don't monkey with that drunk." The two strangers turned on him. "Well, who the deuce have we here?" said the man, with some acerbity. "Oh, what a nice old policeman!" cried the lady, fixing the marshal with a pair of intensely blue eyes. Mr. Crow looked at her in amazement. Could anyone as pretty, as dainty and as refined-looking as she be engaged in the awful business of charming snakes? "Before we go any further, mister, I've got to know what's inside that box," said Anderson firmly. "What's the matter with you?" demanded the other. "There's nothing in it that need excite the law, my good man. This is our town marshal, Anderson Crow," explained Mort Fryback. "I might have known it," said the stranger. "I've heard a good deal about Mr. Crow." "Well, what's the answer? That's what I want to know," snapped Anderson. "What is the answer? What kind are they? And how many have you got?" The stranger was on the point of exploding with indignation when his fair companion intervened. "Leave it to me, George dear. You always fly into such a temper. If you'd only let me attend to the small things, while you look out for the big ones, we'd get along so much better. Wouldn't we, Mr. Crow?" She appealed to Mr. Crow so abruptly and so sweetly that he said he guessed so before he could check himself. "If you will stay here until we find a key that will fit, Mr. Crow, you will see with your own eyes what will make them pop out of your head." "Mort, you keep away from that box, I say," commanded Anderson, now sure of his ground. "Do you want to get bit?" "Oh, dear me, they won't bite you," cried the young lady. "I promise you they are most amiable. I have been handling them for several weeks and—" Her husband interrupted her. He revealed symptoms of increasing annoyance. "See here, let's get busy and open this thing. They've got to be fed, you know, and it's all damned poppycock discussing the matter any longer." Marshal Crow held up his hand as if stopping traffic in Main Street. "You are in the presence of the law, Mr. Wolf," he began. The young woman giggled. He glared at her. "My name is Fox," said the young man, curtly. "That don't make any difference," retorted the marshal. "Mine's Crow, and I represent the law." "You, how delicious," said Mrs. Fox. "So like that cunning poem of Guy Wetmore Carroll's. You know it, of course, Mr. Crow," she declaimed. I blushed to add that when the bird took in the situation, he said one brief, emphatic word: "Unfit for publication." The fox was greatly startled, but he only sighed and answered, "Tut, don't be silly, Bess," said her husband. "This is no time to recite poetry. I don't see any sense in it, anyhow," said Marshal Crow. Mr. Fryback emerged from behind the cutlery counter, whither he had repaired in some haste when it became evident that Mrs. Fox was likely to remain for some time. He was wiping his lips with the back of his hand, and what very recently might have been mistaken for a prodigious swelling in his cheek had strangely subsided. "Why shouldn't I fit a key to that lock, Andy?" he demanded, rather hotly. "What right have you got to interfere with my business?" The marshal's lips parted to utter a sharp retort, but the words failed to issue. Young Mrs. Fox suddenly stooped over and peered intently at several heretofore unnoticed holes at one end of the black box. These holes, about an inch in diameter, formed a horizontal row. Much to Mr. Crow's alarm, the young lady pulled off her glove and stuck a finger into one of the little apertures and apparently wriggled it without fear or trepidation. Almost instantly there was an ominous rustling inside the box. Withdrawing her finger, she called out, "Please look." The invitation was unnecessary. Mr. Crow was looking for all he was worth. "Good gracious, Mom," he gasped. "Don't stir 'em up like that. Next thing they'll crawl out of them holes and—" "Why, you poor old goose," she said, but not disrespectfully. "They're much too large to crawl through these holes. I wish I could catch hold of one of their tails and look." She held her finger close to the hole and a long, thin black tongue darted through and began to writhe about in a most malevolent manner. "For gosh sake!" exclaimed the marshal, retreating a couple of steps. This sudden action on his part brought a venomous oath from Mr. Fryback, and an instant apology as well. "You'd cuss, too," explained the blasphemer to the lady, "if a clumsy elephant stepped on the only good foot you've got." "If you think I'm the one that claims to be an elephant," began Anderson. "Coochie, coochie, coochie," cooed the lady, addressing the row of holes. whereupon the rustling in the interior of the devilish box increased to a turmoil. The two citizens of Tinkletown stared wide-eyed at the three little circles, and their eyes grew wider as they saw that one of them was now completely stopped up by a dark, ugly object that bore resemblance to nothing they had ever seen before, a wet, shiny thing that was alive and quivering. The unnatural Mrs. Fox promptly poked her finger through the hole and rubbed the snout of what must have been a full-sized boa constrictor. Instantly, to their horror, the black obstruction went through a process of splitting, and several deadly fangs were revealed. Once more the wriggling black tongue darted out to caress the lady's unprotected finger. "Oh, you darling!" cried the lady. "Please, Mr. Locksmith, see if you can't find a key that will fit the lock." Marshal Crow dragged his friend toward the door. "Did you see it?" he whispered hoarsely. Before Mort could answer, the door flew open and in rushed Mrs. Bloomer, bareheaded and in a great state of agitation. "For heaven's sake, Anderson, hurry up and come with me," she cried. "Bring a pistol and, Mort, you get a couple of axes and a pitchfork or two. My God, something awful is loose in one of them rooms upstairs. The most terrible racket is going on in there. Oh, there you are." She caught sight of her lodgers. "Arrest them, Anderson. Lock them up at once. They're dangerous people. They oughtn't to be running at large. Oh, that awful thing. It sounds like it was 20 feet long, and it's thrashing all over the room. Oh, my God. What a scare I've had. Oh, you needn't look at me innocent like that, you two. You're in for it, or my name ain't Jenny Bloomer. Call a posse, Anderson, and surround the hotel. Thank heaven, the door of that room is locked, but goodness knows how soon it will be crawling through the transom." At that instant she discovered that her skirt was almost touching the big black box on the floor. Emitting a sharp squeal, she gave an elephantine leap to the shelter of Anderson's arms, almost bowling him over. "God knows what she's got in that valise," she whimpered. Mr. Fox put on an exceedingly bold front. Realizing that he was cornered, he adopted a lightly boastful air. "What we've got in this valise, as you call it, madame, is worth more than your whole blamed hotel. Keep away from that valise," warned Anderson Crow, addressing Mr. Fox. "Give me time to think. Something's got to be done, and right away. I can't take any chances of these terrible things getting loose and driving our citizens out of town. The first thing you got to do, Anderson Crow," shouted Mrs. Bloomer, "is to capture the reptile that's loose in my hotel. That's what you got to do." She turned upon the pretty Mrs. Fox. "Snake charmer. That's a nice business for a woman to be in. Don't come near me. I am not thinking of coming near you, you old rip," said Mrs. Fox, losing her temper in a very womanly fashion. Now know that, warned the town marshal. "Keep a civil tongue in your head, young woman." "Why, you long-whiskered old," began the lady, but her husband spared the marshal a whirlwind of revelations by taking her arm and leading her to the rear of the store, where for some minutes they were in close and earnest conference. "The thing to do," said Mort Fryback, "is to take this box down to the creek and drop it in, all locked and everything. That will put an end to the cussed things, better'n any other way I know." A furious commotion took place inside the box, preventing further discussion on the part of the retreating observers. It was as if a dozen huge and powerful serpents were exerting every effort to escape. The voice of Mrs. Fox, clear as a bell, assailed them from behind. "They're hungry, poor things," she cried. "Perfectly ravenous." "That settles it," said Marshal Crow. "We've got to get rid of 'em if we have to set fire to your store, Mort. They're terrible when they haven't been fed for a long time. Swallow pigs and sheep and children whole, they say." Mr. Fox approached. He was now very polite and ingratiating. "Permit me," he observed, "to offer a solution. If you will give me a bunch of keys, my friend, I will remove a case to my room and open it if possible. No harm will come to anybody, and in 1 hour or so, my wife and I will be on our way. My automobile is in your local garage, Mr. Hawk, and we can be ready to start as soon as we have fed and aired the shall we say contents." "You arrest him, Anderson," cried Mrs. Bloomer. "Hold him till I estimate the damage that's been done to my property. He's got to pay for that before he can get out of this town. I guess you'd better step over to the calaboose with me, mister," said Anderson firmly. "And you too, ma'am. This here lady prefers charges against you, and it's my duty to—" "What is the charge, madam?" demanded Mr. Fox, lighting a cigarette. "Never mind," said the marshal, "we'll attend to that later." Mr. Fryback put in a word at this point. "Yes, but who's going to take charge of this here box? It can't stay here in my place. First thing you know the darned things will gnaw a hole in the side and get out. If it is not too far, Mr. Officer, I should be happy to carry the box over to the lockup unless, of course, someone else will volunteer. I see quite a number of citizens looking in through the window. Doubtless some of them might. How long after a man's been on a bad spree is he likely to think he sees snakes?" demanded Anderson, struck with an idea. "The time varies," replied Mr. Fox, rather startled. "Alf ain't been tight in a good many years," mused the marshal. "I guess it would be safe to let him carry M. Don't you think so, Mort?" "Him and Newt Sprit," said Mort. "Newt's always bragging about not being afraid of anything." "Well, perhaps it would be just as well not to tell him what's in this here box," said Anderson. He turned to the pair of strangers. "Only they ain't going to carry it to the calaboose. They're going to carry it to the creek, and throw it in." The young woman uttered a cry of dismay, and her husband uttered something distinctly out of place, for Mrs. Bloomer again told him he ought to be ashamed of himself. After a few whispered words in the ear of the distracted young woman, Mr. Fox turned to the others. "I'll tell you what we'll do, gentlemen," said he, and then added, with a polite bow to the corpulent Mrs. Bloomer, "and ladies. Mrs. Fox and I had planned giving a little exhibition at the hotel, but that now seems to be out of the question. Kindly bear in mind that we are not visiting your little city on pleasure bent. We are here strictly for business. As a rule we do not make one-night stands. But we have been attracted to your charming city almost against our will, although, I may add, it was at the earnest invitation of one of your most important denizens, I should say citizens. You will agree, I am sure, that it would hardly pay us to visit a place like this unless we were reasonably assured of something in the way of pecuniary benefits. You may not know it, gentlemen, but we have had a bona fide offer of $100 and that isn't to be sneezed at, is it? Will please bear with me, Mr. Hawk. I shall not detain you. My name is Mr. Crow," snapped Anderson. "Sorry," apologized Fox. "I fear I confused you with the celebrated Hawkshaw, the detective." Mr. Crow turned purple. "That's what Harry Squires, the reporter on the banner, calls him most of the time," volunteered Mort Fryback. "That, and Shellback Holmes, such is fame," said Mr. Fox agreeably. "Well, to get right down to cases, Mrs. Fox and I propose that you allow us to give our little exhibition in the town hall, if you have one, and—" "Not much," roared Anderson. "I've had enough of this talk. I'm going to take action at once." He flung open the front door and addressed the group in front of the store, now increased to nearly a score, including several scattered women and children and Ed Higgins' dog. "I call on all you men to assist me in surrounding the Grand View Hotel. There is dangerous work ahead, and I want only the bravest, wait a second, Newt, don't go away, and most determined men in town to volunteer. Here, Mort, you hand out some axes, and pitchforks, and crowbars, and— "Oh, for heaven's sake, George," cried Mrs. Fox frantically, "don't let them do it. Stop them." But the stranger motioned for her to be silent. Some time was spent in explaining the situation to the posse, and in stationing a group of the hardiest men beneath certain windows of the second floor back. During this arrangement of forces, 3 of the bravest men in Tinkletown had to go to the post office for some very important letters, and 2 more rushed over to see that they came back. Anderson Crow marshaled a dozen or more able-bodied conscripts in Main Street, preparatory to a frontal attack on the suite at the head of the stairway. He had commandeered a double-barreled shotgun belonging to Bill Kepsel, and with this he proposed to shoot the daylights out of the serpent through the transom if it hadn't crawled under the bed where he couldn't get a bead on it. In the meantime, Mr. Fox had carried the big black box out of Fryback's store, and his wife was now standing guard over it on the porch of the Grand View Hotel. Marshal Crow was issuing commands right and left, and the squad, augmented by a stepladder from the hardware shop, was about to enter the hotel, when Mrs. Fox uttered an excited little shriek, and then these desolating words. "Oh, George, I've found it. I've got the key." It was away down in my muff. Before any action could be taken to restrain the impetuous young woman, she was inserting the key in the lock. Those nearest her collided violently with those further away, and in less time than it takes to mention it, there was no one within a radius of 50 feet except new arrival on the scene. To the intense horror of Mort Fryback, his wife emerged from the Grand View Hotel and entered the danger zone. "Hey, Maud," he bellowed. "Keep away from that. For the love of—" He clapped his hand over his eyes. Mrs. Fryback had reached the side of the eager Mrs. Fox just as that lady lifted the lid of the box. Now, Mrs. Fryback was Mort's third wife. According to longevity statistics, she was much too young to die. As a matter of fact, she was little more than a bride. That probably accounts for the brand new mink coat and muff she was sporting. Moreover, it accounts for Mort's surprising mendacity and even more amazing humility in relation to the taking off of Mike. No doubt in similar circumstances, he would have told his second wife, who died when she was pretty well along in years, that he'd show her who was boss in his home, and if she didn't like what he did to Mike, she could lump it. But, alas, between a vacillating young wife who has you under her thumb and a constant old one who has been thoroughly squashed under yours for a great many years, there is a world of difference. Others who stared in horror at the picture on the porch, groaned audibly as young Mrs. Fox looked up into the face of the unsuspecting victim and smiled. Thus encouraged, young Mrs. Fryback, disdaining death, smiled in return and stooped over to look into the depths of that unspeakable box. Instead of starting back in alarm, she uttered a shrill little cry of delight, and dropping to her knees plunged both hands into the nest of wriggling horrors. Lucius Fry, who had hastily set up the step-ladder, and was now balancing himself somewhat precariously at the top of it, let out a lugubrious howl. "She's a goner," he announced. The two young women hid their heads close together and were conversing. Marshal Crowe, armed with the double-barreled shotgun, began a cautious circuitous advance, his finger on the trigger. He stopped short when about 20 feet from the women, and spasmodically pulled the trigger. There is no telling what might have happened if the gun had been loaded. Mr. Fox had deliberately overturned the box and out scampered 3 sprightly Boston Terrier puppies. 10 minutes later all but one of Mort Fryback's farming utensils were back in stock. The missing implement, a hatchet, was furtively on its way to the barber shop of one Ebenezer January, colored. Mr. and Mrs. Fryback, Marshal Crowe and the amiable Foxes discussed the points of the frolicsome puppies in the rear of the hardware store. "I just adore this one, Mrs. Fox," said Mrs. Fryback, pointing to a rugged little rascal who was patiently gnawing at Mr. Fryback's peg leg. "Do you really recommend him as the best of the lot, Mr. Fox?" she inquired, turning her shining eyes upon the gentleman. "Absolutely," said Mr. Fox. "Wouldn't you say so, Mr. Crowe?" "Absolutely," said Anderson. "Then I'll take him," said Mort's wife, and Mort not only sighed but wiped a fine coat of moisture from his brow. $100 is the very least you will take?" "The very least, Mrs. Fryback. He is a thoroughbred, you know. My kennels are famous, as you doubtless noted in my advertisement in Town and Country, and I can personally guarantee every pup that comes out of them. In your letter to me, Mrs. Fryback, you stated that only the best I had on hand would be considered. The mother of these puppies has a pedigree a yard long, and the father, as I mentioned before, is Stubbs the 12th. Nothing more need be said. The mother, Bonnie Bridget, you have just seen. Stubbs the 12th belongs to a millionaire in Albany. Allow me to congratulate you, Madame," extending his hand, "on having secured one of the finest dogs in America. And you also, Mr. Fryback, on having a wife who is such a discriminating judge of thoroughbreds." Mr. Fryback looked a trifle startled, but said nothing. "If you ever come to our town, Mr. Crowe, I hope you will look us up," broke in Mr. Fox. "Our place is about 2 miles out in the country. By the way, has Mrs. Crowe a good dog? I mean one that she can be proud of?" "She has a thoroughbred setter," said Marshal Crowe, compressing his lips. $100 is a lot of money for a dog," murmured Mr. Fryback. He met his wife's eye for a second and then added, "But, of course, my wife has just lost one that was worth $1,000, so I guess it ain't so much, after all. Marmaduke was a really wonderful dog, Mrs. Fox vouchsafed Mort's wife, assuming a sad and pensive expression. I am sure he must have been, said Mrs. Fox. $100 is very cheap, sir, for a thoroughbred Boston Terrier in these days, said Mr. Fox. Isn't that so, Mr. Crow? Cheap as dirt, said Anderson. Mortimer, will you please give Mr. Fox the money? Said Mrs. Fryback. And, by the way, Mr. Crow, I hope you take down all those reward notices at once. I wouldn't know what to do with Marmaduke now, even if someone did bring him back to me. I know what I'd order you to do with him, said Anderson, meeting Mort's melancholy gaze at last. What, may I inquire? I'd order you to bury him, said the town marshal, speaking in his capacity as chairman of the Board of Health. Mrs. Fryback looked at him steadily for a second or two, and then slowly closed an eye. Shades of the Garden of Eden. It wasn't often that Marshal Crow acknowledged that he was in a quandary. When he did find himself in that rare state of mind, he invariably went to Harry Squires, the editor of the Banner, for counsel but never for advice. He had in the course of a protracted career as preserver of the peace and dignity of Tinkletown, found himself confronted by seemingly unsolvable mysteries, but he always had succeeded in unraveling them, one way or another, to his own complete satisfaction. Only the grossest impudence on the part of the present chronicler would permit the tiniest implication to creep into this or any other chapter of his remarkable history that might lead the reader to suspect that he did not solve them to the complete satisfaction of anyone else. So, quite obviously, the point is not one to be debated. Now, as nearly everyone knows, Tinkletown is a temperance place. There is no saloon there, unless, of course, one chooses to be rather nasty about Brubaker's drugstore. Away back in the 70s, soon after the Civil War, in fact, an enterprising but misguided individual attempted to establish a barroom at the corner of Main and Sickle Streets. He opened the Sunlight Bar and for one whole day and night traveled in the conviction that he had found a silver mine. The male population of Tinkletown, augmented by a swarm of would-be inebriates from all the farms within a radius of 10 miles, flocked to the Sunlight Bar and proceeded to get gloriously and collectively drunk on the contents of the 2 kegs of lager beer that constituted an experimental stock in trade. The next morning the women of Tinkletown started in to put the Sunlight Bar out of business. They did not, as you may suspect, hurl stones at the place, neither did they feloniously enter and wreak destruction with axes, hatchets and hoe handles. Not a bit of it. They were peaceful, law-abiding women, not sanguinary Amazons. What they did was perfectly simple. It is possible, even probable, that they were the pioneer pickets of our benighted land. At any rate, bright and early on the second day of the Sunlight Bar, the ladies of Tinkletown brought their knitting and their sewing down to the corner of Main and Sickle Streets and sat themselves down in front of the shrinking silver mine. They came with rocking chairs, and camp chairs, and milk stools, and benches, too, and instead of chanting a doleful lay, they chatted in a blithe and merry fashion. There was no going behind the fact, however, that these smiling, complacent women formed the death watch that was to witness the swift, inevitable finish of the Sunlight Bar. They came in relays, and they stayed until the lights went out in the desolate house of cheer. The next day they were on hand again, and the next, and still the next. Fortunately for them, but most unluckily for the proprietor of the Sunlight Bar, the month was August. They could freeze him out, but he couldn't freeze them out. Sheepish husbands and sons passed them by, usually on the opposite sidewalk, but not one of them had the hardihood to extend a helping hand to the expiring saloon. At the end of a week, the Sunlight Bar drew its last breath. It died of starvation. The only mourner at its bier was the bewildered saloon keeper, who engaged a dray to haul the remains to Boggs City, the county seat, and it was he who said, as far back as 1870, that he was in favor of taking the vote away from the men and giving it exclusively to the women. Tinkletown, according to the sage observations of Uncle Dad Sims, was rarely affected by the unsettling problems of the present day. This talk about labor unrest was ridiculous, he said. If the remainder of the world was anything like Tinkletown, labor didn't do much except rest. It was getting so that if a working man had very far to walk to get to his job, He had to step along pretty lively if he wanted to arrive there in plenty of time to eat his lunch and start back home again. And as for this here prohibition question, he didn't take any stock in it at all. Tinkletown had got along without liquor for more than 100 years, and he guessed it could get along for another century or two without much trouble, especially as it was only 10 miles to Boggs City, where you could get all you wanted to drink any day in the week. Besides, he argued, loudly and most violently, being so deaf that he had to strain his own throat in order to hear himself, there wasn't anybody in Tinkletown except Alf Riesling that ever wanted a drink, and even Alf wouldn't take it when you offered it to him. But in spite of Uncle Dad's sage conclusions, it was this very prohibition question that was disturbing Anderson Crow. He sauntered into the Banner office late one afternoon in May and planked himself down in a chair beside the editor's desk. There was a troubled look in his eyes, which gave way to vexation after he had made 3 or 4 fruitless efforts to divert the writer's attention from the sheet of copy paper on which he was scribbling furiously. "How do you spell beverage, Anderson?" inquired Mr. Squires abruptly. "What kind of beverage?" demanded Mr. Crow. "Any kind, just so it's intoxicating." "Never mind, I'll take a chance and spell it the easiest way. That's the way the dictionary spells it, so I guess it's all right." "Well, sir, what's on your mind? Besides your hat, I mean. You look worried." "I am worried. Have you any ideas to the size of the apple crop in this neighborhood last summer and fall, Harry?" "Not the least." "Well, sir, it was the biggest we've had since 1902, especially the fall pickin'." "What's the idea? Do you want me to put something in the Banner about Bramble County's bumper crop of pippins?" "No. I just want to ask you if there's anything in this new prohibition amendment against apple cider." "Not that I'm aware of." "Well, do you know it's impossible to buy a good eaten or cooking apple in this town today, Harry Squires?" "You don't say so. In spite of the big crop last fall? You could buy all you wanted last week, by the bushel or peck or barrel, finest, juiciest apples you ever laid your eyes on." "Well, I don't like apples anyway, so it doesn't mean much in my life." Anderson was silent for a moment or two, contemplating his foot with singular intentness. "Was you ever drunk on hard cider?" he inquired at last, transferring his gaze to the rapidly moving hand that held the pencil. The reporter jabbed a period, or full stop, as they call it in a certain form of literature, in the middle of a sentence, and looked up with sudden interest. "Yes," he said, with considerable force. "I'll never forget it. You can get tighter on hard cider than anything else I know of." "Well, there you are," exclaimed the marshal, banging his gnarled fist on the arm of the chair. "And as far as I see make out, there ain't no law against cider staying in the barrel long enough to get good and hard, and what's more, there ain't no law against selling cider, hard or sweet, is there?" "I get your point, Anderson. And I also get your deductions concerning the mysterious disappearance of all the apples in Tinkletown. Apparently we are to have a shortage of dried apples this year, with an overflow of hard cider instead. By George, it's interesting, to say the least. Looks as though an apple orchard is likely to prove more valuable than a gold mine, doesn't it?" "Yes, sir. Especially if you've got trees that bear in the fall. Fall apples make the best cider. They ain't so mushy. And as for the fella that owns a cider press, why, doggone it, he ought to be as rich as Croesus. I seem to recall that you have a cider press on your farm on Crow's Mountain, and a whacking good orchard, too. Are you thinking of resigning as Marshal of Tinkletown?" "What say?" "I see you're not," went on Harry. "Of course you understand you can't very well manufacture hard cider and sell it and still retain your untarnished reputation as a defender of the law." "I'm not figuring on making hard cider," said Anderson, with some irritation. "You don't make hard cider, Harry. It makes itself. All you do is to rack the apple juice off into a barrel, or something, with a little yeast added, and then leave it to do the work. It ferments and then, if you want to, you rack it off again and bottle it, and well, gee whiz, how tight you seem get on it if you ain't got sense enough to let it alone. But I ain't thinking about what I'm going to do, 'cause I ain't to do anything but make apple butter out of my orchard, and maybe a little cider vinegar for home consumption. What's worrying me is what to do about all these other people around here. If they all take to make inside of this fall, or even sooner, and if they bottle or cask it proper, we'll have enough hard cider in this township to give the whole state of New York the delirium tremens. I don't see that you can do anything, Anderson, said Squires, leaning back in his chair and puffing at his pipe. You can't keep people from making cider, you know. And you can't keep them from drinking it. Besides, who's going to take the trouble to ascertain whether it contains 0.5% alcohol? What interests me more than anything else is the possibility of this township becoming wet in spite of itself, and to my certain knowledge, it has been up to now the barrenest desert on God's green earth. People are so all-fired contrary, Anderson complained. For the last 50 years the citizens of this town and its suburbs have been so dead set against liquor that if a man went up to Boggs City and got a little tipsy he had to run all the way home so's he'd be out of breath when he got there. Nobody ever kept a bottle of whiskey in his house, 'cause nobody wanted it and it would only be in the way. But now look at 'em. The minute the government says they can't have it, they begin moving things around in their cellars so's to make room for the barrels they're going to put in. And any day you want to drive out in the country you see farmers and hired men treating the apple trees as if they was the tenderest plants a-growin'. I heard this morning that Henry Wimpelmere is to put in a cider press at his tanyard, an old man Smock's turning his grist mill into an apple mill. And everybody's hoarding apples, Harry. It beats the Dutch. It's up to you to frustrate their nefarious schemes, Mr. Hawkshaw. The fair name of the Commonwealth must be preserved. I use the word advisedly. It sounds a great deal better than pickled. Now, do you want me to begin a campaign in the Banner against the indiscriminate and mendacious hardening of apple cider, or am I to leave the situation entirely in your hands? Marshal Crowe arose. The fire of determination was in his ancient eye. You leave it to me, said he, and strode majestically from the room, encountering Deacon Rank in front of the Banner office. He chanced this somewhat offensive remark. Say, Deacon, what's this I hear about you? The deacon looked distinctly uneasy. You can always hear a lot of things about me that aren't true, he said. I ain't so sure about that, said Anderson, eyeing him narrowly. Hold on. What's your hurry? I got to step in here and pay my subscription to the Banner, said the deacon. Well, that's something nobody'll believe when they hear about it, said Anderson. It'll be mighty hard for the proprietor of the Banner to believe it after all these years. Times have been so doggone hard for the last couple of years, I ain't really been able to. Too bad about you, broke in Anderson scornfully. Everything costs so much in these days, protested the deacon. I ain't had a new suit of clothes for 7 or 8 years. Can't afford 'em. My wife was saying only last night she needed a new hat, something she can wear all the year round, but goodness knows this ain't no time to be thinking of hats. She ain't had a new hat for 10 years, interrupted Anderson. No wonder the poor woman's ashamed to go to church. What's that? Who says she's ashamed to go to church? Anybody that says my wife's ashamed to go to church is well. He tells a story, that's all. Well, why don't she go to church? Tying because she's ashamed of her hat, let me tell you that, Anderson Crowe. It's a fine hat and it's just as good as new. She's trying to save it, that's what she's trying to do. She knows it's got to last her 5 or 6 years more, and how in tarnation can she make it last that long if she wears it all the time? Use a little common sense, can't you? Besides, I'll thank you not to stick your nose in my family affairs any. What's that you got in your pocket? Demanded Anderson, indicating the bulging sides of the deacon's overcoat. None of your business. Now, don't you get hot. I ask you again, civil as possible, what you got in your pocket? I'm a respectable, tax-paying, church-going citizen of this here town, and I won't put up with any of your cussed insinuations, snapped the deacon. You act as if I'd stole something. I ain't accusing you of stealing anything. I'm only accusing you of having something in your pocket. No harm in that, is there? The deacon hesitated for a minute. Then he made a determined effort to temporize. And what's more, he said, my wife's hat's coming back into style before long, anyhow. It's just as I keep on telling her. The styles kinda go in circles, and if she waits long enough they'll get back to the kind she's wearing. And then she'll be the first woman in Tinkletown to have the very up-to-date test style in hats, way ahead of anybody else, and it will be as good as new, too, you bet, after the way she's been saving it. Now I know why you got your pockets stuffed full of things, eggs, maybe, or hickory nuts, or whatever it is you got in them. It's because you're trying to save a piece of wrapping paper or a bag, or the wear and tear on a basket. No wonder you got so much money you don't know how to spend it. And as for me getting a new suit of clothes, pursued the deacon, doggedly, if times don't get better the chances are I'll have to be buried in the suit I got on this minute. I never knowed times to be so hard. The marshal interrupted him. You go in and pay up what you owe for the banner and I'll wait here till you come out. Deacon Rank appeared to reflect. Come to think of it, I guess I'll stop in on my way back from the post office. 10 or 15 minutes. He stopped short, a fixed intent look in his sharp little eyes. His gaze was directed past Anderson's head at some object down the street. Then, quite abruptly and without even the ceremony of a hasty goodbye, he bolted into the banner office, slamming the door in the marshal's face. Well, I'll be doggoned, burst from the lips of the astonished Mr. Crow. I never knowed him to change his mind so quick as that in all my life, or so often. What the dickens? Indignation succeeded wonder at this instant, cutting off his audible reflections. Snapping his jaws together, he laid resolute hand on the doorknob. Just as he turned it and was on the point of stamping in after the deacon, his eye fell upon an approaching figure, the figure of a woman. If it had not been for the hat she was wearing, he would have failed to recognize her at once. But there was no mistaking the hat. Hi! Called out the wearer of the too familiar object. Marshal Crow let go of the doorknob and stared at the lady in sheer stupefaction. Mrs. Rank's well-preserved hat was perched rakishly at a perilous angle over one ear. A subsequent shifting to an even more precarious position over the other ear, as the result of a swift, inaccurate sweep of the lady's hand, created an instant impression that it was attached to her drab, disordered hair by means of a newfangled but absolutely dependable magnet. Never before had Marshal Crow seen that ancient hat so much as the fraction of an inch out of plumb with the bridge of Mrs. Rank's undeviating nose. She approached airily. Her forlorn little person was erect, even soldierly. Indeed, if anything, she was a shade too erect at times. At such times she appeared to be in some danger of completely forgetting her equilibrium. She stepped high, as the saying is, and without her usual precision. In a word, the meek and retiring wife of Deacon Rank was hilariously drunk. Pedestrians, far and near, stopped stock still in their tracks to gaze open-mouthed at the jaunty drudge. Storekeepers peered wide-eyed and incredulous from windows and doors. If you suddenly had asked any one of them when the world was coming to an end, he would have replied without the slightest hesitation. She bore down upon the petrified Mr. Crow. Is that you, Anderson? She inquired, coming to an uncertain stop at the foot of the steps. Where was the subdued, timorous voice of Sister Rank? Whose were the shrill and fearless tones that issued forth from the lips of the deacon's wife? For the Lord's sake, Lucy, what ails you? Gasped the horrified marshal. Nothing ails me, Anderson. Never better in all my life. Where's my hush-hush barn? She brandished her right hand, and clutched in her fingers an implement that caused Anderson's eyes to almost start from his head. What's that you got in your hand? He cried out. Fish? That's a hatchet. Don't you know what a hatchet is? I know it's a hatchet. Lucy, but, for heaven's sake, what are you going to do with it? I'm going to cut Th Deacon's head off with it, she replied blandly. What? Yes, sure, that's what I'm going cut off. Right smack off, an apostrophe Erson, and you can't stop me, understand, Anderson. I been wanting cut his head off for 24 years. Hey. Stop waving that thing around like that, Lucy Rank, you needn't be afraid, Anderson. I wouldn't hurt you for whole United States. Where's my husum, Anderson? Marshal Crow looked hopelessly at the well-scattered witnesses who were taking in the scene from a respectful distance. Obviously it was his duty to do something. Not that he really felt that the deacon's head should not be cut off by his long-suffering wife, but that it was hardly the proper thing for her to do it in public. Virtually every man in Tinkletown had declared, at one time or another, that Mrs. Rank ought to slit the old skinflint's throat, or poison him, or set fire to him, or something of the sort, but, even though he agreed with them, the fact still remained that Marshal Crowe considered it his duty to protect the deacon in this amazing crisis. "Gimme that hatchet, Lucy Rank," he commanded, with authority. "You ain't yourself, and you know it. You gimme that hatchet and then lemme take you home and put you to bed. You'll be all right in the morning, and—" "Didn't my hussom go in the blamrosif minute ago?" she demanded, fixing a baleful glare upon the closed door. "See here, Lucy, you been drinking. You're full as a goat. You gimme that, Anderson Crowe, are you tryin' insult me?" she demanded, drawing herself up. "Why you mean say nam dunk drump? You know I never touched drop or anything. I'm the bsfriend your wife's got in us town and she who's at looking out zat winner. Zat my hussom." Before the marshal could interfere, she blazed away at one of the windows in the Banner office. There was a crash of glass. She was now empty-handed, but the startled guardian of the peace was slow to realize it. He was still trying to convince himself that it was the gentle, long-suffering Mrs. Rank who stood before him. Suddenly, to his intense dismay, she threw her arms around his neck and began to weep and wail. I love my hussom, I love my hussom, and I didn't mean cut easy Adolf, I didn't, Anderson. My hussom's dead. My hussom's head's all off, and I love my hussom, I love my hussom." The door flew open and Harry Squires strode forth. "What the devil does this mean, my God? Mrs. Rank? What's the matter with her, Anderson?" The marshal gazed past him into the office. His eyes were charged with apprehension. "Where's the deacon's head?" he gulped. The editor did not hear him. He had eyes and ears only for the mumbling creature who dangled limply from the marshal's neck. Her face was hidden, but her hat was very much in evidence. It was bobbing up and down on the back of her head. "Let's get her into the office," he exclaimed. "This is dreadful, Anderson, shocking." A moment later the door closed behind the trio, and a key was turned in the lock. This was the signal for a general advance of all observers. Headed by Mr. Hawkins, the undertaker, they swarmed up the steps and crowded about the windows. The thoughtful Mr. Squires, however, conducted Mrs. Rank to the composing room, and the crowd was cheated. Bill Smith, the printer, looked up from his case and pied half of the leading editorial. He proved to be a printer of the old school. After a soft, envious whistle he remarked, "My God, I'd give a month's pay for one like that," and anyone who has ever come in contact with an old-time printer will know precisely what he meant. "Oh, my poor beloved hussom," murmured Mrs. Rank. "My poor beloved hussom, was I have endured for 24 years with alacrity and fortitude of where is my poor hussom?" She swept the floor with a hazy, uncertain look. Not observing anything that looked like a head, she turned a bleary, accusing eye upon Bill Smith, the printer, and there is no telling what she might have said to him if Harry Squires had not intervened. "Sit down here, Mrs. Rank, do. Your husband is all right. He was here a few minutes ago, and which way did he go, Bill?" "Out," said Bill laconically, jerking his head in the direction of an open window at the rear. Didn't I cut easy Adolf?" demanded Mrs. Rank. "Not so's you'd notice it," said Bill. "Well, whose ad did I cut off?" "Nobody's, my dear lady," said Squires, soothingly. "Everything's all right, quite all right. Please, where's my hatchet? Gimme my hatchet. I insist on my hatchet. I gotta cut easy Adolf. Never in my grave till I cut easy Adolf." Presently they succeeded in quieting her. She sat limply in an armchair, brought from the front office, and stared pathetically up into the faces of the three perspiring men. "Can you beat it?" spoke Harry Squires to the beadled marshal. "Where do you suppose she got it?" muttered Anderson, helplessly. "Maybe she had a toothache or something and took a little brandy." "Not a bit of it," said Harry. "She's been hitting old man Rank's stock of hard cider, that's what she's been doing." "Impossible. He's our leaden church member. He ain't got any hard cider. He's dead set against intoxicating liquors. I've heard him say it 100 times." "Well, just ask her," was Harry's rejoinder. Mr. Crowe drew a stool up beside the unfortunate lady and sat down. "What have you been drinking, Lucy?" he asked gently, patting her hand. "You're a liar," said Mrs. Rank, quite distinctly. This was an additional shock to Anderson. The amazing potency of strong drink was here being exemplified as never before in the history of time. A sober Lucy Rank would no more have called anyone a liar than she would have cursed her maker. Such an expression from the lips of the meek and downtrodden martyr was unbelievable, and the way she said it. Not even Pat Murphy, the coal wagon driver, with all his years of practice, could have said it with greater distinctness, not even Pat, who possessed the masculine right to amplify the behest with expletives not supposed to be uttered except in the presence of his own sex. "She'll be swearing next," said Bill Smith, after a short silence. "I couldn't stand that," he went on, taking his coat from a peg in the wall. Mr. Squires took the lady in hand. "If you will just be patient for a little while, Mrs. Rank, Bill will go out and find your husband and bring him here at once. In the meantime, I will see that your hatchet is sharpened up, and put in first-class order for the sacrifice. Go on, Bill. Fetch the lady's husband." He winked at the departing Bill. "We've got to humor her," he said in an aside to Anderson. "These hard cider jags are the worst in the world. The saying is that a quart of hard cider would start a free-for-all fight in heaven. Excuse me, Mrs. Rank, while I fix your nice new hat for you. It isn't on quite straight, and it's such a pretty hat, isn't it?" Mrs. Rank squinted at him for a moment in doubtful surprise, and then smiled. "My who'some tell you to say that," said she, shaking her finger at him. "Not at all, not at all. I've always said it, haven't I, Anderson? Say yes, you old goat." He whispered the last, and the marshal responded nobly. "Now, while we are waiting for Mr. Rank, perhaps you will tell us just why you want to cut his head off today. What has the old villain been up to lately?" She composed herself for the recital. The two men looked down at her with pity in their eyes. "He'd shirted me today, Wabunabon, I'm a bleed shirted me. Foreign Missionary Society met this afternoon at our house. All ladies in society met our house. Deacon told me be generous, give 'em all the refreshments they wanted. He went down chiller and got some zat cider he marsh. He said he wanted to see whether it was any good." She paused, her brow wrinkled in thought. "Let's see, where was I? In the parlor?" supplied Anderson, helpfully. She shook her head impatiently. "I mean, where was I talking about? Oh, yes, about cider. When woman from missionary society come, I give 'em cider, lots cider. No harm in cider, an apostrophe erson, so don't look like that. Deacon Shay's baby could drink barrel cider and so on and so forth. Well, from missionary society all having splendid time, singing and praying and so on and so forth, and on so on and so forth. Then your wife, Anderson, she jumps up and says we gotta have shung service, regular shung service." "She, my wife?" exclaimed Anderson. "Was Eva Crow there?" "Certainly. Never so happy in her life. Couldn't believe my eyes and ears. And Sister Jones too, your boss's wife, Mrs. Squires. Say, do you ever know she could sing bass? Well, she can, all right. She can sing bass and tenor and everything else, she can. She, where are they now?" demanded Anderson, with a wild look at Harry. "Who? The woman from Missionary Society?" "Yes. For heaven's sake, don't tell me they're loose on the street." "Not much. Promised me they wait till I captured my Husum, dead or live, and bring him home. Didn't I tell you my Husum deserted me? He deserted all of us, all of Foreign Missionary Society. I gotta bring him back, dead or live. Want him to lead in shung service. My Husum's got Loud's voice in town. Leads Shingen in church and prayer meeting and everywhere else. Loud's voice in town, that's what he is. Praise Loud's of anybody, too. All ladies waiting up my house, fr Loud's voice in town to lead em in Shakrid Shung. Must have somebody with loud voice to lead em. Last I heard of em they was all Shingen different shungs. Loud's voice loosed Voichloo." She slumbered. The marshal and the editor looked at each other. "Well, she's safe for the time being," said the latter, wiping his wet forehead. "And so's the deacon," added Anderson. "See here, Harry, I got to hustle up to the deacon's house and see what's to be done with them women. My lordy, the town will be disgraced if they get out on the street, and why, like as not, they'll start a parade or something. You stay here and watch her, and I'll—" "No, you don't, my friend," broke in Harry gruffly. "You get her out of this office as quickly as you can. Are you afraid to be left alone with that poor, helpless little woman?" demanded Anderson. "I'll take her hatchet away with me, if that's what you're afraid of. If you'd been attending to your job as a good, competent official of this benighted town, the poor, helpless little woman wouldn't be in the condition she's in now." "You, hold on there. What do you mean by that?" "I mean this, Mr. Shellback Holmes. A dozen people in this town have been buying up apples and grinding them and making cider of them as fast as they could cask it ever since last January. Making it right under your nose, and this is the first you've seen of it. There's enough hard cider in Tinkletown at this minute to pickle an army. See those bottles over there under Bill's stool? Well, old Deacon Rank left 'em there because he was afraid he'd bust 'em when he made his exit through that window. He told Bill Smith he could keep them, if he would assume his indebtedness to this office, $2.25, and he also told Bill that he could guarantee that it was good stuff. We've got visible proof of it here, and we also know how the damned old rascal went about testing the quality of his wares. He has tried it out on the most highly respected ladies in town. That's what he's done, and why? Because it was the cheapest way to do it. He didn't have to waste more than a quart on the whole bunch of 'em. Surefire stuff. And there are barrels of it in this town, Mr. Shellback Holmes, waiting to be converted into song. Now, the first thing you've got to do is to take this unfortunate result of prohibition home and put her to bed." Anderson sat down heavily. "My sakes, Harry, this is terrible. My wife drunk, and Mrs. Jones, and Mrs. Nixon, and—" "Yes, sir," said Harry heartlessly. "They probably are lit up like the sunny side of the moon, and what's more, my friend, if they do take it into their poor, beadled heads to go out and paint the town, there won't be any stopping 'em. Hold on. Didn't you hear what I said about the case in hand? You take her home. Do you hear?" "But how am I to get her home? I can't carry her through the streets," groaned the harassed marshal. "Hire an automobile, or a delivery wagon, or what say?" "I was just saying that maybe I could get Lem Hawkins to loan me his hearse." Mr. Squires put his hand over his mouth and looked away. When he turned back to the unhappy official, his voice was gentler. "You leave her to me, old fellow. I'll take care of her. She can stay here till after dark and I'll see that she gets home all right." "By gosh, Harry, you're a real friend." I won't forget this, no, sir, never." "What are you going to do first?" "I'm going to get my wife out of that den of iniquity and take her home," said Anderson resolutely, "whether she's willing, or not. Don't you worry. I got that all thought out. If she won't let me take her home, I'll let on as if I'm full and then she'll insist on taking me home." With that he was gone. The crowd in front of the Banner office now numbered at least 100. Mr. Crow stopped at the top of the steps and swiftly ran his eye over the excited throng. He was thinking hard and quite rapidly for him. All the while the crowd was shouting questions at him, he was deliberately counting noses. Suddenly he held up his hand. There was instant, expectant silence. "All husbands who possess wives in the Woman's Foreign Missionary Society kindly step forward. Make way there, you people, let 'em through. This way, Newt, and you, Alf, come on, Elmer K. I said wives, Mrs. Fry, not husbands. All husbands please congregate in the alley back of the Banner office and wait for instructions. Don't ask questions. Just do as I tell you. Hey, you kids. Run over and tell Mort Fryback and Ed Higgins and Situate M. Jones I want 'em right away, and George Brubaker. Tell him to lock up his store if he has to, but to come at once. Now, you women keep back. This is for men only." In due time a troubled, anxious group of men sallied forth from the alley back of the Banner office, and, headed by Anderson Crow, marched resolutely down Sickle Street to Maple and advanced upon the house of Deacon Rank. The song service was in full blast. The men stopped at the bottom of the yard and listened with sinking hearts. "That's my wife," said Elmer K. Pratt, the photographer, a bleak look in his eyes. "She knows that tune by heart." "Which tune?" asked Mort Fryback, cocking his ear. "Why, the one she's singin'," said Elmer. Now listen, it goes this way. He hummed a few bars of the rosary. Don't you get it? There. Why, you must be deaf. I can't hear anything else. The only one I can make out is Tipperary. Is that the one she's singing? Certainly not. I said it goes this way. That's somebody else you hear, Mort. Hear that? Cried Ed Higgins excitedly. That's Sweet Alice, Ben Bolt. My wife's favorite. My lord, Anderson, what's to be done? Keep still, ordered Anderson. I'm trying to see if I can make out my wife's singing. Well, we got to do something, groaned Newtsprit, whose wife was organist in the Pond Road Church. She'll bust that piano all to smash if she keeps on like that. Come on, gentlemen, said Anderson, compressing his lips. Remember now, every man selects his own wife. Wait a minute, Anderson, pleaded George Brubaker. It'll take more than me to manage my wife if she gets stubborn. It ain't our fault if you married a woman twice as big as you are, was the marshal's stern rejoinder. Now, remember the plan. We're just dropping in to surprise M, to sort of join in the service. Don't for the land's sake, let M see we're uneasy about M. We got to use diplomacy. Look pleasant, body, look happy. Now, then, forward march. Laugh, darn you, Alf. Once more they advanced, chatting volubly, and with faces supposed to be wholly free from anxiety. The merest glance, however, would have penetrated the mask of unconcern. Every man's eye belied his lips. I make a motion that we tar and feather Deacon Rank, said Newtsprit, as the foremost neared the porch. Anderson halted them abruptly. I want to warn you men right now, that I'm going to search all the cellars in town tomorrow, so you might as well be prepared to empty all your cider into Smock's Creek. You don't need to say you ain't got any on hand. I've been investigating for several weeks, and I want to tell you right here and now that I've got every cask and every bottle of hard cider in Tinkletown spotted. I know what's become of every darned apple that was raised in this township last year. Dead silence followed this heroic speech. Citizens looked at each other, and Situate M. Jones might have been heard to mutter something about an all-seeing providence. Ed Higgins lamely explained that he had put up a little for vinegar, but Anderson merely smiled. The front door of the house flew open and several of the first ladies of Tinkletown crowded into view. An invisible choir was singing the doxology. Hello, boys, called out Mrs. Jones, cheerily. Come right in. Where's that nice old deacon? Been waiting for him for an awful long time, said Mrs. Pratt. Couldn't wait any louder, I mean longer. You had it right the first time, said her husband. Just in time for doxology, called out Mrs. Jones. Then we're all going downtown to hold open-air temperance meeting. Late that evening, Marshal Crowe mounted the steps leading to Dr. Brown's office and rang the bell. He rang it 5 or 6 times without getting any response. Then he opened the door and walked in. The doctor was out. On a table inside the door lay the slate on which people left word for him to come to their houses as soon as he returned. The marshal put on his glasses and took up the pencil to write. One side of the slate was already filled with hurried scribbling. He squinted and with difficulty made out that Dr. Brown was wanted immediately at the homes of Situate M. Jones, Abby Nixon, Newtsprit, Mort Fryback, Professor Rank, Reverend Maltby and Joseph P. Singer. He sighed and shook his head sadly. Then he moistened the finger and erased the second name on the list, that of Mrs. Abby Nixon. Husbands first, he muttered in justification of his action in substituting the following line. Come at once. A. Crowe, Marshal of Tinkletown. Compunction prevailed, however. He wrote the word over at the bottom and, turning the slate over, cleared his conscience by jotting down Mrs. Nixon's call at the top of the reverse side. Replacing it on the table, he went away. Virtue was its own reward in this instance at least, for the worthy marshal neglected to put the slate down as he had found it. Mrs. Nixon's call alone was visible. He set out to find Harry Squires. That urbane gentleman was smoking his repertorial corncob in the rear of Lamson's store. Except for Lamson's clerk, who had seized the rare opportunity to delve uninterruptedly into the mysteries of the latest Nick Carter, the store was empty. The usual habitués were absent. Did you get her home? Inquired Anderson in a low, cautious tone. "I did," said Harry. "See anything of the deacon?" "No, but Bill Smith did. Bill saw him down at the creek an hour or so ago, knocking in the heads of 3 or 4 barrels. Do you know what I've been thinking, Anderson? If somebody would only empty a barrel or so of olive oil into Smock's Creek before morning, we'd have the foundation for the largest supply of French dressing ever created in the history of the world." Mr. Crow looked scandalized. "Good gosh, Harry, ain't we had enough scandal in this here town today without adding anything French to it?" The only moral to be attached to this story lies in the brief statement that Mrs. Crow's indisposition, slight in duration though it was, so occupied Mr. Crow's attention that by the time he was ready to begin his search the second night after the song service, there wasn't so much as a pint of hard cider to be found in Tinkletown. This condition was due in a large measure, no doubt, to the fact that Smock's Creek is an unusually swift little stream. It might even be called turbulent. Jake Miller hangs himself. "Have you heard the latest news?" inquired Newt Sprit, speaking in a hushed voice. He addressed Uncle Dad Sims, the town's oldest inhabitant, whom he met face to face at the corner of Main and Sickle Streets one fine morning in May. Now anyone in Tinkletown would tell you that it was the sheerest folly to address Uncle Dad in a hushed voice. Mr. Sprit knew this as well as he knew his own name, so it should be easy to understand that the news was of a somewhat awe-inspiring nature. Ordinarily Newt was a loud-mouthed, jovial soul. You could hear him farther and usually longer than any other male citizen in Tinkletown. But now, he spoke in a hushed voice. Uncle Dad put his hand up to his left ear and said "Hey?" This seemed to bring Mr. Sprit to his senses. He started violently, stared hard for a moment at the octogenarian, and then strode off down Main Street, shaking his head as much as to say, "There must be something the matter with me." Nobody ever speaks to him unless he has to, and Uncle Dad, after gazing for a long time at the retreating figure, resumed his shuffling progress up Main Street, pleasantly satisfied that Newt had gone to the trouble to tell him it was a nice day. Although it would not have occurred to Newt, in his dismal state of mind, to look upon the day as a nice one, nevertheless it was. The sun was shining brightly, but without Newt's knowledge, and the air was soft and balmy and laden with the perfume of spring. Birds were twittering in the new green foliage of the trees, but Newt heard them not. Dogs frisked in the sunshine, wagging their tongues and tails, but Newt saw them not. Hens cackled, horses whinnied, children laughed, and all the world was set to music, but Newt was not a happy man. He was not a happy man for the simple reason that everybody else in town had heard the news long before it reached him. For half an hour or more he had been putting that same old question to everyone he met. Indeed, he even went out of his way 5 or 6 blocks to ring the front door bell at the home of William Grimes, night watchman at Smock's warehouse, rousing him from a sound sleep in order to impart the news to him, only to have Bill call him a lot of hard names while making it clear that he had heard it before going to bed for the day. The more Newt thought of it, the more he realized that it was his duty to go back and look up Uncle Dad Sims, even though it meant yelling his head off when he found him. It was a moral certainty that the only person in Tinkletown who hadn't heard it was Uncle Dad, and he would take a lot of telling. The weekly banner would not be out till the following day. For at least 20 hours Uncle Dad would remain in the densest ignorance of the sensation that had turned Tinkletown completely upside down. Somebody ought to tell him. Somebody ought to tell poor old Uncle Dad Sims. That was all there was about it. Moved by a sharp thrill of benevolence, Mr. Sprit retraced his steps, an eager look in his eyes. He found the old man standing in the broad, open door of Bill Kepsel's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith's assistant was banging away with might and main at his anvil, and Uncle Dad wore a pleased, satisfied smile on his thin old lips. He always said he loved to stand there and listen to the faint, far-away music of the hammer on the anvil, so different from the hammers and anvils they used to have when he was a boy, when they were so blamed noisy you couldn't hear yourself think. Newt took him by the arm and led him away. He was going to tell him the news, but he wasn't going to tell it to him there. The only place to tell Uncle Dad anything was over in the town hall, provided it was unoccupied, and thither he conducted the expectant old man. As they mounted the steps leading to the hall, Uncle Dad's pleased expression developed into something distinctly audible, something resembling a cackle of joy. Mr. Sprit favored him with a sharp, apprehensive glance. "Are they going to hold the inquest as soon as all this?" shouted Uncle Dad, putting his lips as close as possible to Newt's ear. Newt stopped in his tracks. "Have you heard it?" he bellowed. "What say? I say, have you heard it? Speak up! Speak up!" complained Uncle Dad. "You needn't be afraid of him hearing you, Newt. He's been dead for 6 or 8 hours, my God!" groaned Newt. For the second time that morning he left Uncle Dad high and dry, and started swiftly homeward. There was the possible, but remote chance that his wife hadn't heard the news, and if she had heard it, she'd hear from him. He'd let her know what kind of a wife she was. Never, within memory, had he failed to be the first person in Tinkletown to hear the news, and here he was on this stupendous occasion. The last of them all. And why? Because he had taken that one morning to perform a peculiarly arduous and intensive bit of hard work up in the attic of his wife's house. He had chosen the attic because Mrs. Sprit rather vehemently had refused to let him use the parlor, or even the kitchen. And all the time that he was up in the attic, working his head off trying to teach his new fox terrier pup how to stand on its hind legs and jump over a broomstick, this startling piece of news was sweeping from one end of Tinkletown to the other. "Never," said Newt firmly, as he hurried homeward by the back streets. "Never would he do another day's work in his life, if this was to be the result of honest toil." And what's more, he hadn't even received a single word of praise from his wife when he descended from the attic and triumphantly told her what he had accomplished, he and the pup between them after 3 hours of solid, painstaking endeavor. Mrs. Sprit had merely said, "If you could learn that pup how to split firewood or milk a cow or repair the picket fence or something like that, you might be worth your salt, Newt Sprit. As it is, you ain't." As Newt turned gloomily into the alley leading up to his back gate, he espied the Marshal of Tinkletown, Anderson Crow, leisurely approaching from the opposite direction. Mr. Crow, on catching sight of Newt, hastily removed something from his mouth and held it behind his back. Perceiving that it was nobody but Newt Sprit, he restored the object to his lips and began puffing away at it, but not until he had sent a furtive glance over his shoulder. "What you doing back here?" inquired Newt, somewhat offensively, as the two drew closer together. "Looking for clues?" Anderson again removed the corncob pipe, spat accurately over the hand with which he shielded his straggling chin whiskers, and remarked, "Do you see anything wrong with this here pipe, Newt?" he asked, gazing rather pensively at the object. "I don't see anything wrong with it," said Newt. "Still, I think you're mighty sensible not to smoke at any place except in an alley. Why don't you get a new one? They only cost 10 cents. If you got a new one once in a while, say once a year, your wife wouldn't order you out of the house every time you light it." "She don't order me out of the house when I light it," retorted Anderson. "'Cause why?" "'Cause I never light it till I get 2 or 3 blocks away from home." The subject apparently being exhausted, the two alley-farers lapsed into characteristic silence. Mr. Sprit leaned rather wearily against his own back fence, while Mr. Crow accepted the support of a telephone pole. Presently the former started to say something about the weather, but got no farther than the first 2 or 3 words when an astounding conjecture caused him to break off abruptly. He glanced at the old marshal, swallowed hard a couple of times, and then hopefully ventured the time-honored question. "Anything new, Anderson?" The marshal responded with a slow, almost imperceptible shake of the head. He was gazing reflectively at a couple of English sparrows perched on one of the telephone wires some distance down the line. Newt experienced a sudden, overwhelming joy. Caution, however, and a certain fear that he might be mistaken, advised him to go slow. There remained the possibility that Anderson might be capable of simulation. "Where's the body?" he inquired, casually. Marshal Crow's gaze deserted the sparrows and fixed itself on Newt's ear. "The what?" His companion exhaled a tremendous breath of satisfaction. Life was suddenly worth living. The Marshal of Tinkletown had not heard the news. The Marshal, himself, "Well, by gosh!" exclaimed the revivified Mr. Sprit. "Where have you been at?" "That's my business," snapped Anderson. "All I got to say is that you ought to be attending to it, if it's your business," said Newt loftily. "You're the marshal of this here town, ain't you?" and everybody in town knows that Jake Miller is dead except you. You're a fine marshal." There was withering scorn in Newt's voice. He even manifested an inclination to walk off and leave the marshal without further enlightenment. Anderson made a valiant effort to conceal his astonishment. Assuming a more or less indifferent air, he calmly remarked, "I know Jake was a little under the weather, but I didn't think it was serious." "When did he die?" "He didn't die," said Newt. "He hung himself." "What's that?" gasped Anderson, his jaw sagging. "Hung himself sometime last night," went on Newt joyously. "From a rafter in Ed Higgins's livery stable. With a clothesline. Kicked a stepladder out from under himself. Why, even Uncle Dad Sims has heard about it. Ed found him when he went out to wait a second. I'm going your way." "What's the rush?" "He's been dead 6 or 8 hours. He can't escape. He's down in Hawkins's undertaking place." "Hey. You dropped your pipe. Don't you want it any? If you're going my way, you'll have to run," called out Marshal Crowe as he unlimbered his long legs and made for the mouth of the alley. He was not running, but Newt, being an undersized individual, had no other means of keeping up with him unless he obeyed the sardonic behest. For 10 or 15 rods, Mr. Sprott jogged faithfully at the heels of the leader, and then suddenly remembered that it was a long way to Hawkins's undertaking emporium in Sickle Street, at least an eighth of a mile as the crow flies, and as he already had had a hard day's work, he slowed down to a walk and then to a standstill. He concluded to wait till someone came along in a wagon or an automobile. There wasn't any use wasting his valuable breath in running. Much better to save it for future use. In the meantime, by standing perfectly still, he could ruminate to his heart's content. Marshal Crowe's long stride soon carried him to the corner of Maple Street, where he made a sharp turn to the right, shooting a swift look over his shoulder as he did so. His late companion was leaning against a tree. Satisfied that he had completely thrown Mr. Sprott off the trail, Anderson took a short cut through Justice of the Peace Rob's front and backyards and eventually emerged into Main Street, where he slackened his pace to a dignified saunter. He caught sight of Alf Riesling, the reformed town drunkard, holding conversation from the sidewalk with someone in a second-story window of Mrs. Judy O'Ryan's boarding house, half a block away. "Hello!" shouted Alf, discovering the marshal. "Here he comes now. Where you been all morning, Andy? I been hunting everywhere for you. Something horrible has happened. I just stopped to tell Judy about it." The marshal stopped, and gazed upon Alf with mild interest. He nodded carelessly to Mrs. O'Ryan in the upstairs window, and addressed the following significant remark to Alf. "I guess I've got Jake's motive pretty well established, Alf. You needn't ask me what I've unearthed, because I won't tell you. It's a nice day, ain't it, Judy?" Before Mrs. O'Ryan could affirm or deny this polite bit of information, Alf cried out, "You don't mean to say you know about it? The rain yesterday and day before has brought your lilacs out splendid, Judy," said Anderson, ignoring him. "I was up to your house before 8 o'clock, and your wife said you'd gone out in the country to practice your new Decoration Day speech, Anderson. How in thunder did you find out about Jake?" Marshal Crowe turned upon the speaker with some severity. "See here, Alf, are you trying to act like Newt Sprott?" That was a deadly insult to Alf. "What do you mean?" he demanded hotly. "Nothing except that Newt had the same kind of an idea in his head that you seem to have got into yours. Next time you see Newt you tell him I been laughing myself almost sick over the way I fooled him, the blamed Igaramas." Having planted a seed that was intended to bear the fruit of justification, the venerable marshal decided that now was the time to prepare himself against anything further in the shape of surprise. So he linked arms with Alf and started off down the street. "Now, see here, Alf," he began, somewhat sternly. "I won't stand for any beating about the bush from you. You got to tell me the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And if your story hangs together and agrees with what I've already worked out, I'll see that you get fair treatment and—" Alf stopped short. "What in sassafras are you talking about? What story? Begin at the beginning and tell me where you was last night, and early this morning, and where and when you last saw Jake Miller." The marshal's manner was decidedly accusative, although tempered by sadness. Something in his voice betrayed a great and ill-concealed regret that this lifelong friend had got himself so seriously entangled in the Jacob Miller affair. "Where was I last night and this morning?" repeated the astonished Alf. "Precisely," said Anderson, tightening his grip on Alf's arm. "In bed," said Alf succinctly. "Come, now," warned the marshal, "none of that. I want the truth out of you. When did you last see Jake Miller, and what was he doing?" "I saw him about half an hour ago, and he wasn't doing anything. I mean, before he came to his untimely end. I don't know what you're driving at, but if it gives you any satisfaction, I say that the last time I saw him alive was yesterday afternoon about 4 o'clock. He was unloading some baled hay over at Ed's feed yard, and that's all." "How was he acting?" "He was acting like a man unloading hay." "Did he appear to have anything on his mind? I mean anything more than usual?" "Couldn't say." "Did he look pale or upset like?" "I kinda thought, afterwards, that he did look a little pale. Sort of as if he'd eat something that didn't agree with him." "I see. Well, go on." "Go on what?" "Telling me. Where did you next see him?" "Oh, there was a lot of people saw him after I did." "Why don't you ask them?" "Answer my question." "I didn't see him again until about 7:30 this morning. He was hanging from a rafter in Ed's stable. My God, it was awful. I know I'll dream about Jake for the next 100 years. Did he have a rope around his neck?" "No, he didn't." Anderson started. This was an unexpected reply. "Well, what did he have around his neck?" "A halter strap." You're sure about that?" "Positive." "I see. So far your story jibes with the facts. Now, answer me this question. When and where did you help Jake Miller write that note of farewell?" "What?" gasped Alf. "You heard me. I didn't help him write any note." "You didn't? Nobody helped him write it." "How do you know that, sir? Do you mean to tell me that Jake left a farewell note?" "I'm not saying whether he did or not." "You don't mean to claim that he didn't leave one, do you?" "If he did, nobody that I know of has laid eyes on it." Anderson smiled mysteriously. "Well, we'll drop that feature of the case temporarily. You was quite a friend of Jake Miller's, wasn't you?" "Off and on," said Alf. "Same as you was." He added, quickly, "What reason did he ever give you for wanting to take his own life?" "Think carefully, now, and nothing but the truth, mind you. The only thing I ever heard him say that sounded suspicious was when he told a crowd of us at Lamson's one night that if this here prohibition went into effect he'd like to have someone telegraph his sister in Buffalo, so's she could come on and claim his remains. But he wasn't a drinking man, Alf, and you know it." "I know, but he always said he was looking forward to the day when he could afford to get as drunk as he sometimes thought he'd like to be. He was a droll sort of a cuss, Jake was. He claimed he'd been saving up his appetite and his money for nearly 3 years so's he could see which would last the longest in a finish fight." "Was you present when he was cut down?" "I was." "Aha. That's what I'm trying to get at. Who cut the rope?" "It wasn't a rope, it was a hitching strap. And nobody cut it, come to think of it. It was a perfectly good strap, so 2 or 3 of us held Jake's body up so Ed Higgins could untie it from the rafter." "And then what?" "Old man Hawkins and Doc Brown said he'd been dead 5 or 6 hours." "I see. What did Doc say he died of?" Alf stared at him in amazement. "He died of being hung to a rafter." Marshal Crow cleared his throat, and was ominously silent for 15 or 20 paces. When he next spoke it was with the deepest gravity. There was a dark significance in the look he fixed upon Alf. "Is there any proof that Jake Miller wasn't dead long before he was strung up to that rafter?" "What's that?" gasped Alf, once more coming to a sudden stop. "It's a matter I can't discuss with anybody at present," said Anderson, curtly. Have you deduced something important, Anderson?" implored Alf, eagerly. "Is there evidence of foul play?" "That's my business," said Anderson. "Come on. Don't stand there with your mouth open like that. He's still over at Hawkins's place, is he?" "I've been working on the quiet all by myself since early this morning, and I don't know just what's been happening around here for the last couple of hours." "He was there the last I heard of him," said Alf. "Well, you've given a pretty good account of yourself, Alf, and unless something turns up to change my present opinion, you are free to come and go as you please. See here, you blamed old hayseed, "What do you mean by acting as if I had anything to do with Jake Mill? You don't know what you're doing when you're drunk, Alf Riesling." "But I ain't been drunk for 25 years, you blamed old." "That remains to be seen," interrupted Anderson sternly. "Now don't talk anymore. I want to think." Having obtained certain desirable facts in connection with the taking off of Jacob Miller, Marshal Crowe ventured boldly, confidently, into the business section of the town. He was now in a position to discuss the occurrence with equanimity, in fact, with indifference. Moreover, he could account for his physical absence from the center of the stage, so to speak, by reminding all would-be critics that he was mentally on the job long before Ed Higgins made the gruesome discovery. In other words, it served his purpose to lie low and observe from well-calculated obscurity the progress of events. Now, Tinkletown had not experienced the shock and thrill of suicide in a great many years. Sundry citizens had met death in an accidental way, and others had suddenly died of old age. But no one had intentionally shuffled off since Jasper Wiggins succeeded in completing a hitherto unsuccessful life by pulling the trigger of a single-barreled shotgun with his big toe. Back in the fall of '83, the horrendous act of Jacob Miller, therefore, created a sensation. Tinkletown was agog with excitement and awe. Everybody was talking about Jake. He was, by all odds, the most important man in town. Alive, he had been perhaps the least important. He was the sort of citizen you always think of last when trying to take a mental census of the people you know by sight. Once, and only once, had Jake seen his name in the columns of the weekly Banner, and he was so impressed that he cut the article out of the paper and pasted it under the sweatband of his best hat. It happened to be the obituary notice of a farmer bearing the same name, but that made no difference to Jake. He was vicariously honored by having his name in print, and in rather large type at that. And now he was to have at least half a page in the Banner, with his name in huge black letters, double column, something like this: Jake Miller hangs himself. Column after column of Jake Miller, and he not there to rejoice. Jake Miller on the front page, crowding out the news from Paris and Washington, displacing local society items, shoving the ordinary obituaries out of their hallowed corners, confiscating space that belonged to the Lady Maccabees and other lodges, supplanting thoughtfully prepared matter in the editorial column, why? The next issue of the Banner would be a Jake Miller number from beginning to end. And Jake not there to enjoy it all. Jake had been a more or less stationary inhabitant of Tinkletown for about 3 years. He had taken up his residence there without really having had the slightest intention or desire to do so. In fact, he would have been safely out of the village in another 10 minutes if Mrs. Abby Nixon hadn't missed the blackberry pie from the kitchen windowsill, where she had set it out to cool, and even then he might have got away if he had had a handkerchief or something with which to remove the damning stains from his lips and chin. But, in his haste, he used the back of his hand, and well, Justice of the Peace Rob sent him to the calaboose for 30 days, and that's how Jake became resident of Tinkletown. At the trial he was so shamelessly complimentary about Mrs. Nixon's pie that the prosecuting witness came very near to perjuring herself in order to show her appreciation. The dignity of the law was preserved only by Jake's unshaken resolution to plead guilty to the charge of feloniously eating one blackberry pie with never-to-be-forgotten relish. Mrs. Nixon was so impressed by Jake's honesty that she made a practice of sending a pie to him every baking day during the period of his incarceration. But when approached by 2 or 3 citizens with the proposal that she join with them in providing the fellow with work as a sort of community handyman, she refused to consider the matter at all because most of her silver had come down from her grandmother and she wouldn't part with it for anything in the world. For one who had never laid eyes on the village of Tinkletown up to the day of his arrival, Jake Miller revealed the most astonishing sense of civic pride. The first thing he did after being safely locked up was to whitewash the interior of his residence. The town board furnished a rather thin mixture of slaked lime and water, borrowed a whitewash brush from Ebenezer January, and got off with a total cost of about 85 cents. He also repaired several windows in the calaboose by stuffing newspapers into the broken panes, remodeled the entire heating system with a little stove polish, put 2 or 3 locks in order, and once, on finding that it was possible to remove a grating from one of the windows, crawled out of his place of confinement and mowed the grass plot in front of the jail. It was then that the people of Tinkletown began to take notice of him. A few of the more enterprising citizens went so far as to consult Justice Robb about extending Jake's sentence indefinitely, claiming that it wasn't at all likely the town would ever see another prisoner who took as much interest in keeping the jail in order as he. And when he was finally released, he obtained a job with Ed Higgins at a slight increase in wages over what he had been receiving while in durance vile. He was a middle-aged man with a large Adam's apple and a retreating chin. His legs were so warped that a good 10 inches of space separated the knees. Whence he came and why he was content to abide in Tinkletown were questions he always answered, but never in a satisfactory manner. Even the hardiest citizens soon came to the conclusion that there wasn't much use in asking questions that Jake could answer with a slow and baffling wink. He became a fixture in Tinkletown, doing odd jobs for nearly everybody in town, and still finding ample time to attend to his duties at the feed yard. Whenever anyone had a job to be done that he particularly disliked doing himself, he always appealed to Jake, and Jake did it. When not otherwise employed, he slept in the box stall once inhabited by the prize stallion, Caleb II, now deceased, and you would have been surprised to see what a tidy place he made of it by tacking up 2 or 3 anatomical pictures from the Police Gazette, and putting in the folding bed, or, more strictly speaking, a bed that could be folded. It consisted of 3 discarded horse blankets. Quite a snug little bedchamber, you would say, and, as Jake himself frequently remarked, a very handy stall to have a nightmare in. Twice a day, regularly, day in and day out, Jake inquired at the post office for mail, and invariably Postmaster Lamson, without looking, replied, "Nothing today, Jake." A singular thing happened the afternoon before Jake hung himself. He received a letter, a rather fat one, postmarked Sandusky, Ohio. Mr. Lamson and the loafers at the store were still talking about the extraordinary event when the former closed up for the night, a little later than usual. And while they were talking about it, Jake was getting ready to hang himself. Marshal Crow headed straight for the Banner office, Mr. Riesling trailing a few steps behind like a dog at heel. Quite a crowd had gathered in front of Hawkins's Undertaking Emporium across the street from the newspaper office. "Don't follow me in here," ordered the marshal, as Alf started to enter the Banner office with him. "This is private. Move on, now." "But what'll I tell the gang over there if they ask me what you're doing about the case?" argued Alf. "You tell them I'll soon have the mystery solved." "What mystery?" "There ain't any mystery about it." He done it as publicly as he could. "Well, you just tell them I've got a clue, and I'm following it up." With that, he disappeared through the door, closing it with some violence in Alf's face. Harry Squires was putting the finishing touches to a long and graphic account of the suicide. He looked up as Anderson sauntered into the back office. "I'm glad you came in, Marshal," he said. "I hated to finish this story without mentioning you, one way or another. Now I can add right here at the end, our worthy town marshal, A. Crow, was also present." Anderson sat down. He pulled at his sparse chin whiskers for a moment or two, evidently trying to release something verbal. Failing in this, he sank back in the chair and fixed Mr. Squires with a pathetic look. "Where have you been?" demanded Harry. "Oh, routing around," said Anderson. "Well, I'll tell you something that no one else in this town knows," said the other, pitying his old friend. "Are you listening?" Anderson shook his head drearily. "I'll never be able to live this down, Harry. Brace up. All is not lost. Will you do exactly what I tell you to do? I hope you ain't going to tell me to go down and jump in a mill race." "Nothing of the sort. That wouldn't help matters. You could swim out. Now, listen. I know why Jake hung himself, and I am the only one who does know. The whole story is told here in this article I have just written. We've been friends and foes for a great many years, Mr. Hawkshaw, and I want to show my appreciation. I don't know how many times you have saved my life. I shan't tell you in just what way you have saved it. I can only say that I should have died long ago of sheer ennui, if you know what that is, if it hadn't been for you, old friend. You have been a lifesaver, over and over again. And in spite of the many times you have saved my life, I don't seem to have put on any flesh. I remain as skinny as I was when I first met you. I ought to be so fat that I'd have to waddle. But, that's neither here nor there. I'm going to save your life now, Sherlock. I'm going to fix it so that when you do die, the people of this burg will erect a monument to you that will make the one in Trafalgar Square, if you know where that is, look like a hitching post. Lend me your ear, Mr. Pinkerton. That's right. Take off your hat. You can hear better. I am going to reveal to you the true facts in the case of our late lamented friend, Jake Miller. I have in my possession the letter he received yesterday afternoon. It is under lock and key, and no one else has seen it. While everybody else was gazing at Jake and wondering how long he'd been hanging there, I with my nose for news, went off in search of that letter. I might have spared myself the trouble, for the last thing Jake did before ending his life, was to put it in an envelope and mail it to me. He also enclosed a short note in which he implored me to do the right thing by him and put his name in the biggest type we have on hand. That's just what I intend to do. Now, I'm going to turn that letter over to you. Instead of me being the one to tell you about it, you are going to be allowed to tell me about it. See? That's what you are here for now, to show me this letter with all its harrowing details. Later on, when the coroner comes over from Boggs City, you can deliver it to him. Now listen. 10 minutes later, Marshal Crowe strode solemnly out of the Banner office, and debouched upon the crowd in front of Hawkins's. Several erstwhile admirers snickered. He paid not the slightest attention to them. Instead he inquired in a loud, authoritative voice if anyone had seen Alf Riesling. "I'm standing right in front of you," said Alf. "I deputize you to act as guard during the day over the remains of Orlando Camp. You are to see to it that no one trespasses within 50 feet of it without an order from me, or the governor of New York." "You will? What the devil are you talking about?" demanded Alf. "There ain't no remains round here named Camp," the marshal smiled, but there was more pity than mirth in the effort. "All you got to do is to do what I deputize you to do," he said quietly. "Is Bill Kepsel here?" "Present," said the iron-armed blacksmith, with a series of winks that almost sufficed to take in the whole assemblage. "I deputize you, William Kepsel, and," he craned his neck slightly, "and you, Newton Sprit, out there on the edge of the crowd, to act as guards during the night, until relieved by Deputy Riesling at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. You will permit no one to approach or remove the body of Moses Briscoe from its present place of confinement until further orders. And now, fellow citizens, I must request you one and all to disperse and not to congregate again in this locality, under penalty of the law. Disperse at once, move on, everybody." The crowd didn't move an inch. "He's gone plumb crazy," said Rush Applegate to Uncle Dad Sims, and he made such a special effort that Uncle Dad heard him quite distinctly. "He always use," agreed Uncle Dad. "What's he crazy about this time?" "Come on home, Anderson," said Alf Riesling, gently. "Maybe if you took a dose of—" "Let me talk to him," interrupted Elmer K. Pratt, the photographer. "I had an uncle once that died in an asylum, and I used to keep him quiet before he got hopeless by letting on that he really was George Washington. Now, look here, Anderson, Marshal Crowe held up his hand. There was no sign of resentment in his voice or manner as he addressed the grinning crowd. "I don't blame you for thinking that man in there is Jake Miller. I thought so myself until a couple o' days ago. That's when I first began to suspect that he was the very man he now turns out to be. Gentlemen, if the individual that you knew as Jake Miller hadn't took his own life last night, I would have had him behind the bars today, sure as all get out. He wasn't no more Jake Miller than I am. Jake Miller was one of his alibis." "He had, you mean aliases," interrupted Professor Rank, "of the high school, or nom de plumes," added Willie Spence, the chief clerk at the Grand View Hotel, one of the most inveterate readers in town. To Willie the name of any author was a nom de plume. It didn't make any difference whether it was his real name or not. "He had a lot of names besides Jake Miller," explained Anderson loftily. "And he didn't have to go to high school to get 'em," he added as an afterthought, favoring Professor Rank with a withering look. "Now, disperse, all of you. Go on now, Willie, disperse. Everybody disperse except Alf Riesling. You stay here and keep watch till I come back." With that, He took the easiest and the most expeditious way of dispersing the crowd by walking briskly off in the direction of Main Street. The crowd followed, or more strictly speaking, accompanied him. He was the center of a drove of eager inquirers. Having successfully dispersed the crowd in front of Hawkins's Emporium, he stopped in front of the post office and addressed it once more. "All you got to do," he announced, taking a seat on the porch, "is to wait till the banner comes out, and then you'll get all the news. I just been in there to tell Harry Squires about my discoveries, and he is working his head off now getting it all in shape for the subscribers to the paper. And that reminds me. He asked me to do him a favor. He says there are quite a number of cheapskates in this town that ain't regular subscribers to the banner. That's why Ebenezer January's barber shop is so crowded on Thursday mornings that Ebenezer is threatening to stop his subscription. Ebenezer says there's so many customers in his place waiting to be next with the paper that he ain't hardly got room to hone up his razors after Wednesday's work. I promised Harry I'd suggest that you all go around and subscribe today, because he says he's engaged Ebenezer to whitewash the press room tomorrow and the barber shop won't be open at all. He says it's an outrage that—" He stopped short to glare in speechless amazement at a familiar figure almost under his nose. "I thought I told you to stand guard back there, Alf Riesling," he roared. "Or, thunder, he can't run away," protested Alf. "And nobody's going to steal him, so what's the sense? I'll give you just 15 minutes to get back there to Hawkins's," declared the marshal firmly. "If you're not back there by that time, I'll arrest you for contempt." "That suits me," said Alf promptly. "Yes, sir," said Anderson, addressing the crowd. "I would have nabbed him today if he hadn't gone and hung himself like this. He must have got on to the fact that I had him dead to rights. He knowed there wasn't any escape for him, no chance in the world. Wait a second. Don't all talk at once, and don't ask questions. And say, Abner, it won't do you any good to go round to the banner office, because I swore Harry Squires to secrecy. So stay where you are. Harry won't tell you a thing, even if your father-in-law is a regular subscriber. What time is it, Lem?" On being informed by Lem Gillespie that it was later than he thought, Marshal Crowe looked at his own watch and arose in some haste. "By ginger, I got to get busy. I still got to see if I can find that letter Jake received yesterday afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised if the contents of that letter had a good deal to do with his hurrying up this Hankton business. Like as not it was a warning from some confederate of his'n, letting him know I was getting purty hot on his trail. It's mighty hard to keep these things from leaking out, especially when you're working at long range as I've been for some time. My investigations have been carried on from one end of the country to the other. I finally got 'em narrowed down to a place out west called Sandusky, Ohio, and I was just on the point of telegraphing to the police out there that I had their man when this thing happens." He was assisted in his search for the letter by a volunteer organization of about 100 men and boys. The search was a most diligent one. Much to the disgust of Ed Higgins, the floor of Jake's sleeping apartment was yanked up by willing, excited citizens, the haymow was ransacked from one end to the other, the grain bins were turned inside out, and there was some talk of ripping off a section of the roof. At 12:30, the marshal went home to his midday meal, leaving the work in charge of Lem Gillespie, the garage owner, whose love for Mr. Higgins was governed entirely by the fact that the liveryman's business interfered considerably with his own prosperity. Secure in the seclusion of his own woodshed, Marshal Crowe slyly withdrew Jake's letter from an inside pocket and reread it with great care. Later on, having fortified himself with a substantial dinner, he returned to the hunt. Advising the toilers that he was going to do a little private searching, based on a deduction that had come to him while he was at home, he ambled off in the direction of Powerhouse Gully. Half an hour later he reappeared and instructed the crowd to knock off work. He had found the letter just where he figured he would find it. "I don't see why in thunder you didn't figure it out at breakfast instead of at dinner," growled Ed Higgins, moodily surveying the wreckage. "I've a notion to sue you for damages. Look at that box stall. Look at that. Never mind, Ed, I'll have Lamb and the rest of 'em put everything back in order, just as they found it. Now, you fellas get to work and put things in shape around here. I'm going to take this letter over and show it to Harry Squires, It proves everything, absolutely everything. See here, Alf, what in thunder are you doing here? Why ain't you guarding them remains as I told you to do? I am guarding M, said Alf. I seen guard M just as well from a distance as I can close up, and you know it. All I got to do is to walk to the corner there and I seen C. Hawkins's place as plain as anything. I could see it from right here if it wasn't for Lamson's store and the Grand View Hotel. The marshal gave him a look of bitter scorn, and strode away. The crowd straggled along behind. Anderson stopped at the Banner office door and, exposing the dirty envelope to the eager gaze of the crowd, advised everyone present to step in and take out a year's subscription to the paper. Then he disappeared. The crowd surged forward, filling the outer office with something like sardine compactness. The door to Mr. Squiers's private office, however, closed sharply behind Mr. Crow, and for the next 15 or 20 minutes the young lady bookkeeper was busy taking subscriptions from the disappointed throng. She got 63 new subscribers and definite promises from a large number of citizens who were considerably in arrears. You'll see it all in your paper tomorrow morning, said Anderson, coming out of the inner office at the end of half an hour's consultation with the editor. All I can say to you now is that I have captured one of the most desperate criminals in the country. He has been wanted for nearly 3 years for a diabolical crime. It makes my flesh creep to think of him being loose among our women and children all this time. Is there anyone here who ain't subscribed to the Banner? Tinkletown slept fitfully that night when it slept at all. The sole citizen enjoying a peaceful night's rest was Jake Miller. A singular circumstance connected with the broken rest of 3/4 of the people of Tinkletown was the extraordinary unanimity with which Jake became visible to them the instant they did drop off to sleep. Bright and early the next morning, the Banner appeared with its gruesome story. Jake was in very large type, but not much larger, after all, than Marshal Crow. The whilom Mr. Squires, reveling in generosity, gave Anderson all the credit. He held forth at great length on the achievements of the redoubtable Marshal, winding up his account with a recommendation that a movement be inaugurated at once looking to the erection of a memorial statue to the famous sleuth. The concluding sentence of this bold panegyric was as follows: "Do not wait till he is dead. Do it now." And appended, in parentheses, the statement that the Banner would head the list of subscribers with a contribution of $100. In the body of his article, Mr. Squires printed in full the contents of the letter received by Jacob Miller on the afternoon before his death, the letter which had been recovered, after the most diligent and acute search by Marshal Crow, at the bottom of an abandoned well in Powerhouse Gully, the letter which so completely vindicated the theories and deductions of Tinkletown's most celebrated son. Jake's letter was from his brother in Sandusky. It warned him that the authorities had finally located him in Tinkletown and that officers were even then on their way east to pinch him. They had run him down at last, despite the various aliases under which he had sought to avoid apprehension. Brotherly love impelled him to advise Jake to beat it as quick as possible. Moreover, he went on to state that if they got him he'd swing as sure as hell. Brotherly interest no doubt was also responsible for the frank admission that the family had done all it could for him, and that if he had had a grain of sense, or had listened to his friends, he wouldn't have married her in the first place. And if he hadn't married her, he wouldn't have been placed in a position where he had to beat her brains out. Not that she didn't deserve to have her brains knocked out, and all that, but you can't go around doing that sort of thing without getting into trouble about it. In short, Jake, by any other name he was just as guilty, had slain his wife, presumably in cold blood. At any rate, Mr. Squires, sustained by the information received from Marshal Crow, who had gone deeply into the case, stated in cold type that it had been done in cold blood. Apparently Jake had decided that he was tired of dodging the inevitable. It was quite clear that he could not endure the thought of being swung for his diabolical deed. The account also stated that Marshal Crow had at once advised the Western authorities by telegraph that he had their man, but regretted to state the scoundrel had anticipated arrest in the manner now so well known to the readers of the Banner, long recognized as the most enterprising newspaper in that part of the state of New York. A day or two later, after the inquest, an officer arrived from Sandusky. He was a spectator at the funeral of Jake Miller, whom he readily identified as the slayer of Mrs. Camp, and was afterwards a most interested listener to the recital given on Lamson's porch by Marshal Crowe, who described with considerable zest and surprising fidelity the manifold difficulties he had experienced in running the criminal to earth, one of the most puzzling cases he had ever been called upon to tackle. The astonished officer walked over to the Grand View Hotel with Harry Squires. From time to time he passed his hand over his brow in a thoroughly puzzled manner. "I don't mind telling you, Mr. Squires," he blurted out at last, "that we hadn't the faintest idea that this fellow Camp was as desperate a character as all this. We looked upon him as a rather harmless, soft-headed guy, but, my God, he turns out to be one of the slickest all-round crooks in the United States. No wonder he managed to give us the slip all these years. It only goes to show how even the best of us can be fooled in a man." "That's right," agreed Harry. "It certainly does show how you can be fooled in a man. When I get back home and tell them at headquarters what a slick duck he was, they'll throw a fit. Why, by gosh, we all thought he was a nut, a plain nut." "Far be it from me," said Harry, "to speak ill of either the living or the dead. It's a wonder he didn't up and blow the head off this old rube when he found he was about to be cornered." Harry took the moment to relight his pipe, and then abruptly said good night to the gentleman from Sandusky. As he rejoined the group in front of Lamson's, Marshal Crowe was saying, "I'm mighty glad Harry Squires had sense enough not to say in the Banner that as soon as Jake Miller found out that the jig was up, he took the law in his own hands, and lynched himself." The end.